Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate to continue Phase 1 of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary with the Twin Perspectives playthrough. There's some of the things that will be done. Hey Shadow Ronin, and we're back to Assassinating Templars, Einstein version. That is true. Although, when did Albert Einstein live? Was he in the 1900s, I think? Hey Keone, how's things? Shadow Ronin, you remember playing this game last year back in December? It was great, not gonna lie. That's good that you enjoyed it. That's really cool. Hey there, Lone. How's things? So in last week's stream of this, last weekend, um, we did the first memory as Jacob. I started the playthrough wanting to get the NPC dialogue, not just in general things that they said, but also in different contexts, including when they are knocked into, when they are aimed at with a weapon, when they see Jacob or Evie wearing the hood and becoming suspicious, and all that kind of stuff. But after an hour and a half of doing it, I came to the realization that that was going to be a very, very in-depth kind of approach, and I could literally spend, so long on just that one memory. And I decided to restart that memory and then change the NPC dialogue focus to only their speeches and other commentary. So as we come along an NPC, if they're going on about something, then I'll have Jacob or Evie just stop while they're talking and wait till all their dialogue's gone. If there's any kind of um, speeches that they're making or commentary, I'll stop and listen to them. So with that focus changed for the NPCs, it still meant it took a while. So we got the memory done, but there was also something I wanted to test with the end, but I can't actually replay memories yet. And so I'm going to have to wait until I get the opportunity to do so. And we ended the stream after having done that memory. And so this is the second memory now with Evie, and she has a very different location. Jacob's was very compact with a lot of NPCs crammed into the space, so that meant that there was a lot more dialogue to actually cover from the NPC side of things. But with Evie, it's different. There's not as many, and it's mainly just enemies anyway, as well. But we're going to give the same process to that we did with the Jacob memory, even though it's going to take a while to get to replay that memory to test the final thing at the end that I wanted to test. It was related to the secretary that Rupert Ferris has. When I actually killed him, I used a throwing knife to their head, and then after the cutscene was finished, the secretary was on top of the desk just looking around, not saying anything. So I think that doing that triggered that to happen. So I wanted to test to see if killing him normally had any reaction verbally from the secretary afterwards, but I can't test that yet until we get the ability to replay memories. So that's currently where we're up to. We're up to the first memory where we get to play as Evie. Hey there, dudes. Morning to you. Welcome on in. How's things? You going good, Lone? That's excellent. Glad to hear that, dude. I'm going well myself. It's been damn hot here today, which is annoying. We hit about 40, 41 degrees Celsius outside, so it's like, yeah, don't want that. Alright, so the checkpoint puts us there, but I want to actually restart the memory to have the cutscene as well. Shadow, 41 degrees Celsius? Dude, you're frying there. Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. It's just bloody, I don't know. I don't mind when it's warm, but not friggin' 41 degrees Celsius.
Yard. Guard quarters. Brewster's laboratory. This is where the piece of Eden will be located. No loose ends. Now, to decouple the locomotive and create a diversion.
Well, where is it? Huh? Where's Brewster's supplies? Meter.
At times in this playthrough as well, you'll see me just basically wait to see if there's any dialogue without doing what the game is telling me I need to do. So in those moments, there's a purpose to it, just waiting to see if there's any dialogue. Sometimes dialogue will trigger with NPCs or enemies in games after you just wait a while, instead of going ahead and doing straight away what the game wants you to. But it seems like there's no dialogue from this enemy based on this as well. But I'm also going to listen to enemy conversations and all that kind of stuff. So they're like, where do you live exactly? Egypt? I mean, I'd like to visit there, but I don't actually live there, no. But yeah, I wouldn't mind visiting Egypt. That'd be great. The thing here is you don't actually have to what was it? You don't have to actually do an assassination here. You can do a throwing knife if you want. One time I did a challenge where it was a throwing knife challenge, and basically I had to kill enemies with a throwing knife, including main targets and all that kind of stuff. There was no restrictions on knife upgrades or anything like that. I could have Jacob or Evie wearing whatever outfit had knife benefits and all that kind of stuff. But it's surprising the amount of times in games where you think you have to do it the exact way that the tutorial's telling you, but you can sometimes go outside of that.
Who's that?
Time to deploy the diversion.
Alright, now what I want to do is reload checkpoint, and this time we're going to let the guy detect us to get the dialogue. Huh. The checkpoint was created after the kill. Interesting. Hello there, Raid. How's things?
Yard.
Okay, can't skip this
Guard
dialogue.
quarters.
We've already heard it, so I'll talk over
Brewster's
it.
laboratory.
Hey there, Gizlek. Finally,
This is where the
trains,
piece of Eden will be
planes, and
located.
automobiles. Well, I guess planes were still...
No
I don't know
sense.
the status of planes
Now,
in 1860.
to decouple the locomotive and create
How's it going,
diversion.
Gizlek?
Well,
So now
where is
to
it?
actually let the enemy
Huh?
detect us after the whistle to get the
Where's
dialogue from them.
Brewster's supplies? Meter. put an end. Who's there? You do not want to bother me today! I'll hang you from a lamppost by your tongue if you don't piss off! Get away from me before I cut you into ribbons! I'll smash your face in! Come on, hit me!
Time to deploy the diversion.
All right. So I had a thought, just like with the NPCs and trying to get dialogue from them in all different contexts. With enemies, trying to do that too is just going to be way too time consuming as well. So I think what I'll do when it comes to enemies is I'll apply a similar thing to what I'm doing with the NPCs now, which is not get all the dialogue in all the different contexts. Because to be honest, who knows how many combinations of dialogue there is based on being detected. And redoing that whole bit over and over again with Evie just now, I can't do reload checkpoint because the checkpoint happens after killing the first enemy. And so that means that I have to restart the memory, which means watching the cutscene that we can't skip over and over again. So what I'll do with the enemies is just get any general dialogue from them. So when it comes to them just standing around having conversations, and all that kind of stuff as well, instead of doing every single context. Because, you still think they should have made the automobiles usable for DLC, but alas, Quebec. Yeah, it's so funny, isn't it, though? I mean, they would have been compared to Grand Theft Auto, where it's like, they're just copying GTA. It's like, well, I mean, maybe, but it's not exactly like GTA. Raid, he doesn't just immediately try to murder you. Not that enemy, no. No, he just basically keeps on at you until something happens. In Meta, oi mate, some woman sneaked in. That's what I was sort of expecting them to say with Evie. I'm doing well, thanks in Meta. It's going really good. How about yourself? Because, at least you can lure them on the edge of trains, align them, and counter the kickoff of moving trains. That is true, yeah. That's a good thing. Do Sparta kicks off trains. In Meta, thank you very, very much, dude, for the 60 stream streak. That's amazing. Thank you very much. Because, is this decision related to the time you tried to get all lines in Red Dead 2? Yeah, because, it's kind of like one of those things where with Red Dead 2, I was wanting to get all the camp dialogues. And the more I was doing that, and the hours that I spent, it was kind of like, that is a big time sink. If I actually kept going with that playthrough, I'd still be doing it today. And I probably would still be just in the first chapter. So, there's some games where it's easy to listen to all the dialogue, like the Tomb Raider reboots, for example, because it's not a 60-hour investment, But games like this, to go to that extreme, would just be so much. Ray, do you want to see me do a playthrough of Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Shadow of Mordor, with the gimmick being to get all the dialogue from the captains? I'm sure that won't take you a million years. Yeah, see, music is different because with music in a game, to cover that, there can be a lot of complexity, but it's not like there's 500 music tracks made, you know, whereas there potentially is literally thousands of dialogue. Yeah, dudes, with setting like a full game in present time and all that kind of stuff and having future stuff and all that. I feel like the future side of things, the Isu already had stuff that was futuristic, and so it probably make more sense to set the game back in the height of their existence when they were at the peak of their technology, and in that way, then you could have more advanced kind of stuff. So your character would have the ability to deflect enemy attacks with, shielding and all that kind of stuff. And Mita, glad to hear that. You're doing well. Just woke up after sleeping for about 2 hours. Now you can't fall asleep. Oh, wonderful. I hate when that happens. That's only 2 hours sleep. Damn. That's not much. Because, like, knew it was because of the Red Dead 2 run. Sorry, walk. Yeah. I mean, the objective there was to try and cover as much of the camp dialogue as possible all around the clock, to also then make note of what conversations happen when. But the other thing about that game is configurations of characters can change when you reload a save. So who knows how many configurations of characters there are and all that kind of stuff. And then I realized that there's no point in doing that because someone on YouTube probably already has the scene, and the dialogue and stuff. And makes it no problem for the stream streak. That's awesome, dude. 60 streams. Is like, this game warrants a tickets please challenge run. Oh, so is that where you just kick people off the train the whole time? Dudes, if they make a game about the Isu timeline, it's going to be a disaster, bigger than Valhalla and Odyssey with all the mythic stuff. It might be, but I think setting it in a future where humans are using that, you're just basically doing the same thing, except it's in a future beyond that point. Whereas I think it'd be better to do it back then. Because like the last time we had an Isu setting only of Stoga rolled up to Layla with tactical short swords. Exactly, Gizlek. And that's the whole thing too. That's the problem as well. Is they have this thing where they want to avoid just having guns and stuff. I'm like, just give them freaking guns. Like, seriously. Imita, yeah, you stayed up late playing Ghost of Tsushima. Then you thought to sleep, but ended up sleeping for only 2 hours. Dev. I'd be like a zombie with 2 hours sleep.
I'm on my way, Sir David.
Something's up.
Sir David was working with Miss Thorne. He's an inventor. He made that tube, the one you stick in your eye.
I know what he's doing with those patients. The eye ain't the half of it.
Now see here, mate, I'm talking about a toy. The kaleidoscope.
Search out back in the coal yards, you cloth-headed muff. You'll see. That man ain't no toy maker.
Hello, boys.
There's a trespasser there! Some woman sneaked in! Down!
Please, miss. Don't turn us in. They'll send us to the lab.
We'll be on our way soon as the train slows, miss.
More patients hauled every day to the lab. Someone's in a rush.
How's Sir David and Miss Thorne getting on?
She's turned up like a bad penny, ain't she? I'll put 5 bob on things not being to her liking.
Ain't looking none too good for old Sir David, then.
Please, miss. Don't turn us in.
Game fucked me over again with fucking checkpoints. I was hoping the checkpoint would be before the enemies that were before the NPCs that are hiding on the train, but no, had to be after, because I wanted to test to see if being detected by those enemies interrupted any potential dialogue from those NPCs, because they might have been talking about something before noticing Evie.
Yard.
Is that right? It's like
Guard
they're afraid
quarters.
somebody's going to call Assassin's
Bruce's
Creed a
laboratory.
wanted clone.
This is
Yeah,
where the
because
piece
like
of
this is
Eden
the
will be
thing,
located.
like if you're only wanting or not wanting to do things based on whether
Kind of
someone's
sense.
going to compare it to
Now,
something else,
Did a couple the
like you're
locomotive
playing a
and create
fool's
version?
game, because there is no
Well, where
originality
is it?
left,
Huh?
and it's been that way for a long time.
Where's Brewster's
What people
supplies?
think is originality is just taking an old idea
Meter.
and making changes to it, adding things that weren't in the original idea, and mixing them together, and then voila, people think it's original. But if you actually trace things, you can see that it's not entirely original, because other things had done that before. It's just that they changed the combination. You know, you can never ever be the first person now to do a horror comedy. It's already been done. The first instance of that being done, you can never undo that, you know. But it doesn't mean that that thing that did it first is automatically superior and automatically not allowed to be done anymore. You know what I mean? There's been plenty of horror comedies since the first horror comedy was ever done, you know. So there's certain stuff that is always going to be there, no matter what. And there's going to be stuff that is very similar to other things, because you can't get around it any more than you can get around doing a video game with people in it and actually having people be in it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just say that this alien is a person. You know, they're from outer space. They're from a different planet. You know, you can't pass them off as humans. You could if there was a story element where they could shapeshift, obviously, but I mean to say, there's certain elements that can never, ever be gotten away from being like something else. Right, they gave Desmond a gun in AC3, just make the guns weak and give them limited ammo. Not that hard. That is true, Raid, yeah. At a certain point in Assassin's Creed 3, Desmond can actually use a gun on enemies. Imita, at least you don't have work today. It's just 5:30 a.m., so there is still time to sleep. Oh, that's good, Imita. Hopefully you can get some more sleep to make up for that you didn't get as well. Hey there, Sona. Welcome. Wouldn't mind trying to get back into this series. Only played the first one. Oh, cool. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you think about the other ones, Sona. But that's awesome that you played Assassin's Creed 1. Because, like, all that originality talk makes you want to watch Spaceballs 2. Yeah, because, like, you know, there's nothing wrong with not liking something that is similar to something else. That's okay. But to expect that nothing will ever be the same as everything that's come before in some way is unrealistic. Hey there, AC. It must have been the wind. How's things? Good morning, Oliver. Welcome, fellow insomniacs. How's it going, Oliver? Welcome. Okay, so now that I've had to restart the memory, this time I'm going to make sure not to get detected by the two enemies before the NPCs hiding on the train, to see if the NPCs hiding on the train have any dialogue based on the fact that they haven't noticed Evie yet. Because I think Evie getting detected interrupted that. Oliver, thank you, dude, for the 3-stream streak. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that a lot. That is awesome. Is like Insomniac games? Maybe.
I'm on my way, Sir David.
Hey, Mita, you feel like sleeping now, so if you don't say anything, it means you've fallen asleep. There's absolutely no worries at all in Mita. I hope that you get some good rest.
Sir David
Hello,
was working with
boys.
Miss Thorne. He's an inventor. He made that tube, the one you stick in your eye.
I know what he's doing with those patients. The eye ain't the half of it.
Now see...
Intruder! She's right there!
Oliver, you went to sleep at 9 p.m. because you were bloody knackered. Woke up at 4 a.m. and couldn't fall asleep anymore. Damn, Oliver. Yeah, that can definitely be annoying too. Because like Samuel L. Jackson wants you to sleep. And didn't he narrate some kind of like book based on that? Would like to definitely recommend people check out Amita's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Halo, the Master Chief Collection. He also does platinums for games as well with trophies, and doing completionist runs as well. That's all good for the shout out, Amita. No worries, dude. Hope you have a good sleep. Oliver now making meals for today and breakfast. Very nice, dude. That's good. What is on the menu today?
Please, miss. Don't turn us in. They'll send us to the lab.
We'll be on our way soon as the train slows, miss.
Quiet.
Hush, child, or else I'll give you a right good idea.
David and Miss Thorne getting on?
She's turned up like a bad penny, ain't she? I'll put 5 bob on things not being to her liking.
Ain't looking none too good for old Sir David, then.
I've made a new...
There's someone playing tricks on me.
Now that's some balance.
Smells like Jacob's cooking.
Because, like, actually the author was Adam Mansbach. He also wrote page turners such as "Seriously, just go to sleep. You have to fucking eat," and "Seriously, you have to eat." Oh, that's interesting. And then, fuck, now there are 2 of you. And of course, a field guide to the Jewish people with Alan Zweibel and Dave Barry. Oliver, same old, making pasta with chicken for lunch and scrambled eggs for breakfast. Some tea for your sore throat. You yelled too much from the pain at the gym yesterday. Oh no, Oliver. Sorry to hear you got a sore throat. Definitely sounds like a good meal plan, though. Like, I love pasta and chicken. Like, that just sounds really good. I hope that the tea works well for your sore throat. It's like, oh, an unpublished bestseller that goes by "Stay the fuck at home." I like the naming convention for the titles that he comes up with. No dialogue from the train conductor. Driver.
That should keep you busy while I head into your lab.
Follow me down the tracks.
You stay here and keep a lookout.
All right. I'll shout if I get any bother.
First for a bird's eye view. Can't be too careful.
How will it come apart?
Not your concern. Bring back the cargo.
Oliver, very creative and straight to the point titles. That is true. They get to the heart of the matter. Hey Firefox, is that your wife, Evie Fry? No. Yeah. She becomes Henry Green's wife. She only has eyes for Henry. Plus, she's a fictional character as well. How's things going, Firefox? So the train conductor didn't get paid enough for dialogue. Yes, Sona, that's the thing. The train conductor didn't get enough paid for that. It was like, I don't care if there's some weird person in a hood that just appears.
Something's out there.
What the hell was that?
Neither I nor hear of her.
Huh? Something's up.
Yeah, Firefox, something's out there. Sona, thank you very much for the 60 stream watch streak. Thank you very much for that. That's awesome. Appreciate it a lot. Since there's some NPCs in this area, I also want to try and get some dialogue from them if there's any speeches and stuff. So that means that in a small way, I do have to add a little bit of a stealth challenge where I can't get Evie detected by an enemy. I can't even get Evie detected by the NPC themselves if I'm trying to get their general dialogue that they might be talking when Evie is near. If they see Evie, especially wearing the hood, it'll break them from their general dialogue cycle and put them into awareness of the main character's stealth status mode, which does lead to some funny like dialogues and stuff, but to try and cover that and all the other different contexts would just take too long. Yeah, Oliver. Yeah, 60 streams in a row. Oliver, your streaks always get broken because of work, but not today. That is totally understandable if that happens, Oliver, for sure. It's understandable that not everyone's going to be able to make it to a stream day, especially for someone like me who streams daily, you know. Like if I was just streaming, you know, 1 or 2 days a week, then it would probably make it easier for people to get stream streaks. But it's all appreciated though, whether it's a 1 stream streak or not, or you know, more.
I need 2 more weeks with the device.
Your questionable practices are beginning to draw unwanted attention. You have been given more than enough time to achieve results, Sir David.
I was unaware that you expected me to perform like a cocker spaniel.
Permit me to remind you of your obligation to the Order.
Miss Thorne, you ride me like a racehorse.
Sir David, I will return tomorrow. If you have not unlocked the device's secrets, forget your dogs and horses. I will leave you to the wolves. Good day.
I was merely promised a tour of the premises, my lords.
Who sent you?
It's one of Green's spies.
Get that man to interrogation. Then I want him brought to the lab.
What a pity. But no deviations from the mission.
Thank you, Firefox, for redeeming an Arnie movie scene impression. So Lucy Thorne is played by Emerald O'Hanrahan. Peter Messerline plays David Brewster. And Gavin Fowler plays Robert Topping. In this playthrough as well, every time there's a character that I can find the voice actor for, I'll put a link to their IMDb into Twitch chat. Okay, Firefox, so I'll have a look for an Arnie movie scene to do. Alright, so I've got a movie scene. Aren't you going to break it up? No. 2 more days of this, then he'll quit. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! No! Don't start this! Oh no! Attention! This is your new class mascot. What happened to your dog? This is not a dog. This is a ferret. What's a ferret? That's a ferret. Oh. If he bites you, you get rabies and you die. No, that's not true. He never bites. Can I pet him? Sure, but one at a time, okay? That's from the movie Kindergarten Cop. Thanks for redeeming that one, Firefox. Oliver, come on, get to the chopper. That's all you have to do. You just have to get to the chopper. That's all. No deviations. Don't go left, don't go right, go straight ahead. That's where the chopper is. Oliver, one of the most glorious movies he has starred in. Gotta love that scene where they're all firing into the bushes and the jungle, unloading all the ammo they have, and then they go and have a look, and then, what's his name? I can't remember the character's name. Anyway, it gets assessed, and he's like, we hit nothing. But what a tactic, though. Just unleash all your ammo that you could use for later on, but just use it. Huh. Those enemies just respawned that we had dealt with before.
We don't get those supplies back from the train, Mr. Steric will cut our wages.
They'll bring 'em home. You watch.
See that woman there? You damn it! Found her! This!
What the hell?
What? Where the hell is she? There she is! Stop her!
We don't get those supplies back from the train, Mr. Steric will cut our wages.
They'll bring 'em home. You watch.
What the hell was that?
Who's that messing around?
What was that? Let's find out.
I hear Sir David as a man in Parliament.
Not Brewster, canard. It's Mr. Starrick's man. And there's likely more than one.
I was trying to see if I could trigger any dialogue between these two enemies based on thinking that maybe I had to get really close without being detected. But there wasn't. But I wanted to check anyway. When there's missions that have a timed section, obviously I can only dawdle to a certain point before failing the objective. And so I might not be able to get some dialogue from enemies if it's like an urgent situation. Oliver, ouch, that's gotta hurt. It definitely does, like all those who knows what was in those crates as well. Be really, really friggin' heavy. Because, like, I think even if you could, the trigger would break half the time because you had the detection warning triggered already. Well, I mean, if a whole area is fully alert, then I could understand, but if it's isolated to only the enemies that are in the vicinity that detect Evie or Jacob, I'm sure that wouldn't make all the dialogue for the entire rest of the level not happen.
Huh? Something's up. Sir David Brewster taking the largest haul for Starrick Industries?
Not likely. Been on one of Mr. Starrick's excursions.
Pleasure trips?
Bank robberies.
Tipping the scales in his favour. I love it.
That's the thing that is interesting. When you do playthroughs where you're trying to get dialogue, and by the very nature, when you have enemies, you're trying to go undetected, coming across dialogue like that, which actually gives some more sort of like info to the player, but also to Evie about Crawford Starrick, who is the head of the Templars. And it's interesting, that conversation, because Starrick, as the Templar Grand Master, and obviously because the Templars have a strong presence in London, therefore they basically run all the different industries that is in London, but also the wider, country. But the idea that Starrick is allowing robberies to be done in banks that are controlled by the Templars, like, it might seem like a pointless thing to do, but in some ways, what that does is it helps cultivate a sense that there's some other entity at work that's separate from Starrick, And the whole thing with the Templars in general is that they like to create misinformation. It is actually beneficial for them to have people think that something is actually true when it's not, Whereas the assassins, they want to get at the truth of something. And even when they find the truth, they want to make sure that it actually is the truth. And so the mindset that they need to have for that, to have the detachment necessary to actually analyze whether something is true or not, the nothing is true maxim is basically a frame of mind. It doesn't mean that there's nothing that can be true. It's just that not everything should be taken at face value. And the Templars, they rely on people taking things at face value, because that's how they operate and that's how they maintain control. And so if you have a public that is afraid of bank robberies, what you do is, as the Templars, you set up the bank robberies in the first place to happen. And you can also set things up so that someone else can take the fall for it if necessary, and all that kind of stuff. So that dialogue there about them basically pulling off bank heists and robberies at the behest of Starrick, even though Starrick most likely, owns and has a large stake in the, doesn't own the bank, but has a large stake in it, and all that kind of stuff.
Nearly there.
What the hell was that? Where'd she get to?
I like how he automatically knows whether it's a she or not. You gotta love that stuff in games. When the character you're playing hasn't even been detected by the enemy yet. And when you do something to distract, they instantly know the gender of the character. It's like they must be psychic. Huh, Eagle Vision failed me. Anyway. Okay, so where was this? Alright, so that was in this building. And it was where I heard that dialogue before. Alright, cool. In this game, you have to actually unlock upgrades to the Eagle Vision. Ah, fuck.
We don't get those supplies back from the train. Mr. Steric will cut our wages.
They'll bring them on. You watch.
Yeah, Oliver, I need to reload the checkpoint there because those are enemies I wanted to test for dialogue.
I'll put an end to that noise.
I wanted to go around the other way because I'm trying to also avoid triggering the rubber topping stuff yet.
Right. I know that's not me ears playing tricks.
Oliver, it's more like the dialogue is challenging you. Exactly, Oliver.
I know a dead body when I see one.
And that's the thing too, like, it does add a little bit of challenge because it's like a puzzle you're trying to solve. It's a puzzle of where are the enemies positioned in the environment? What are things that can trigger something to happen that you don't want because it could interfere with something that you do want? And so when you have an enemy that spots you, there might have been some dialogue the enemy started to say, but it gets cut off because they detect you. And so you then have to either leave the area and hope that when they go back to their normal state that the dialogue resumes. But you just don't know that with every single instance of dialogue in a game, whether it's programmed to do that or not.
Does Sir David Brewster taking the largest haul for Starrick Industries?
Not likely. Been on one of Mr. Starrick's excursions.
Leisure trips?
Bank robberies.
Tipping the scales in his favour. I love it.
Something's up. She's not allowed in it!
For a second, the knife was hovering in the air. There's also a part in this mission where there's a fight. There's a fight going on. So that also has its own dialogue. I've been thinking about what content I want to do for this particular phase, and there's no point in incorporating the Jack the Ripper DLC into this playthrough because we only get a little bit of Jacob's perspective, and we can't play as Jacob for the whole DLC. We only play as Evie, so I'm not going to include that. I'm not going to include the World War I sequence because even though it's a main character in that DLC, which is Lydia Fry, she's not one of the twins. So I won't do that. I'll do the Last Maharaja DLC. I'll do that content. I'll do the Queen Victoria missions that get unlocked when you finish the main story. I'll do those as part of this playthrough. I'm not going to do the Dreadful Crimes as part of this whole sort of like playthrough, even though you can play as Jacob or Evie. I might leave that for a different phase as well. Just trying to think what else. Yeah, so that's the content that I'll not do. for this playthrough. Oliver, you call that a knife? I'll show you a knife. Now this is a knife. It's so funny, Oliver, because Paul Hogan, who played Crocodile Dundee, he actually had a comedy show here in Australia. And he was also part of an advertising campaign to get people to visit Australia back in the 70s. And one of the jobs that he actually had was painting the Sydney Harbour Bridge. And so he went on, of course, to do Crocodile Dundee, and then you get that classic scene in that with the knife. Sometimes I reference that when there's a knife in a game that we come across. In Rise of the Tomb Raider, for example, you get the big giant knife that you can use. I like to say it there. Shadow, dang, and here you were waiting for me to do the Jack the Ripper DLC. Yeah, I will be doing it as part of the celebrations for this game's 10th anniversary, but in different phases. The other thing I'm doing in this playthrough is all the memories that you can do as either Jacob or Evie, I'm going to do them as both. So the way I'll do it is I'll do one pass through as one character, and then once I've finished that mission, I'll replay it, but as the other character. Shadow, what phases? Well, I will do a music-only phase. So that'll be one that I do that for. And potentially any others as well. But I don't have solid plans for what the other phases will entail though. But I've got until... where am I? Assassin's Creed Syndicate? I've got until the 22nd of October next year to finish all the phases that I want to do. The deadline I give myself is based on the day before the game in question celebrates the next year's anniversary. So when this game celebrates its 11th anniversary, I'll need to have finished any 15th anniversary playthroughs I want to do before the date, before the 23rd. The actual release date of Assassin's Creed Syndicate was October 23 in 2015. So I give myself the January at the start of the year in which the anniversary happens, up until the day before it ticks over to its next year's anniversary. That way it takes a bit of pressure off having to cram in all these different playthroughs, because some might take more time than others. And so it allows me to basically not have to strictly adhere to a get it done between January and December of the year in which an anniversary takes place. Then it allows me to orchestrate better what games I do playthroughs of and when, and what playthroughs I do of them, and all that kind of stuff. So it's very freeing, because it then means too that if I start a playthrough in December of the year in which the anniversary happens, then I can just keep on doing the playthrough as the next year ticks over, as long as I get it done before the day of release. That makes it its next anniversary. Shadow, so this means that by 2027 you'll be doing a 10th anniversary playthrough of AC Origins. That is the plan. I still don't know if I'll still be streaming on Twitch in that year or not. Every year I sort of reevaluate my goals and stuff for what I want to do for my Twitch streams and stuff. But yeah, if I'm still streaming from Twitch, I'll definitely do anniversary playthroughs. And even if I'm not, I still want to do some kind of way to celebrate anniversaries like that. Gizlek, AC Shadows 15th anniversary LAN party. Damn, 15 years on from this year. Or was it last year it came out? I forget now. It was this year, wasn't it? In like March or something?
You always look like a plucked chicken.
Put your hands up and fight like a man.
Shut your gob and just put him up.
What coin's on him?
I'll get you, you fucking bastard.
You'll leave empty-handed. I'm gonna redo your portrait, pal.
Oh, malfunction.
Come on then. Let's see if you can take a good bashing.
All right, give me some room.
Yes!
You can do it!
Go on, hit him! I'll give 3 to 1. The little bloke hits the ground first.
Did you see that? We lost.
Sit! Go on, floor him!
Thump in the belly, then a right hook.
Place your wagers, people!
2 to 1 for the big boy.
Odds on the little geezer beating the living daylights out of the big
All right, just give me some room.
This is the best match I've ever seen! You see that? You nearly had him!
What are you doing? What's he doing out there? I'm about to be...
This is the best match I've ever seen!
Don't you do this to
Never
me!
heard of kindly
My savings are as good as gone!
Come on, get out. Give me your best shot.
She wagered all her savings!
Oh, is he? He's getting up again. Bleeding hell, lads, this may not be as dire as I thought.
Yes!
You can do it!
Go, go, go!
Did you see that? We lost.
Sit!
You
Yes!
can do it!
Go, go, go!
Did you see that? We lost.
Sit!
Come on, get out. Give me your best shot.
See that? You nearly had him!
What are you doing? What's he doing out there? I'm about to be...
This is the best match I've ever seen! You see that? You nearly had him!
What are you doing? What's he doing out there? I'm about to be...
This is the best match I've ever seen! You see that? Come on, get out! You nearly had him!
What are you doing? What's he doing out there?
Alright, so that's some of the dialogue from the fight that's going on. Gizlek, yeah, a month ahead of Claire Obscure, a month after Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, and Monster Hunter Wilds. Incidentally, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as well. Also the month of Tomb Raider 4-6 remastered, and Rift of the Necro Dancer, Civ 7. Marvel Spider-Man 2 came out this year. Wuthering Waves, Freedom Wars remastered, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Guilty Gear Strive, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, and most recently Ninja Gaiden 4. Most of these are just January. Yeah, Gizlek. Yeah. It's interesting with all those kinds of games too, because in terms of like the games I do anniversaries for, it's only games that I actually have played and that I actually do like as well. And it's not just doing an anniversary playthrough of a game just for the sake of it celebrating its anniversary as well. So there's definitely going to be a lot of games that I just avoid doing anniversary runs for because I've either played them before and I don't like them, or I haven't played them before but I'm not really interested in them. That's why I didn't do a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Rogue to celebrate its 10th anniversary. Because I don't like that game. So what I did instead was I had Arno wear Shay's outfit and then just kept on having Arno die all the time on purpose, over and over again for a little bit until I was satisfied, and then I got him out of the outfit. That was my small way of celebrating or acknowledging anniversary of Rogue. But also, there might be some games that I do want to play, but I just haven't got around to them yet. So when they celebrate an anniversary, I won't be doing an anniversary for it. A game that I've only played once, but the impact of it was so great that I really do want to try and do an anniversary playthrough of it, is The Witcher 3. Oliver, Rod doesn't do Rogue, but he might just go raging. That is true. Playing through that game when it came out once was enough. Okay, so this is pointing to there, where topping is. Just wanted to make sure that this is not being overridden. Good. Okay, so that's the same location that I need to get to. Oliver, Witcher 3, you mean the Gwent simulator? That is true. Gwent is the actual main game. Witcher 3 is just the DLC. Oliver, I. That reminds me, in Secret of Monkey Island, in the Scum Bar, there's a pirate that you talk to, and there's only one dialogue choice that will stop him from just saying I all the time. And that's when you ask him about a game called Loom. And then he goes into a spiel about Loom, because it was also a LucasArts game that was either already out when Secret of Monkey Island first came out, or it was going to be. I'm curious about whether or not I'll trigger any dialogue from Evie based on the fact that we haven't gone to see Robert Topping yet.
What's Sir David up to in there?
Don't know and don't care to ask. 'Cause at night, the grates glow with an unearthly light, as if the dead are climbing up out of hell itself.
Oh, Argent the poet. What else?
Ain't nothing else, and you should keep to your work.
Really?
Mind your own business and get back to work.
Gizleko, yeah, with any luck at all, Prince of Persia early next year. Yeah. The long gestating Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake. The one they announced in 2019 or 2020 to come out in, 2022. And then it got delayed. And then they switched studios and then reset development. And then lost Yuri Lowenthal as the prince, who had already come back to do the remake before it got reset. So I don't know who they're going to get now to play the prince, or who they've gotten. Hey now, bro, welcome. Bringing in the wind with you? I mean, it must have been the wind. How's things? Because, maybe you should give Splinter Cell Death Watch a chance. They got the age group for Fisher's voice actor right this time. Yeah, that was the thing. The casting of Liev Schreiber as Sam Fisher. I wouldn't say I've seen all his stuff, and I know a lot about his roles and all that, but I've seen him in some stuff, and I think he's a good choice for Sam Fisher. I've heard that the first season is good, but I think it's best to wait until another season's already out, because they might start making changes in the second season that ruin what they set up in the first. Potentially. You just never know these days with stuff. No, bro, for sure wasn't you. It wasn't. Must have been the wind.
You think Edgar nips downstairs for a taste? Would he tell us?
Not on his life. If I had that key, I would keep my mouth shut tight. I didn't get into this to run around London anyway.
Oh, for fuck's sake, game. Can't have a character diagonally get off of something? Fuck you.
Oh shit!
Great, now it's reset dialogue and shit. What I wanted was Evie to diagonally step off the thing that she was on, but apparently you can't do that in this game. A simple thing. Alright, so don't have to listen to this dialogue over again, so...
We don't get those supplies back from the train.
But I do want to see what dialogue the enemies underneath the thing had. There's always something that should be simple, but they didn't think of it as something the player would want to do. But it speaks to the problem with this game where characters will get stuck on the corner of shit and get stuck on the lip of things when there should be a very, very easy way to have the character step off of something smoothly. But yeah, I was hoping to get closer to the enemies that were all bunched together.
Let's go.
Of course, one of them would... Not that I'm actually worried about getting optional objectives, but... Because, like, hey, you never know how these things go. Somehow Disney did the right thing and didn't try to write and direct Andor Season 2, so miracles aren't off the table. Yeah, that's the thing with anything, really, you know. It all depends on who's in charge of it and what they want to do. Now, bro, just trying to get to the super hard Tomb Raider run, taking it deliberately slow. Just got past the most annoying part with the scary red lady, so hopefully won't have too many issues till the final boss. Hopefully not, nah, bro. I really hope that you're able to get through the rest of that game smoothly on the most hardest difficulty. Oliver, you can sense Rod Rage incoming. This is what you're here for. Yeah, you never know. Because there might be some moments in this playthrough where I'm really trying to get dialogue and it's a long section with multiple different parts and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's always annoying when simple things can't be done. Because like, that reminds you, Andor Season 2 was also this year. What's it with 2025 being so dense with content? I don't know. I mean, if you look at every year, you could probably say the same. Like, if you look at all the different mediums of, entertainment that exist. I don't know if you were watching my streams, Oliver, when I did a playthrough with this game where I had multiple different things I wasn't allowed to do. One of them was not being able to use the rope launcher. So I get to the mission in Memory Sequence 6 where Jacob has to infiltrate the bank. And what do I do when there's enemies coming after Jacob? I accidentally instinctually press the button that uses the rope launcher. And for that playthrough, the punishment was restart the game all the way from the start again. Which wouldn't have been that bad, except for the fact that because Memory Sequence 8 has to be unlocked by liberating 3 boroughs of London, it meant that the time it took initially to do the 3 boroughs of London, which was hours, had to be done again. But on the second attempt, I got through the whole game without using the rope launcher. It wasn't just that, though. There was all these other rules. So I was able to get through without breaking the other rules I had set up, except for the rope launcher, and did that once. So that was really friggin' bloody annoying. Because, like, you don't know. You mean 2024 was a lot, but this year has been really a lot. I guess, too, it also depends on interests as well. But not necessarily. You can still know of something without being a fan of it or having, seen it or watched it or played it or read it. Yeah, Oliver. It's just like, fucking hell. It was an accident, so don't count. Unfortunately, I didn't treat it as one. And, I mean, if there's a glitch, then yeah. If I'm doing a challenge playthrough and a glitch happens, that is the game, in my mind, cheating or messing up beyond my control, which then means I shouldn't be punished for that happening. But it was an accident, so I had to accept it. Because, which is funny, considering supposedly this year the economy was in the gutter. Yeah, I mean, there's so many moving parts to life. To expect every single facet of life to be 100% good or not is unrealistic. Oliver, your finger had a glitch. It really did. So much so that what I did was, on the second attempt, I completely made sure that my finger was as far away from the rope launcher button as possible. Because sometimes you just get relaxed with how you hold the controller, and you might accidentally press the button. It's like when you have a mouse, and you just hover over something. You might accidentally slightly move the mouse a little bit. So it's one of those things. And the other thing about challenges is that some people might not realize is, it's not always what you have set up as the challenge that you need to be mindful of. You also have to be going against your natural instincts. So let's say there's a game you've played over and over again, but you've only played it one way ever. Well, if you're going to play it a different way, you're going to have to fight your instinct to go and do it the way that you normally always do it. Now think about that. And if you do accidentally do it, then you have to restart your entire game from scratch. You might get to the final level of a game that you've spent 6, 7, 10 hours to get to. And instinctually you might go to do something that you normally do, but it goes against your challenge rule. So you have to start the game all the way from the start. So you're also doing that too. Like I did a challenge with Assassin's Creed. I've done it with Assassin's Creed 3 and Liberation, where one of the requirements was I couldn't do any finishing moves in a fight that had the character knee an enemy into something or off of something. Also, if there was a chance to do a counter kill, I had to not press the button to do it. So that combined was tricky because my instincts were to just press the button to do it naturally, So that was tricky too. And you had to be, and it makes you become more aware of not only where you are putting the player, putting the character, but where the enemies actually are too, as well. So if you have an enemy too close to an object, then your character is going to automatically knock them against it by kicking them into it. So if you're doing a playthrough where you're not allowed to do that, you have to make sure that the enemy is far enough away from any particular trigger point. Oliver, oh no, you have to have more fun playing this game, how terrible. It can lead to fun, you know, trying a different route. Also putting your mind into a different focus on what you're doing in the game. For example, if you've got multiple paths to get into an area, you might settle on the path that is more comfortable for you to get through. You know the ins and outs of it. You know what to expect. You know what to do if things go awry. But let's say you decide to go a different route. You might find that it's actually better than the route you've always been using. You might actually find an item that you didn't know was there. You might actually come across dialogue that you didn't know was actually there. There could be any number of things that you come across. So if you are someone who likes to replay games and you like to find new things out, then it's beneficial to change how you play through a game so you can come across those things as well. That's why I like watching videos where people have discovered tricks. Like in Assassin's Creed 3, the mission where Connor is running across the battlefield. If you want to get the optional objective, you have to make sure that he doesn't get hit by the gunfire. So your natural instinct is, okay, I've got to maneuver through the battlefield and I've got to wait for the right time to then move ahead to the next cover point and make sure that I keep doing that. Well, someone discovered that all you have to do is stick as far to the left side of the battlefield as you possibly can all the way along it, and they'll never hit you. Even though gunfire is going off, they'll never hit you, you know? So if someone hadn't have just decided to try that at least, then that wouldn't have been a tactic that people would have found out about, you know? And so sometimes things like that come about only because someone decided, hey, what if I try this? Someone might go, that's not going to work, but it might. That's the thing about thinking outside the box. Even if you think something might not work, still explore and still test stuff, because you might actually find that it didn't work, you know. But you might also find that there's a different route that becomes available that might actually be more beneficial. Dr. Darling, did you restart the playthrough? I didn't, no. Yeah, the first stream was completely Jacob's first memory, covering all the dialogue and all that kind of stuff. And so this stream has just basically been Evie's memory so far. Oliver, have to do the Floor is Lava challenge in The Witcher 3 so you never have to stop playing it. Now those challenges can be tricky too. That's when you really start to find out the ins and outs of the programming related to character movement. That's when you start to find out what actually is possible, and also you start to find out where there's limitations and there's been errors and mistakes. Like for example, doing Floor is Lava with this game, there were a lot of moments where I just simply wanted the character to jump from one thing that they were standing on that was level with another thing in front of them. That was a short distance. So you would think that they would just leap across. No. They stepped down or they leaped downwards. You know, so things like that. That's when you start to find out the nitty-gritty of the programming and all that kind of stuff. Is Lego God, do you or do you not do an Assassin's Christmas run this year? I reckon you do, Gizlek. Yeah, it'd be interesting to do that. But a twist you could do, Gizlek, is start the stream with that cutscene ready to go. And every time the line gets said, reload the checkpoint. And just do an entire stream for, I don't know, about 10 minutes or so. And that's all that it is. Just that dialogue going over and over and over again. Okay, so that group of enemies is what I wanted to test the dialogue for before.
Does Sir David Brewster taking the largest haul for Starrick Industries?
Not likely. Been on one of Mr. Starrick's excursions.
Pleasure trips?
Bank robberies.
Tipping the scales in his favour. I love it.
What was that? Let's find out.
Okay, so that's the dialogue that they have. Alright. Yeah. Okay, so that's what I wanted to test. Alright. Yep, so there's no dialogue. That's different from that one. But just in case there is based on proximity from a different direction, I'll cover that. Because like you saw the AC Shadows advent calendar and you thought it was a cute event, but you also thought it'll ruin the game for you in the future. So not you. The advent calendar, that's not related. Is that the Attack on Titan thing?
Nearly there.
Sir David as a man in Parliament.
Not Brewster, canard. It's Mr. Starrick's man. And there's likely more than one.
Right. I know that's not me ears playing tricks.
Gizlek, no, that's its own thing. There's a Christmas tree and lootable chest under it every day, but if you miss a day, you miss a day's loot. Oh, of course, I got you now. Yeah. Because, yeah, I thought it might have been something within that Attack on Titan DLC. Which looked like it got put together in a week, if that. Then you get that scene of Yasuke yelling no, but it doesn't actually match the animation for what the character's face and voice and mouth is actually doing. This isn't what he's doing, but imagine if someone yawned, but the sound that came out of their mouth was actually dialogue that was uninterrupted by anything or filtered to make it sound like they were yawning while saying it. It's kind of that effect. It's like clearly the character model is supposed to be mouthing a different kind of vocalization, but the one that they apply to it with the audio doesn't match. Gizlek, you just realised what would be a good Christmas game for somebody with PS1, 2, 3, portable or Vita? Parasite Eve? Oh, is that getting a remaster or something? Because I've never played those games. Alright, so it would seem that those enemies that are lined up, bunched together, don't have any other dialogue except for one that we've already heard. Okay, so which enemies were affected by that? As in, heard it?
Someone get her from behind! Get life out of here!
Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg, the Batmobile lost a wheel, and the Joker got away. Thank you, Afro, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Thank you very much. How's things? Gizlekna, Square Enix is sitting on the game rights, you think, while Kadokawa owns the IP as it's originally a novel, Hideaki Senna being the author. Although you think the game rights part is a bit more complex. Kind of like Marvel is technically split between three companies, Disney, Fox, and Sony. Although you think it's Disney and Sony now. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't really know too much about Parasite Eve. I've seen very little gameplay of it as well. But I don't know if it was Parasite Eve 1 or 2 that I've seen stuff from though. Okay, so we have some more character entries to read that I actually forgot about. So we had David Brewster, date of birth 11th of December 1781. Born the third of 6 children, the tastiest bit of a large family sandwich to God-fearing Scottish Presbyterians who make really bland sandwiches, David Brewster was destined to orbit greatness like the space station orbits the Earth, or Europe orbits Britain. At the age of 12, he was sent to the University of Edinburgh to join the clergy, which is exactly what we do with 12-year-olds today, post them to Scotland so they'll stop annoying us. But his congregation would have to wait. Brewster became fascinated by optics and was persuaded to continue studying the diffraction of light, touching on such exciting topics as reflection and refraction. And are you still awake? Brewster quickly moved on to the laws of metallic absorption. Oh, you're nodding off. Well, long story short, he invented the kaleidoscope. That's fun, isn't it? Unfortunately, he didn't patent it quickly enough, and although it sold like gangbusters, he made very little money. After he partnered with like-minded clergymen to start a scientific magazine, the Edinburgh Journal of Science, and was knighted by the Queen, he came out as a very vocal opponent of evolutionary theory, which just goes to show you that the clergyman who invented the kaleidoscope can't always get it right. Like an old man still paying for dial-up internet access even though he's connected to a cable modem, so David seems to have been built for a different era, that of Galileo, although maybe not even. After all, he did invent a telescope that looks precisely nowhere. Gizlek, Parasite Eve is ironically the Witcher situation. In what way? Have to elaborate a bit more. We already read about Rupert Ferris. Okay, I'm surprised that an entry for Lucy Thorne didn't appear yet, but when it does, we'll actually read it. And I've already read these character entries. Gizlek, the author hates the games. Ah, I got you now, Gizlek, yeah. I mean, that's fair enough too, as well. That's okay, Oliver. I really hope that work goes well. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it, dude. Definitely see you next time, Oliver. Enjoy your day. Hope it all goes well. Why is it still telling me there's a new people entry? Now it doesn't. Okay, good. He's like, oh wait, isn't the Division set during Xmas? Is an excuse, she guess. Potentially, yeah. You know. Do you have access to the Die Hard trilogy games, Gizlek? Because Die Hard 1 and 2 take place during Christmas. I think Die Hard 2 does as well. I don't know about 2, but I know Die Hard 1 does. You can play that as well. Unfortunately not. Yeah, it's so funny, that game, because I remember playing it, and then they actually did a sequel, Die Hard Trilogy 2. But you watch the first movie every Christmas. That's a good way to celebrate it. Okay, so there is an entry for Lucy Thorne, but they've put it under target bio, even though we don't actually get to assassinate Lucy Thorne until later. Lucy Thorne. Date of birth, 8th of August, 1837. Lucy Thorne was born middle class in London. Her father was a successful but stuffy tea merchant. Her mother was well educated and the daughter of a minor noble house. She liked the good things in life and grew up among relative luxury. However, increasing family debt would become a problem in her adulthood. Lucy was clever and quick as a child. Her mother educated her in all of the qualities that should have ensured her a successful marriage. But Lucy decided instead to immerse herself in books. She branched out into the study of obscure religious knowledge, into magic and occult philosophy. All really useful stuff in a marriage. In Lucy's teens, her father struggled to run his business and pay for his family's needs. Lucy's home life went downhill quickly as less money came in and more went to pay debts. She was encouraged to find a husband who could provide for her. Instead, she took on the work as a shop girl in her father's business, gradually taking on more of the management. In her spare time, she grew more and more taken with occult philosophy and supposed magical objects such as the Shroud of Turin. She collected rare manuscripts, overspending on auctions of rare papers. When she outbid Crawford Starrick at an auction, he tracked her down and attempted to buy the papers. Lucy wouldn't sell, but her enthusiasm for the topic appealed to Starrick, and he quickly introduced her to the Templar Order, where she became his second-in-command. So her parents needn't have worried. It all worked out wonderfully. Gizlek, but she is a target. That is true, Gizlek. Alright, so now I've caught up with reading character entries that I missed.
Speak up.
Where is Brewster's laboratory? All reconnaissance pointed straight here.
Let me beat it out of him.
Well, I ask you, my lord, can't a gentleman wander the tracks?
How did you break into the laboratory? The entrance is hidden.
A secret laboratory? Well, well. Perhaps I can aid this interrogation.
What do you wish me to elaborate upon, my lord? I am all ears.
I will take them too if you do not answer me. Who sent you?
Well, I did, my lord. I came on my own 2 feet.
Let me put his fingers through the mangle. Not yet. Was it green?
Neither green nor black. Nor brown.
Henry Green!
Oh, Henry Green. Who's he?
Your very soul hangs in the balance.
That's what my mother said this very week when I went to the fight. But she always turns a blind eye when I come home with the earnings. You can bet your last shilling.
Confess! Or my sharp friend here will have his way. You shall return home empty-handed. Now we're talking. Give him a taster!
No.
That's the stuff. What was that? Let's find out.
Hey there, love. Welcome. Hope things are going well. Hope you enjoy.
She's not allowed in here!
Ah, thank you kindly. I was in ever such a squeaky fix when, what do you know? You rescue me.
Where's the hidden laboratory?
Untie me, and then we can parley, my lady.
I'm pressed for time. Tell me now.
It's underground. Requires a key. One of the guards nicked mine, cheeky sod.
Thank you.
Now? Untie me?
You got yourself in. I trust you can get yourself out again.
Not to worry, my lady. Can still recall a couple of tricks from me carnival days.
Charming.
It's annoying in games where enemies that you kill before a cutscene automatically despawn after the cutscene's finished, especially in games where you can actually loot the enemy bodies to get things. Love. This game is very fun. You'd like to play through it fully. You think you'll dip out at the very end to avoid ending spoilers. That's definitely no worries. Love for sure. I do the same with games that I'm interested in and watch people play, but I don't want to see the ending. And after a while with games, you sort of start to get a sense about when a game is going to start to reveal really, heavy spoiler stuff. Because there's some things that I don't mind knowing, especially if I don't know how things got to that point versus what's going to be the result of that. So I might see up until the point where they get to a spoiler point where I haven't seen what led to it, but I don't want to know what led to it or what happens after, so I might tune out temporarily and stuff like that. You've been tuned in looking for weeks now. You love this channel. Thank you so very much. Love. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Thank you for all the lurking that you do. I do appreciate lurkers a lot as well. So yeah, it's really cool to have people who are also lurkers of the channel. Now we have an entry for Robert Topping. Date of birth 7th of July 1847. Robert Ignatius Topping was born in London on a sunny day in July 1847, which might account for his chipper outlook on life. The fifth child of 8, Topping often had to fight to be heard. With little attention to give to their middle child, the Toppings often left Robert to his own devices, to make his own fun. And though he was generally a content and charismatic child, Robert frequently found himself bored and alone, and regularly daydreamed that someday he might lead a more exciting existence. One day, though he could never have predicted it, that longing became a reality. On a family outing to the market, little Robert wandered away from his siblings and was quickly lost in a maze of back alleys. Tired, confused, and unable to find his way back, he finally fell asleep in an empty crate. Upon awakening, he discovered that his crate-cum-cradle had been relocated to the mobile stores of a traveling circus. An unlikely story, perhaps, but one Robert today insists is perfectly true. The young stowaway, or runaway, found the nomadic lifestyle of the circus performers thrilling and elected to remain with them for several years, escaping the family home to amass all the knowledge that acrobats, harlequins, and ringmasters had to offer. When eventually the crew disbanded, Robert returned to the city full-time, though the Toppings found the stories of his supposed hijinks thoroughly unbelievable. Ever resourceful, Robert later entered into the employment of his own uncle, whose illegitimate businesses promised another taste of a more exciting life. Today, the ambitious young Topping acts as a bookie for underground prize fighting and street racing rings, but has greater hopes for the future. Though he may occasionally fall in with the wrong crowd, he is nothing if not a survivor and can generally talk or trick his way out of any tense situation. Failing that, he can do some quick juggling.
you doing? Keep that key in your pocket, or else Miss Thorne will have your guts for garters.
Let's have a butcher's downstairs, then. I want to see that artifact.
Not if you value your life.
Hey, leave them rats alone. They've as much right to be here as you. Poor little rats.
Hey Arthuri, a letter for me? Do you open that letter? You never know what the letter might be about. How's things, Arthuri? Good morning to you too, dude. That dialogue with the rat, one of the people in the conversation, the subtitles for what they were saying were on the screen, but the audio of them saying it wasn't actually coming through. So I'll reload this checkpoint and then go back to where they are. This time I'll go around the other way.
Hey, someone get her!
She's gone and vanished.
Right, I know that's not me ears playing tricks.
Love. You got an old ThinkPad. You're going to Hag Max and turn into a beefy older machine. Putting Linux Debian on it, 2 terabyte SSD, 1 terabyte M.2, 16 gigabyte DDR4 RAM. Well, that's good to do something like that as well. Have a bit of a project that you can do also. And I've never used that operating system before. Hello, Not Fry. It's going well. Things are going good, thanks. Currently doing this mission with Evie still, covering all the NPC dialogue, enemy dialogue, having to not get detected to try and see if there's dialogue between groups of enemies without being detected to break it or prevent it from happening. But yeah, it's going well. We're getting closer to finishing this memory, so it'll probably take another, I think, 20 to 30 minutes. Actually, it might take another hour, because I still got the main target to deal with, and their dialogue and stuff. How's your day going, Not Fry? Theory, really good to wake up to this Saturday. Today is here Independence Day, 12/6. Oh, very nice, Theory, that's good. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, and I hope that you can enjoy the celebrations also. Is there any kind of like event that you're going to for it, or are you just going to celebrate it at home? Yeah, Not Fry, a lot of little different contextual things to keep an eye on as well that can break dialogue. And I don't know if this is one of those games where dialogue will still happen if enemies have already detected you, even if they go back to an unaware state. Your day's going okay? That's really good, not Fry. That's really good. Gives like Alien Invasion Day. Actually, that reminds me, I never saw the sequel that they did.
We've got better things to do. Get her out!
What was that? Let's find out.
Not Fry. This game was low-key really fun. You kind of want to play it again now. Oh yeah? I don't blame you though. That can definitely happen with games with me too. See it being played, and I'm like, I could play that again. It happened to me recently actually with watching Crocodiles play Assassin's Creed 3 again. Made me really want to play it again. And I think when I do play it again, I want to do something in-depth with it. Not 100% completion, but something more than just playing the game story in a standard way. But yeah, this game definitely can be fun. There's a lot of things about it that I like. I still think it's the best game that Quebec has done out of this and Odyssey and Shadows. A theory, you're only at home, but here is a TV channel shows all day this Independence Day celebration. Maybe early evening you watch a castle celebration, what is an annual tradition hosted by the president. That's still cool though, our theory, you know, to be able to celebrate the day by watching the celebrations that are done and watching the doing the annual tradition as well. Love used to have the world record for Assassin's Creed 1 on PC, glitchless and glitch runs. This was 2012. Your runs are on YouTube archives. Oh, that's really cool. Because Assassin's Creed 1, like, I imagine there's a lot of things that can go wrong that would ruin a run. Is like Madness of King Washington challenge run? Oh no. The challenge run, I always do that with that game now, Gizlek, is called the challenge of not ever playing it ever again. And it's a very easy challenge to do. Not right. That's a good challenge. It really is. Another challenge that's very easy for me to do is never play Assassin's Creed Rogue ever again. It's very, very simple. Gizlik, you didn't even hear me out. That's because you hadn't put any more comments yet after that until now. The challenge is to consent to playing it. Oh, is it?
There was an hiding over there.
Was that dialogue from the guy? I think that was. I was talking over it. Not right. You started Rogue, but you couldn't get into it really. That's something that I've had happen with games too. Sometimes it might have just been due to feeling like playing other kinds of games and then just never going back to try the previous one again.
Stop her!
David as a man in Parliament.
Not Brewster.
All right, we've already heard that dialogue before.
And there's likely more than one.
She shouldn't see that woman there. Don't just attack her. You'll be singing a different tune once I'm through.
Some woman sneaked in! Come on! Oh, good lord!
There we go. It's the guy trying to capture rats going, knock, knock, come out wherever you are. So that was the dialogue that I wanted to catch without talking over it. Not right. I think when you started Rogue, you were just coming fresh off of Black Flag, so you weren't really feeling the naval combat anymore at that moment. Yeah, not right. And that's the other thing too, because the quick turnaround in which they had to make Rogue and release it, not many people take this into consideration, but Rogue didn't have years of development up its sleeve before it came out. It literally started development the year it came out, so they pretty much rushed it. And one of the things that they did to help rush it was basically just take the game engine and all that from Black Flag and just take the same elements that they used for like the maps and all that kind of stuff and just repurposed it, changed the color scheme of the maps and all that kind of stuff. So they pretty much had everything already ready there to go at their fingertips, just basically using Black Flag. So that's why Rogue comes off as more like just a DLC for Black Flag in some ways as well. But yeah, it came out the same year they started working on it. A theory you play this AC one time about 60 hours, almost 100% completion. You can't remember what is off to the all 100% completion, but you like it in London. You like to New Shadows, you're playing that only 8 hours, so very early and starting to that. Well, that's good that you're enjoying Shadows, Theory. It's interesting when there's like a new entry in a long-running series that you've played other games in before, and seeing what the new one is going to be like. But that's really good that you put that much time into Assassin's Creed Syndicate. There's definitely a lot that you can do. One playthrough I did was getting all the perks unlocked, because I'd never actually done that before, and that did take a little bit of time. Ryu, hey there, dude. Thank you very much for the 47 months of subscribing in a row. Thank you very, very much for that, dude. I really appreciate it. Hello to you as well, Ryu. How's your day going, dude? Because like mechanically you liked Rogue more than Black Flag. That's definitely fair. Yeah, sometimes a game that will come out after can sort of like take some of the things that the previous game did and tweak them, and can actually end up making them, better mechanics and stuff. Excellent, Ryu. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, dude. That's awesome. Hope you had a good sleep. Already read the Robert Topping database entry.
What are you doing? Keep that key in your pocket, or else Miss Thorne will have your guts for garters.
Let's have a butcher's downstairs, then. I want to see that artifact.
Not if you value your life.
Hey, leave them rats alone. They've as much right to be here as you.
Mind your own post. I'll feed him to me cat.
Poor little rats.
There we go. That's the dialogue I wanted to get in full. Where I had Evie before, the only dialogue that was heard audio-wise from those two characters was the guy, but the woman who was actually capturing the rats, her subtitles came up on the screen, but there was none of her audio. So I wanted to go at a different angle to be closer to both of them so I could get both of their dialogue.
Downstairs into the passage, all quiet like. It ain't worth it.
You, remain vigilant. Hold the key close.
Yes, sir. What have they got down that lab? Just a little peek. I best not. I'll go downstairs into the passage, all quiet like. It ain't worth it.
You, remain vigilant. Hold the key close.
The guards will be vigilant. Okay, cool. So that's good that the dialogue... Of course he'd say that as I was saying something. Alright. Got to wait till he says it again without me talking over it.
What have they got down that lab? Just a little peek.
They spelt peak wrong as well. They spelt it P-E-A-K, which is still a word, but it's not the kind of peak that the character was saying. He wanted to have a peek, as in have a look, which is P-E-E-K.
I'll go downstairs into the passage all quiet like. It ain't worth it.
You, remain vigilant. Hold the key close.
Yes, sir. What a juggins.
There we go.
What have they got down that lab? Just a little peek. I best not.
The timing of that laugh. Killing the guy and then just hearing, ha 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 ha.
I'll go downstairs into the passage all quiet like. It ain't worth it.
There's someone playing tricks on me.
The game says steal, but you can actually just kill the enemy and then loot him.
Got it.
Alright, so we've already gone beyond this whole part earlier, and I caught some dialogue from the fight that's going on and the crowd watching it. I still want to just cover my bases, so at this point in the mission, I just want to make sure that I'm still listening out for dialogue, because there could be dialogue that I didn't actually hear that I could potentially talk over.
2-to-1 for the big boy.
Odds on the little geezer beating the living daylights out of the big boy.
Of course I do. For Christ's sake. Oh, here it is.
Well, that's good, bloody good.
The left. Yes. Left, right.
Yes, come on.
Oh, no.
That's it. That was a floor.
Come on, pull it together.
That's 5 shillings you cost me.
Come on, rally. Ah, no. What were we thinking, betting on this bunch of fives?
Come on. That's it. Oh.
Another wasted opportunity. Yeah. Oh, come on. Do I look blind? Of course I do. For Christ's sake. Oh, here it is.
Well, that's good, bloody good.
The left. Yes. Left, right.
Yes, come on.
Oh, no.
Raise your voices, lads, and make sure you get your money's worth.
That's 5 shillings you cost me.
Come on, rally.
Oh, is he? He's getting up again. Bleeding hell, lads, this may not be as dire as I thought.
Bladen L.
You visited Mr. Maxwell Roth's music hall yet?
No.
Count yourself lucky. My advice to you, if that man asked you to get in on the act, run.
I'm a loyal servant. You'll have no cause for anger.
Good luck guessing what that heathen...
I think I was talking over the start of that dialogue. There is a delay on my stream from when I actually start to talk too, as well. So that's also something that I got to try and take into consideration. Because I might stop saying what I'm saying at the moment the dialogue starts, but due to the delay in the stream, it might make it so that what I say finishes when it's already slightly into the conversation that the other character's starting.
Scared, ain't ya? Or do you always look like a plucked chicken? Put your hands up and fight like a man. Shut your gob and just... My calls on him. I'll give you some fucking bastard. And leave empty-handed.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Left, right.
Yes, come on.
Oh, no.
voices, lads, and make sure you get your money's
Did you
worth.
see that? We lost. You can do it!
Go!
Did you see that? We lost.
Go on, hit him.
I'll give 3-to-1 the little bloke hits the ground first.
What are you doing? What's he doing?
yourself lucky. My advice to you, if that man asked you to get in on the act, run.
I'm a loyal servant. He'll have no cause for anger.
Good luck guessing what that heathen wants.
This is the best match I've ever seen!
There we go. Finally got that dialogue between those two characters from start to finish. It's another example, and there's a lot in the Assassin's Creed series of this, but it's mentioning characters early on in the story or showing them early on in the story when the actual player, if they're playing for the first time, doesn't have any context yet. It's different with Starrick because by this point the cutscene has already played where Henry Green is narrating what he put into a letter talking about Crawford Starrick. But Maxwell Roth is a character that doesn't get mentioned in the story until after this point. So having dialogue where two characters are talking about him before we even meet him, if you've played the game before, you already know what Starrick is like. And so the guy who is warning the other about Starrick, you know that what he's saying is true, you know. So that dialogue talking about a character we haven't met yet, it starts to make the player, if they're playing for the first time, start to imagine what that character looks like, what they sound like. Will they actually be in the game? You know, are they just a character that is just mentioned for the sake of having characters with dialogue? But if you've played the game before, you know that he is actually a character, a target that you have to deal with in the game story.
You can do it!
Don't you do this to me!
Who's that messing around?
Americans are as good as gone!
She wasted all her savings!
Oh, is he?
He was like, everything is true, nothing is permitted. That definitely does a flip on things. Where nothing is true is to question things and not just believe straight away surface level explanations for things. To actually seek out stuff. If you were to say that everything is true, it means then that you're able to that you accept everything that you're told as being how it is, even if it isn't. And then everything is true, everything is permitted, is not permission to just go around and do what you want and expect there to be no consequences. But rather, if you do something, there's going to be a consequence for it. Whether it's a bad consequence or a good consequence. You can't do something without there being some effect after it's being done on some level as well. So if it was nothing is permitted, then that's basically saying that people who believe that everything is permitted will just do what they want. When nothing is permitted, it means that, you know, there's things that they can work outside the bounds of and that there won't be any repercussions for it. Like now you don't remember the original. Oh, the original saying. Everything is true, nothing is permitted. In Watch Dogs, I like to say that nothing is unhackable, everything is connected. Like, sweet one for Watch Dogs. Yeah, there is a line of dialogue by Aidan Pierce where he does say everything is connected, but he doesn't say nothing is unhackable, though. I wish I could have done more to celebrate that game's 10th anniversary. I think I only ended up doing 2 playthroughs for it. And one was a music tribute focused playthrough. How's things going, like? Welcome. Hey there, Code. Good morning to you as well. You think your knees are starting to hurt even from watching the streams. It's like all the streams you've been watching and it's put a lot of weight on you physically. It's like how even not doing anything physical can still make you tired. Nice teleportation glitch. Alrighty then, so there's no more dialogue in this portion of the game's map. There was some dialogue we already covered earlier in the location where the hidden entrance is, but at that point that wasn't the objective, so... But I still want to just listen, just in case there's dialogue that's different in addition to what we've already heard, based on the fact that we now have to locate the secret lab entrance. Like, great, enjoying the streams with pizza and soda. Oh, very nice, like, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that you're going well and that you're enjoying and eating pizza and having soda. That's really cool. Pizza's absolutely delicious. Not fry, you're starting to get to that age where every time you stand up, your bones crack. It's funny when you get to that feeling, or you get to that stage as well. It's kind of like where subtle things start to change in ways that you didn't have to worry about them before. Like something that, when it comes to Assassin's Creed Unity, in the present day section where you have the video by Abstergo, you know how it has a timeline of events, but the camera starts to move really fast along it. And it's like trying to still read that as it's going along is really hard because the blur effect that starts to happen actually gets in the way of reading what it says. Gizlek, Isu ability, alternatively Seder magic. This is Dark Seder. Sigurd, don't listen. Not Fry, you're not that old though, but not that young either. Getting in that in-between point, yeah. I know what that's like. So after 3 hours and 17 minutes, 18 minutes now, of this stream, we've been solely working on this memory. But we're soon at the end of it.
He's getting up again. Bleeding hell, lads, this may not be as dire as I thought.
You see that? You nearly had him!
What are you doing?
What? Go again.
What's he doing out there? I'm about to be...
This is the best match I've You see that?
Come on,
Oh,
get
get
out.
out of
What are you
here!
doing? What's he doing out there? I'm about to be...
This is the best match I've ever seen! You can do it!
Don't you do this to
Never
me!
heard of kindly
My savings
encouragement,
are as good
eh?
as gone!
What? Go again? Alright. She wagered all her savings!
Oh, is he? He's getting up again. Bleeding hell, lads, this may not be as dire as I thought.
There was actually some dialogue different embedded amongst the dialogue we had already heard in that part there. So it seems like some of it is also based not only on proximity to certain NPCs talking, but also which angle and which position the character is actually standing in that can actually affect that too as well. So you have the actual fighters who have their dialogue, then you have the ones who are closer to the fight who have their own dialogue, and then you got the two that are watching the fight from a distance that have their own dialogue as well. And depending on where you have the character is which one will become more prominent as well. It's like the Rod Legion experience. That is true. Yeah, doing playthroughs like this where it's a lot of meticulous stuff can definitely make something that would be done in a very quick time normally actually take longer and all that. And in some ways it's like playing a game of Minesweeper where if you step on quote-unquote a mine, then that could be what interrupts dialogue. So you've got to avoid that.
Did you see that? We lost.
Sick! Give us a kiss! Yes!
You can do it!
Go!
Did you see that? We lost.
Sit! What? Go again? Alright. Yes!
You can do it!
Go!
Did you see that? We lost.
Sit! Yes!
You can do it!
Go!
Give me some best shot.
Did you see that? We lost.
Sit! Give us a kiss!
You can do it! Don't you do this to
Ever
me!
heard of kindly
My savings
encouragement,
are as
mate?
good as gone!
She wagered all her savings!
Oh, is he?
What?
He's getting up
Go
again.
again?
Bleeding hell,
Alright.
lads, this may not be as dire as I thought. Did you see that? We lost.
Sit! Yes!
You can do it!
Go!
Did you see that? We lost.
Sit! Yes!
You can do it!
Go!
Did you see that? We lost.
Sit! You can do it!
Don't you do this
Ever
to
heard
me!
of kindly
My savings
encouragement,
are as
mate?
good as gone.
Come on, get out. Give me your best shot.
Is he? He's getting up again. Bleeding hell, lads, this may not be as dire as I thought.
Give us a kiss! You can do it!
Don't you do this
Ever
to me!
heard of kindly
My savings
encouragement,
are as
mate?
good as gone.
She wagered
This ain't good.
Fucking it up! Come on, hit me! Don't go easy on her! Bring it on! Take the ground, mates! Make sure she can't walk.
That's one way to break up a fight. Zereth, a letter for me? Depends on which letter it is. There's a few in the alphabet. How's things, Zereth? Zereth, one from Evie, a letter from Evie. Lara would say no. You just woke up? Did bodily function? Well, I hope you had a good rest, Zereth.
You think Edgar nips downstairs for a taste? Would he tell us?
Not on his life. If I had that key, I would keep my mouth shut tight.
Okay, we've already heard that dialogue before.
Something's out there.
What's Sir David up to in there?
Don't know and don't care to ask. 'Cause at night, the grates glow with an unearthly light, as if the dead are climbing up out of hell itself.
Oh, Ark the poet. What else?
Ain't nothing else, and you should keep to your work.
Really?
Mind your own business and get back to work.
There you are. The entrance to Bruce's lab.
Alright, so I want to test to see if there's any dialogue triggers based on going into the entry point that is underneath the enemies. They've only had 2 or 10 beers.
Landlord, more
Gotta love that dialogue of them snorting and everything and sniffling and hocking.
Landlord, more wine. Where's where? Landlord, more wine.
I'll put an end to that noise.
There's someone playing tricks on me.
Something's up.
Instead of looking through that window, he should have looked behind him. Also, he mustn't have seen the reflection of Evie. In Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, there's parts of the game where you can be detected if you go behind an enemy who's looking in the mirror, or if there's a mirror near them and they're looking in the direction. Alright, so we've gotten the dialogue from the NPCs and enemies as much as I could. As with a lot of things like this, there might be some stuff that was missed because different contexts... Well, I know there's things that at different contexts have been missed, but the goal isn't to get every single dialogue from every single context that can be possible with every single NPC. But in terms of like getting dialogue, speeches or conversations or commentary, I've been able to get a lot of it. It's funny, I've noticed that in areas that had more enemies than NPCs, after you've dealt with all the enemies, some more NPCs start to spawn into the location.
Back on track.
Alright, so we have the skill trees. The top row is what we've naturally unlocked without needing to use skill points towards it. So that is multi-finisher. When close to multiple enemies that are near death, press square to execute up to 4 enemies at a time to gain extra XP. Stun attack. Press X to break an enemy's defensive stance or to briefly stun them. Stunned enemies are taken out of the fight for a short while. Counter. Press circle to counter enemies' attacks in combat. Tool combo. Press triangle to use your tools, example revolver, throwing knives, in combat without breaking your combo. Useful for quickly bringing a single enemy to near death or attacking multiple enemies at once. Whistle. Press down on the D-pad to attract your target's attention and lure them to your position for a stealth assassination. Knockout. Hold circle to knock an unsuspecting or kidnapped enemy unconscious. Stealth navigation. Press X to enter/exit sneak mode. In sneak mode, your movement is faster, you are harder to detect, and you can stealthily move. Aim L2 and throw/shoot R2 over low cover and around corners. Air assassination. Press square to perform a high-profile assassination from above the target. Countershot. Press triangle to shoot an enemy that's about to shoot you, preempting their attack. Eagle Vision 1. Press L3 to activate Eagle Vision. In Eagle Vision, enemies are highlighted in the world and on the minimap. Look at enemies briefly to tag them. This displays their level and allows them to be seen through walls. Fast Driver. Press X to gain a significant short-term speed boost while driving characters. So the only current skill that we can put points into that's available is this. So if you're doing a playthrough where you're not allowed to use ability points, you're going to have to use an ability point either now as Evie or the next time you're playing. I think the next mission where it's a Jacob mission, you'll be asked to apply a skill point as well. But the only skill that we can actually apply points into at the moment is the double assassination. Press square to stealthily kill 2 nearby unaware targets at the same time. Now that we've unlocked that, all these other ones are actually available to unlock. I'm not going to read through the nature of this playthrough. I'll definitely end up being able to get all the abilities, so I won't read all the abilities as they pop up as potentially available. I'll wait till we go to unlock them from this point. Something I just want to say early on is that there are specific skills that are only for either Jacob or Evie. So anything that has this blue icon on it is a Jacob only skill, and of course the one that is only Evie are these ones here. Because the idea with this game was they wanted to have a distinction between what one character was good at by default versus the other. So they wanted it to be that at default, Evie is more suited for stealth and Jacob is more suited for combat. Having said that though, if you wanted to do a playthrough where you wanted to increase Jacob's stealth but not increase Evie's, then Jacob can definitely be a character to use for stealth situations. So there is a certain point where it doesn't actually matter which character you use, because either one can actually be very, very efficient in what the other is, by default given the advantage for as well. And the same with Evie. If you wanted to maximize Evie's combat but not increase Jacob's, you could do that too, and then Evie would be very formidable in combat. So there's not really that much of a distinction. In some ways, it was more of a marketing gimmick than an actual sort of definitive difference between the two as well. But in Shadows, it seems that they wanted to make the difference very, very stark between Naoe and Yasuke. So Yasuke is more focused on combat, less so on stealth. He can do stealth kills, but they're like brutal stealth kills, so he can get into close on an enemy and then initiate that, but then other enemies will hear and all that kind of stuff. Whereas in this game, you can get Jacob with high level stats of stealth so that he won't make as much noise when he's running near an enemy or moving near an enemy and all that kind of stuff. Not Fry, kind of the same thing they did for AC Shadows, except Yasuke is asked at stealth and parkour. Recently they did give Yasuke a stealth takedown. Oh, they did? That's cool. Because by the time I get to that game, when it's on PlayStation Plus, there'll be potentially a lot of updates that they haven't put yet that could potentially make it so that if I do a stealth challenge with it, then I can also incorporate Yasuke into that stealth challenge. Because my initial plan, because I don't care for the actual story related to the Assassins and the Templars and how they did it in Shadows, it means that I'm basically playing the game just because the gameplay of the stealth looks really cool and looks like you can do a lot, and it would be very, very good for a stealth challenge. So I'm going to be doing a stealth challenge with it when it comes out. But because I don't really like what they did with the Assassins and Templars part of the story, I'm just going to play the story by choosing the dumbest or silliest dialogue choices for both characters and having them both wear the most ridiculous outfits as well. It's like, what do you mean? You played Yasuke Stealth No Detection just fine. So what tactics did you use, Gizlek? Did you mainly just use the bow from a distance? Because initially, when I was thinking about doing a stealth challenge with that game, when it came to Yasuke, I was thinking of basically just hanging back with the bow and arrow and doing that. Okay, so I'm going to apply some more skill points to some other skills. So I'm going to put 1 into Scavenger 1. You find more common crafting resources from every source. Oh, and something else I forgot to mention. When you level up, it's not a system where, okay, so if you had 0 points as Evie and 1 point as Jacob, that when Jacob gets to his next level of XP, then you apply a skill point and increase his, level. It doesn't mean that Evie won't have any skill points applied to her to use. So they both get a skill point. Nofrai, I guess like corner, cover, and bushes, but sometimes just running up to enemies low on shadows, of course. Because I guess if all the enemies are dead, then there's no one to detect the fact that all the enemies were there in the first place and that you were there in the first place fighting them. Nofrai, yeah, it's definitely possible to stealth with him, but can be really annoying. Yeah, and I think that's good to have that distinction because with this game, that distinction wasn't necessarily too heavy in the game itself. So it was good that they have decided to make it heavier between Naoe and Yasuke in terms of one being more for stealth and one being more for combat. Gizlek, which to be fair, Shadows are bush reskins, and you stand by that. Shadows are bush reskins. I'll get Eagle Vision 2. Your Eagle Vision now allows you to see through walls to watch and tag enemies. That's going to come in real handy, especially because I'm trying to get all the dialogue I possibly can to be able to see ahead of time where enemies are positioned so I don't walk into an ambush while a dialogue is playing. And the other skill that I want to get is Loot Takedown. Automatically loot enemies when you assassinate them, knock them out, kidnap them, or perform multi-kills. And of course, if there's skills that I haven't unlocked yet as Jacob, I'm not going to read them both. Like, I'm not going to read the same one twice for each character. So we'll get the loot takedown as well. Nofrai, when it gives you the option to choose either character, you always go Naoe, unless you just want to rush in and obliterate everyone, you go Yasuke. Yeah, having that versatility is really good in a game because it allows you to mix and match your playstyle. And then if you're someone that only likes one playstyle over another, it's good that you can just funnel everything into that one playstyle. Because like, yeah, there's no sense of lighting, only shadow, okay, or no shadow. Okay, Gizlek, yeah. Yeah, because when you said shadows are bush reskins, I was trying to think, is that a reference to something? You meme killed a few bosses with Teppo, no problem. Well, I mean, whatever works, Like, the way I see it, even if something is a cheap shot tactic in a game to use against an enemy, why not use it? the game allows it, you know. Not for clearing castles is definitely a now thing. Unless you want a challenge, then you do it with Yasuke. Oh yeah. And see, that's the other thing too. Like, if you have two characters that are actually in the narrative in a way that you can play as both of them. An example of the difference I'm talking about is in this game, you can play as Jacob and you can play as Evie. They're not two characters that are in the same story but playing different roles to each other. Like in Odyssey, where you have the Eagle Bearer, and if you choose Cassandra, she's the Eagle Bearer. If you choose Alexios, he's the Eagle Bearer. Whoever you choose to play as, that then makes the other sibling Demos, you know. So you can't necessarily do a split challenge where you do, okay, for this character, I'm going to do this as the challenge for them. They have a separate set of rules, and then this other character has a different set of rules. So I like the fact that in this game and in Shadows, you can do that. You can be like, right, I want to do a challenge where Evie can only do these things, and Jacob can only do these things. Because like, you don't know why we spend an entire game carrying an eagle when we're supposed to assassin for a creed.
Ronnie, can't it wait till the morning?
No, it can't. So do as you're bloody told. And by the way, it's sir to you.
The blokes are knackered, sir. Someone's going to get hurt if you push too hard. Honest to God.
And someone's going to be out of work if you keep on whinging like your old codger.
I won't have you put your mates' lives at risk, you cheeky little fuckster. What's your game, you stupid little fuckster? You're supposed to be keeping fucking watch. That means keeping your fucking eyes open. Close them again while I'm watching. I promise you here and now you won't ever see the light of day again. I ought to turn you over and drag your face down through pissing horse muck. That's what I'll do if I catch you fucking around again while on guard duty. People get killed for incompetence.
Dude, Crooked really needs to get some sound bites for insult redeems from this game. I mean, he might already have from this game, but I don't know about this one in particular. But yeah, this guy is really going off at someone for either abandoning their post or not being good at their job. Because, like, it's funny you say that about the eagle, because I remember when I did a stealth challenge with Odyssey one time, I made it so that I could actually use Icaros to kill enemies. I mean, it takes a long-ass time, but it was still a tactic. If you have the patience for it. Not Fry. Odyssey's combat was fun, and the world was awesome, though. That is true, Not Fry. There's things about Odyssey in general that it does that I like. There's things about it that I do like with the story and character interactions and all that. But my main sort of criticism is just when it tries to connect itself to the Assassin's Creed series and the way that they reconfigure what the lore is supposed to be with certain things as well, making the lines blurred between certain things. When you break down a video game into different layers, you've got the player's layer, you know, and then you've got the layer which is the actual character's world that they're living in. And with the Assassin's Creed series, you've got the layer that the player has playing the game. Then you've got the present day layer and the character in present day who is experiencing memories of someone else. So you then have the layer of how does that work? How does the animus work? What is it actually doing? Then the next layer you have is the actual character that the memory is about and their world and how they see things and all that kind of stuff. And the thing that video games can do really well is a blending of those layers to the point where in the internal world of the game that the character lives in, there's certain things that are for our benefit as the player. An old example is in the early Tomb Raider games where when you do the Lara Croft Manor levels, Lara will actually tell you, the player, what button to press to do certain actions, right? So that's a blurring between the character's inner world and the world that they live in versus the player who is playing the game. They wanted the player to feel like Lara was talking to them. So even though she's saying, press this button to do this, it's still it's not a conversation, but it's still like a interaction that's happening, you know. And the point I'm driving at is sometimes what we are being shown or what we are being told as the player doesn't mean that that's how it is in the world of the character's story, you know. And the problem that can arise with Odyssey is blurring the line between what is something that actually can or can't be done in the world that Cassandra and Alexius and everyone lives in versus what is just for our benefit. And that's where the lines can be blurred as well. For the player benefit of having big boss fights with monsters, that's all well and good. But the internal world, the reasoning for that, to an extent, they do a good job of explaining that, because to an extent, when you actually defeat one of the bosses, whether it's the Minotaur or the Cyclops, what's there is actually a human body, and the piece of Eden that Cassandra or Alexius picks up was possessed by the person that is now dead. And the piece of Eden made everyone else who observed that person with the piece of Eden think they were seeing a Minotaur, think they were seeing a Cyclops. They actually weren't, because the pieces of Eden are able to create illusions, because by the very nature of the humans that were created, there's something in the human brain that when the person using the piece of Eden activates, it actually connects to that thing in their brain. Now, if someone uses a piece of Eden and their quote-unquote connection to it isn't strong enough, then the piece of Eden can overpower them, and who knows what things it might make other people think they're seeing, and what that person's seeing as well, you know. So to a point, Odyssey adheres to that to make it that it's not actually a literal Cyclops that you were fighting. It was just an illusion of a Cyclops. And what you were really fighting was the illusion. But because the connection gets severed between the piece of Eden and the human who was using it, they die as a result. And so therefore, those monsters didn't actually exist. Now, where they sort of break that down, where they ruin that, is when it comes to the other Cyclops that is in the game world. There's actually two other Cyclopses in the game world that you can defeat. You've got the one that you defeat as part of the mythological storyline, then you've got two other ones that are bounties. But then another point in Odyssey where they ruin how the piece of Eden is supposed to make people think they're seeing a minotaur and whatever, is they make it that the Isu were experimenting with genetics and creating monsters. Now, having said that, the very fact that they use DNA to create people and create animals, there is a little bit of a logical reason why they could do a thing where they were experimenting with people to make them into things that they weren't. But that's where another problem arises. Just because you're doing something that is fictional, it doesn't mean that anything goes and that there can't be any sort of reining in of stuff as well. And so with the Isu experimenting, the Olympus project and all that kind of stuff, the DLC Fate of Atlantis actually undermines what was established with the Pieces of Eden as well. So they were fine with the narrative of Odyssey in the main game, but with the DLC they started to slip up and all that kind of stuff. Another example of what I'm talking about, where you have the different layers of a game and how what you're seeing or being able to do in the game doesn't necessarily mean that character was doing it. Assassin's Creed Unity, there's a skill you can unlock where you can go invisible. You can go, you can make yourself look like anyone that you're in proximity to for a short amount of time, right? So the layer of being able to have the character turn into anyone to help with stealth infiltration is just for us as the player, right? Arno didn't have that ability. Arno doesn't have the ability to make himself look like anyone. So it's not an in-universe thing. It's a for the benefit of the player kind of thing as well. And so when you separate the layers like that and you look at them individually and you sort of analyze them, that's where, with certain video games, depending, there has to be more attention paid with that balance between those different layers as well. Nofry, you agree? Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I replay Odyssey, but I don't replay Assassin's Creed Rogue. Because with Assassin's Creed Rogue, I hate that Adewale gets killed, especially by a Templar. You know, he was a character that I really wanted a full game to play as, set between when he dies and after the events of Freedom Cry, which we could still potentially get, but I would have liked the character to actually live until he was very old and die of old age. So there's certain games that there's certain reasons why I don't want to play it ever again, because it's just like, yeah, don't need to. I know it happens and it's canon, but I don't need to play it more than once. Because like, you have Phoenix Rising in your library as of last month. Do not forget, Sly, you have to get close. Then hit the circle button to grab it. Yeah, relax, Bentley. You live for this stuff. Yeah, and that's what worries me. Actually, let me pull a different quote. To landeth safely upon diminutive points, leapeth lively, and presseth the triggering device with the round geometrical shape emblazoned upon it. So jump and hit the circle button to land on narrow spots. That's a rough translation. Yeah, Dyslexy. That's the other thing. You know, that's a great example of the different layers of a video game and how there can be a blending of the layers, but ultimately, if you're trying to make things work within the context of the actual character's world, it doesn't make sense for a character in their world to just rattle off information like that. So the way to sort of like try and get around that is to make it sound, you know, like it's more natural kind of thing. Hello there, Biko. Got your Twitch stats for the year. You love finding out your time in Twitch. You spent 417 hours in this stream this year. Are you proud of me, Rod? Are you, lol? Thank you very much, Biko, for that. That's awesome. It's interesting when you see things totaled like that as well. Thank you so very much for that, Biko. I appreciate it. Doing okay here. Just about to finish this memory. Been spending the whole stream on this to get the different NPC dialogues and stuff. which also involves making sure I don't get fully detected straight away to interrupt potential dialogue and all that kind of stuff, and reloading checkpoints and all that kind of stuff. But going really well. How about yourself? How's things going today? Well, thank you, Biko. I'm glad that you enjoy. I'm glad that you have a great time with the streams. Not Fry, just checked yours and it says 591 hours, watch for Rod. Thank you very much for that too, Not Fry. That's really cool. It's really good to be able to, see stats like that.
I won't have you putting your mates' lives at risk, you cheeky little fuckster. What's your game, you stupid little fuckster? You're supposed to be keeping fucking watch. That means keeping your fucking eyes open. Close them again while I watch, and I promise you here and now you won't ever see the light of day again. I ought to turn you over and drag your face down through pissing horse muck. That's what I'll do if I catch you fucking around again while on guard duty. People get killed through incompetence. I won't have you putting your mates' lives at risk, you cheeky little fuckster.
Okay, so we've got that guy's dialogue already. But what an epic sort of like dissing that he's giving to no one actually, because that guy's not, supposed to be keeping watch, the NPC. Biko, hopefully you'll be better after today and Monday. Well, that's hopefully so as well, Biko. That is a lot of hours, Not Fry. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Really glad you ended up finding your channel though, for real. That's awesome, Not Fry. I'm glad that you were able to. It's always cool when you can come across channels that you enjoy. Biko, you just got back from a lovely morning's walk though with your angel spaniel. Oh, nice, Biko. That's cool. That's really good. I hope that you enjoyed the walk. I hope that Doggo enjoyed walking you as well.
Close them again while I watch, and I promise you here and now you won't ever see the light of day again. Who's that messing around? Oh, Christ!
Okay, so those two enemies there, I wonder if they have dialogue. I did hear some dialogue before the guy who's swearing his head off, but I couldn't identify where it came from. So I don't know if it came from these two guys and we've already missed it. Alright, so what I'm going to do then is reload the checkpoint, but be quicker in dealing with the enemies that are there before those ones who have that dialogue.
Ronnie, can't it wait till the morning?
No, it can't.
The bloke's...
What is that strange lady doing? What do you reckon she's up to?
Alright, let's see if it only triggers if I don't do anything to the enemies before them.
Can't it wait till the morning?
No, it can't. So do as you're bloody told. And by the way, it's sir to you.
The blokes are knackered, sir. Someone's gonna get hurt if you push too hard. Honest to God.
And someone's gonna be out of work if you keep on whinging like your old codger.
I won't have you putting your mates' lives at risk, you cheeky little fucker.
We've now got a different character model for that character and voice saying the dialogue, getting angry at the other.
I ought to turn you over and drag your face down through goddamn horse muck. That's what I'll do if I'll catch you fucking around again while on guard duty.
Hang on, his dialogue's actually slightly different than the other guy.
People get killed for incompetence. What's your game, you stupid bloody idiot? You're supposed to be keeping fucking watch. That means keeping your fucking eyes open. Close them again while on watch, and I promise you, here and now, you won't ever see the light day again. I ought to turn you over and drag your face down through goddamn horse muck. That's what I'll do if I'll catch you fucking around again while on guard duty. People get killed for incompetence.
The other guy, when he was getting angry, was saying, I'll drag you through piss and horse muck. Whereas this guy is just saying the horse muck part. Gizlek, AC Shadows is your top game just above Digimon Storytime Stranger, which releases in October. You have a feeling it's related to the meme runs. Could definitely be Gizlek as well, because you've done quite a lot of meme runs of Shadows, haven't you? I think. I'm sure there was like a little bit of a break between each one, was there? Or is it actually that you've jumped from one meme run to another? Afro Syndicate will sure take you a bit to finish, I'm guessing. It definitely will, Afro. I've got until October 22nd next year to get these playthroughs for its 10th anniversary done. That's my deadline. The day before it celebrates its 16th anniversary is when I need to get this playthrough and some others I've got planned done. So I've got plenty of time up my sleeve still. Because like you rated Crookie twice the amount as he rated you. Oh really? Yeah? Oh cool. Definitely a great channel to raid. Biko, you love Twitch. You find socializing in Twitch far more easier and relaxed than face-to-face. That's understandable, Biko, as well, you know, and I think there's something to be said for being able to have more of a relaxed feeling, you know, and so if you're able to get that from Twitch interactions, then that's definitely good. Gezlek, you rated me almost as many times as you rated Crookie. Trivia, for perspective, there are roughly 8,760 hours this year, in case you were worried about your Twitch stats. That's a lot of hours. Damn. 8,760 this year. Bloody hell. Welcome back in, Mita. You got some more sleep and you feel more rested now. That is awesome in Mita. I'm glad that you did. After only getting 2 hours sleep when you were in chat earlier, it's really good that you got more and feeling well rested. We're still in the same memory that I was in when you were in chat before. In Mita, speaking of Twitch recap, you had watched me for 1,400 plus hours. You had rated me 24 times. Thank you for that. Oh, and Mita, that's no problem at all. And thank you so very much for all the watch time. That's really awesome in Mita. That's cool. Because like you think there was a tiny break, but you're not sure. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, because I know you were doing the playthrough where, as long as possible, you had to just play as Naue. Something I forgot to do is actually read the mission stuff. But I can't read Jacob's yet. So I'll read it after we've done this memory as like a little bit of a recap thing. Oh, I also will read Evie's notebook also as part of the playthrough. Mita, oh wow. Oh yeah. There's been some moments where I've had to reload a checkpoint because full detection happened. There's also been some times where I accidentally was talking over a little bit of the dialogue, so I reloaded the checkpoint to then cover it without talking. And trying to test all different things to different points in the mission. Could you imagine, though, if I stuck with my original plan for the NPC dialogue of trying to get it in multiple contexts? I'd still be doing that Jacob memory. Because, like, yeah, then you unlock Yasuke and the game auto-completed 50%. Oh, that's a pretty good tactic then to use if you just want to get 50% auto-completion. Because like you'd still be doing Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, if I stuck to that camp-focused dialogue playthrough. Mita, oh damn, it sucks when you get detected. You're trying so hard to not get detected in Ghost of Tsushima yesterday, and it was so hard. You're also low level, and it makes the fights harder. Oh yeah, and Mita, that's something that when I do my stealth challenge playthrough with Ghost of Tsushima next year, it's going to be interesting to have to deal with that, being low level and not having all the things at your fingertips yet. That would really, really help, especially when you fight those guys with spears. Oh, those enemies, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong there, dude. But yeah, it is really annoying when you want to do no detections. Even if it's not like a challenge run where if it happens you have to reload a checkpoint and then count how many times or restart the game from scratch. But just when you want to have that as your playstyle approach, where you don't get detected.
Piece of Eden.
Increase the electricity.
But it'll become unstable, sir.
You heard what Miss Thorne said. We need results now.
By Jove! Under blue light, it goes completely transparent.
The cheek of that woman. I say I ought to seize the blasted artifact for Edinburgh.
If you don't mind me saying, that would be an exceptionally bad idea.
Why? It's God's apple, not hers. I would display it in public. Darwin would be vanquished, banished in shame to the blasted Galapagos, to roost with his beloved finches.
Miss Thorne would have your head, and Mr. Static the rest.
You know, Reynolds, it might just be worth the risk.
Sir David, you cannot be serious.
Just a wee joke, Reynolds. Once we unlock the artifact's secrets, the Templars' grip on London will be fixed. The assassins will fall, and Darwin will be little more than a bearded memory. That Miss Thorne, she's something. A jug of sour milk, but what a wit!
And there we go. If you actually pay attention to the dialogue and don't do anything to not trigger it, you find out that Brewster is actually thirsty for Lucy Thorne. And Mitra, I can imagine the rage you will have. That is true. Yes, there'll be a lot of rage, I can imagine, in that playthrough. It's going to be it's going to be interesting. Yeah, and Mitra, it's just so funny what you can hear in dialogue if you hang back sometimes.
A little more electricity! Stop here. It must be kept stable. Take note of its hue. Watch carefully. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's it. Now we really have something. Note the frequent fluctuations in the light. I will win this war, Miss Thorne. Soon I will be free of this godforsaken laboratory. A little more electricity! Stop here. It must be kept stable. Take note of its hue. Watch carefully. Yes, that's it! Now we really have something. Note the frequent fluctuations in the light. I will win this war, Miss Thorne. Soon I will be free of this godforsaken laboratory. A little more electricity! Stop here. It must be kept stable. Take note of its hue. Watch carefully! Yes, that's it! Now we really have something! Note the frequent fluctuations in the light.
In Mita, you're trying to explore every corner of the map in Ghost of Tsushima, but some parts are quite hard when you're low level, and it feels like you're playing the game on lethal because you get one hit. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too, you know, like it'd be like in this game going into like a level 9 zone when you're only level 2, which in terms of like being able to do stealth kills, you don't have to worry about that because it doesn't matter if an enemy is level 8 if you're level 2, just as long as you get to them without being detected, because then it's a one-hit kill with a hidden blade. Obviously, though, if you get detected and combat breaks out and you're level 2 and they're level 9, you're going to have a bad day. Hey, Apostle. Welcome. You're curious, how do you say laboratory? Like that. Although, the funny thing is, there's some words, Apostle, that I say multiple different ways depending on just randomness as well. So, yeah, laboratory or laboratory, could also say it that way as well. Yeah, and me too, you know, so that definitely adds a extra layer of challenge as well. Trying to also do things without the required powerful weapon as well. Apostle, okay, who knew you were bilingual? Yeah, it's funny though too, because there's some words that I don't necessarily remember the pronunciation of, so I just say it in a certain way, and if that matches, then so be it, and lucky, but if not, it's like, I don't mind being corrected.
I will win this war, Miss Thorne. Soon I will be free of this godforsaken laboratory. A little more electricity! Stop there! It must be kept stable! Take note of its hue! Watch carefully! Yes, that's it! Now we really have something! Note the frequent fluctuations in the light! I will win this war, Miss Thorne. Soon I will be free of this godforsaken laboratory. Who's she? A little more electricity. Stop there. It must be kept stable. Take note of its hue. Watch carefully.
In Mitra in USA, some people pronounce the T as ch sound when they say laboratory. Oh yeah, laboratory. It's interesting too, like the name Lara. Some have difficulty saying Lara, so they say Laura. But then when there's a name like Kara, they'll say Kara, not Cora. But it's understandable though too, because it's all also about how it's actually said and having the ability to recognize that, but also emulate it as well. It's like doing an impression. Everyone can hear the voice of someone, but not everyone can do an impression to sound like that person, you know. So for some words, it's understandable if there's no way to get around pronouncing it a certain way because that's just what feels natural and all that kind of stuff as well.
I will win this war, Miss Thorne. Soon Soon I will be free of this god-forsaken laboratory. A little more electricity. Stop there. It must be kept stable. Take note of its hue. Watch carefully. Yes, that's it. Now we really have something. Note the frequent fluctuations in the light. I will win this war, Miss Thorne. Soon I will be free of this god-forsaken laboratory. A little more electricity. Stop there. It must be kept stable. Take note of its hue. Watch carefully. Yes, that's it. Now we really have something. Note the frequent fluctuations in the light. I will win this war, Miss Thorne. Soon I will
Or
be
not,
free of this
not in any strong way in me to know. If I can, that's cool. But if not, then it doesn't matter.
A little more electricity. Stop there. It must be kept stable. Take note of its hue. Watch carefully.
We have a problem! Jason Bear! You're not allowed in here!
Yes, that's it. Now we really have something. Note the frequent
Hey there, Vegas.
fluctuations in the light.
You've returned. After I saw you playing Arkham Asylum for about an hour or so, you decided you wanted to play the entire series and didn't want any spoilers, so you left until you were done. Did you enjoy your playthrough of the Arkham games? Hey there, Vegas. I hope things are going well. That's understandable too, if you wanted to avoid spoilers for sure. That's great that you wanted to play the series, play through them. I really did. I did enjoy the playthrough of the Arkham games. I still would like to play Origins in the future, so I haven't actually played that one in full before, but I do enjoy my time with the other Arkham games. The only downside stream-wise with Arkham Knight is because I don't have a PC able to even do remote play of the console version, and forget about actually playing the PC version as well, because the stream pausing during those spoiler moments is very, very annoying as well. But that's only when it's a streaming situation. If I was playing that game off stream, it obviously wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, that's the only downside, but that's more like just a streamer downside than an actual downside with the gameplay and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I do enjoy them, Vegas. Biko, you don't know how you're going to get into town, lol. You'll have to try and travel in your bed and talk in your sleep what you need. Gosh, you're knackered. It's like, hello, and what would you like? Chewing gum? Sure, we've got chewing gum. Anything else? Oh. Orange juice. Okay, orange juice. Anything else? Vegas, you lost your 34 watch streak. That's definitely fair enough, Vegas, if that happens, for sure. You know, but thank you so much for the streak of watches that you're able to get as well. It's definitely cool to be able to do that, but it's also something that I don't treat as a indication of whether or not someone actually, enjoys the stream or not. You know, it's understandable that not everyone can watch every stream I do, and to have that expectation of people is unrealistic. So, like, I get wanting to keep a streak and all, but yeah, if you can't keep it, then that's definitely fine. Because yeah, that would definitely make you up. Actually, though, chewing gum and orange juice is great. They're very sharp tastes. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know why I chose those as the two things in my enactment I was doing, but but I've never actually had that combo. Like I've had chewing gum that's like orange flavored, but Vegas, thank you very much for the 2 years, 11 months, and 19 days and 13 hours of followage. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that a lot. That's true. Yeah, almost at the 3 year mark. Absolutely getting closer.
I will win this war, Miss Thorne.
I'll find you.
Soon I will be free of this godforsaken laboratory. A little more electricity! Stop there! It must be kept stable! Take note of its hue! Watch carefully! Yes, that's it! Now we really have something! Note the frequent fluctuation.
Who the devil is she? You think you can beat me?
I wish you could just, jump off of stuff irrespective of whether you're doing the parkour up or down. Alright, the reason I'm reloading the checkpoint is I wanted to see if there's any dialogue with the guy who's actually observing and the enemy that's near him. Alright, I guess this guy doesn't have any dialogue. Ah well. Vegas, just don't ever brush your teeth and immediately drink OG afterwards. It tastes like absolute shit. Yeah, that's true too. A lot of different things, when you eat it after you've brushed your teeth, can definitely alter the flavor. If it was a flavor you liked, it can definitely make it one you don't. In Meta, your schedule always aligns with your work schedule, so you cannot miss a stream unless you have a meeting or something. And that's the other totally fair thing too, as well, in Meta, is having the schedule and everything match up, and different time zones as well is another factor as well. That's right, Shaky. That is true. It must have been the wind. And Mita, you're the opposite. You grew up watching Superman and you're a bigger fan of him, but you really enjoy playing the Batman games, except for Night, which you're yet to play. Oh, that's cool, though, in Mita, that you actually ended up enjoying the Batman games and stuff. Yeah, exactly, Mita, you know, so there's so many different variables that come into play. Alright, so I already covered all the dialogue that Brewster has and everything. And it was just looping over the same dialogue over and over again. So it is time to assassinate Brewster.
It is time to lay down your head, Sir David Brewster.
But I have so much more to discover.
Do not be afraid.
I'm not. God will protect me.
I will continue your experiment.
You will not stop, Starrick. Miss Thorne has already found another piece of Eden, more powerful than the last.
I will take that one too.
We fight to gain what we cannot take with us. It's in our nature.
I have to get out of here, now! Come on, Evie. Here, now! Come on, Evie. Keep going.
Okay, so there's no special cutscene there for getting killed while in the water. Yeah, Mita, rest in peace to Brewster. He's not wrong, though. That's how we are as humans. That is true. Yeah, you're not wrong there either.
Here, now! Come on, Evie.
Alright, same for that one. They do, Shaky. Enemies do become suspicious seeing a dead body. Unless they're dead as well, then they're just like, oh yeah, someone else has joined the dead ranks.
Here, now! Come on, Evie. Keep going. That was far too close. I must find a way out. Nearly through. Come on!
There's going to be a lot of upcoming cutscene stuff, so I'll catch up on chat and then finish out. Thank you, Inmita, for redeeming an Assassin's Creed quote. So you'd like one from Origins? Absolutely. Definitely can do, dude. Yeah, shaky and not fry. Damn, indeed. Funny death. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting in games where they have dedicated cutscenes to characters dying. There's a lot of those, of course, in the reboot Tomb Raider games. Hello there, Spectrum. Welcome. I hope things are going well. That's right, Amita. Evie Croft. That is true. Yeah, I think Victoria Atkin, who plays Evie, would have been a good choice for Lara Croft in something as well. Okay, so I've got one in Mita. You are the Medjai from Siwa. I thought Medjais were supposed to protect the Pharaoh. I am Medjai to no Pharaoh. You see this? I can read my own name, Neck. We will find you in your sleep. Sleep. I never sleep. I just wait in the shadows, and I will kill you all, everyone who sniffed the air that day in Siwa. Thank you for redeeming that. Such a great opening. Like, that is still one of the best opening sequences in Assassin's Creed franchise. What a introduction that we get to Bayek. And you also see the markings that he's put on his arm that are icons representing the targets that he's after. And he actually literally scars across the icon on his arm when he kills one of them as well. And then you got the whole thing about the knife that Rudjek throws at Bayek, and Bayek symbolically uses Rudjek's own Order of the Ancients mask to actually catch it. And then that awesome quote, and then basically almost using the knife in a way that is reminiscent of the hidden blade with the mask and just slamming it in the face. Like, it's just, that is just so damn good. Thank you for redeeming that in Mita. The greatest opening. It really is, dude. Like, and plus the it sets up the theme of one of the themes of the story really well done too, as well, which is, revenge. We don't yet know, if you haven't played the game before, that is, you don't yet know at that point what has happened. You don't know why Bayek is as angry as he is. So it adds a bit of intrigue for the player who's new to the game to be like, I wonder what has caused this? Why is he seeking revenge? Plus, do you know what one of the best things about that scene is? It's actually fully acted out with mocap, the entirety of it. And that is a huge difference in quality, because you're taking the literal physical skills of the actor in the scene and you're basically allowing that to be in the game itself without a filter that takes away from it. So you're getting a pure performance through the characters that you see, but the actors who are playing the role in the scene being filmed and mocapped, they're one of the big reasons why those moments are really, really good as well. Which is also why it doesn't matter how long it takes and how much money it costs. If you're a big studio like Ubisoft, take the time to make all the cutscenes mocapped. Regardless, even if it's like a 5-second interaction between one character and the next, because the overall piece is just so much better for that kind of thing. It made to the last AC game to have mocap. I think maybe like Odyssey has some scenes that looked mocapped, and same with Valhalla, and also Mirage and Shadows. But having said that, though, it's much better realized in all the other games in the series that used it than what it is. Assassin's Creed 1, I don't think they had mocap, because I remember Nolan North was interviewed about that, and because he was doing Uncharted, they were using mocap, Naughty Dog, and so he wanted Ubisoft to start using it too. So for some of the games, it wasn't used to the extent that it was in Uncharted as well, because Uncharted came out the same year as Assassin's Creed 1 as well. But yeah, it just adds so much extra stuff to it. It's like the old school Disney animated stuff, where it was literal actors being filmed, but then animators painted over every single individual frame to animate it. It's a similar kind of thing with mocap in video games. You take the actual actors and their performance, and you keep it intact, but you do what you need to do to satisfy the requirements of the medium that it's in. So you add all the kind of lighting effects that you want. It also gives you an opportunity to maybe fix some things as well. But yeah, the overall package is just way better. Exactly, in Meta. Still nothing compared to Origins and the other older AC games. Exactly, yeah. yeah, the percentage of mocap scenes in the ones after Origins compared to Origins is very minimal and all that kind of stuff. And there we go. After 4 hours and 58 minutes, well, not exactly, because there was time before the stream, before the game started, before I started the gameplay that I was actually streaming for. But we've almost reached the 5 hour mark, and that's the second memory of the entire game done as well. Now, it might be like, how come it took you that long to do the second memory? Well, because I'm not just playing through the memory from start to finish without exploring the dialogue and stuff in the game. So this is a good example of how much time playthroughs like this can actually take, but also it shows how much work actually goes into all the voice stuff that gets done. And the other thing is too, and it's understandable, not every player of a game is going to even pay attention to the dialogue, let alone do a playthrough where they're fully focused on that. But if you do like to explore games and find out more dialogue and stuff like that, then going through with a fine-tooth comb, you start to actually appreciate more the work that goes into not just the performances, but also the people who have to actually make sure that those dialogues trigger when they're supposed to, and all that kind of stuff. And it's not always perfect. You know, sometimes dialogue will trigger and sometimes dialogue will stop based on one increment of a difference between where the character's standing and the next as well. So sometimes it can be very difficult to get all dialogue and all that kind of stuff. But that is the second memory done. Soon the game will actually allow replaying of memories. And when it does, there's something I need to check over at the end of Jacob's first memory that I haven't been able to go back in and do because I haven't been able to replay memories yet. And that's something related to the secretary that is standing and sitting near... Sorry, I just had a frog in my throat. The secretary that's near Rupert Ferris, the assassination target, I killed him by using a throwing knife from a distance. And after the scene where you talk to him ended, the secretary was just standing on top of the table and not saying anything. And I thought maybe that because I killed him from a distance with a throwing knife that it upset the dialogue there. So when I can actually replay memories, I'm going to go into the first memory again, rush through it, and then get to the assassination, and this time actually kill him up close and personal, and then see what dialogue the secretary might have as well. In Mita, you heard that the DLC for Mirage had way more motion capture than the base game. Same here as well. Yeah. Which, you know, is hopefully a sign that in a broader way, Ubisoft is going to think more about doing that more often for the games that they do. Makes me wonder too, like how much motion capture's been done for Hexa. Thank you for the GGs in Mita. Thank you, dude. Biko, you're going to have to somehow get into town now. Probably sleep along the way in a cozy bush. Thanks, Rod. Have a good day. Saying you love Twitch, they have seriously upset me, though. They've changed the settings on the PS5 app. You can't watch your streams on TV because of age restrictions, because more harsh now. You'll be in chat next time on your other devices. that is definitely no trouble at all, Biko. I really hope that you have a good day today, and hope you get some good sleep as well. And it can be annoying when things like that get changed, and it upsets how things can be seen and all that too. So hopefully there's some kind of thing that you'll be able to fix in the future. But have a good one, Biko. Catch you next time.
What was that explosion?
What explosion?
Evie?
Piece of Eden detonated and took the lab with it.
The magic lump of hyperbolic metal. I'm shocked.
Simply because you have never valued the pieces does not
All
mean...
went according to plan,
There was a slight complication.
How slight?
The lab exploded.
Jacob.
You derailed a train.
Oh, he did. Did he?
Well, the train derailed and I happened to be on it. I killed my target.
Brewster is also no more.
Then all in all a successful mission in spite of you two.
What about London?
What about it?
We're wasting our time out here.
You know as well as I do that London has been the domain of the Templars for the last 100 years. They are far too strong yet. Patience.
But the Templars have found a new piece of Eden.
Sir David is dead. They do not know how to use it. The Council shall guide us. Sound advice that your father would have seconded. I shall see you back in Crawley.
Patience, Evie.
Ah, the gentle sound of opportunity passing us by.
So what's stopping us? London is waiting to be liberated. Forget Crawley.
Father would have wanted us to listen.
Oh, Father. You could continue his legacy in London.
Freeing future generations from a city ruled by Templars. You know, Jacob Fry, you might just be right.
Then shall we?
Yes. Let's. Onward to London.
I know. You've only had a taste of our latest acquisition from Abstergo. But I want to check in on Sean and Rebecca. I still think attacking a Templar is a mistake.
Call Dr. Grammatica.
Come on. Oh, Isabel. What a lovely surprise.
Our mutual friends will be here shortly to search for the artifact. Once it's located, I'll let you know.
Super. Always a pleasure.
Prick.
It's people like you that give historians a bad name.
I'm afraid I don't have time for you today, Mr. Hastings.
Thank you for making my job easy.
Oh, shit.
It does look grim.
Master Berg, Agent Acosta. Deal with them, please. Move it! Hunt them down!
All they had to do was wait for you to search the data. Their little stunt has put the whole operation at risk. You need to synchronize Jacob and Evie's memories. Find something that puts us ahead of the enemy. Time is of the essence, and lives are now clearly on the line. Good luck.
I've never seen so many people all at once.
The churning seas of London. It's just the way Father described. Now, to find Henry Green and formulate a plan of attack against the Templars.
Who's Mr. Green again?
The assassin watching over London? Did you not listen the first 3 times?
Listen to what? Oi, watch it.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oi! Come back here, you filthy dipper! Stop! Why did I bother?
I'll be late for work.
What am I doing out here? No one cares about bloody crime here.
Gentlemen, well,
Except his lordship. Oh, yes, sir. Arms for an old soldier.
Alright, so while that was going on, I was grabbing the IMDb links for the actors that were in that cutscene. So Isabel is played by Claudia Besso, who is actually someone from the Splinter Cell games as well. She played Grimm's daughter in Splinter Cell 1, in Chaos Theory, and also in Conviction. Then we had Marcel Gianin, who plays Dr. Grammatica. He's also a veteran from the Assassin's Creed series. He's also in Splinter Cell Chaos Theory as Douglas Shetland. And Andreas Apergus plays Otto Berg, and has done so in pretty much all the games that he appears in. But he was also Cesare Borgia in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, among other characters. Dr. Darling, sorry for lurking for the past 4 hours, but you have been building your PC. Everything is working except the fan, RGB, LEDs. Oh yeah, dude, that's no worries. No need to be sorry. Thank you for the lurking. And that's good that you've got everything working. Well, except that. Hopefully it won't be a big job to get that part working. Vegas looks like Kate Beckinsale a bit. Oh, Evie, yeah. I think like there's been a lot of like fans talking about who they think should play certain characters in the AC series, and I think some thought that Daisy Ridley would be good for Evie. And then there's people who have said that Victoria Atkin, who actually plays Evie, would be good as well. So if they ever do something that's like a movie or an animated thing, I would hope that they would actually offer it first to Victoria Atkin, if she would be able to do it. Gizlek, onward to Assassin Christmas. Might be waiting a while, Gizlek, especially in this playthrough for that part. Emita, yeah, you're watching a video game comparing the new AC games with the old ones and also talking about Hexa. The guy was like, Ubisoft is taking the lazy way just to cut on resources and overall cost of production by making automated cutscenes, but slowly butting them in their ass. He was hoping that having more motion capture and Valiant memory meant that Hexa will have more motion capture. Yeah, it just adds so much extra on top. Now, it's understandable if you were doing like a puzzle game, for example. You don't need to have a lot of mocap scenes for that. But when it comes to story-driven, character-driven narrative games, it really, really does do a big difference to actually have the mocap scenes. Because like title screen after 5 hours, I'll take that and raise you that it was actually 10 hours because the last stream was 5 hours and 36 minutes doing Jacob's first memory. Before we get too far into this memory, I think I should be able to replay memories. Maybe not yet. I can. That's good. Because I need to go into memory 1 again. Not for I get lost in YouTube vids sometimes. That happens to me too as well. It's also good to find ones where you can have like them going in the background. Dr. Darling, you like this scientist though. That is true. The architect in Assassin's Creed 2 is one of Marcel's characters. And me to damn, the stream was frozen for you, had to reload. Well, that's good that you're able to reload. I've already done this mission before, so I'll talk over this cutscene. Plus, we can't skip it anyway.
The iron
I'll explain again why I'm doing this as well. Because like Bishop was an inside job. You know, speaking of Bishop, it's funny that the writers decided to make it that she doesn't think attacking the Templars is a good thing. I'm like, do the writers actually know who the, you know, antagonists for the assassins are?
Think you both can handle it?
What a question. That's a theme in this game. you know, she also says to Sean, why are you so upset? It's not your job to kill Templars. Meanwhile, back in Assassin's Creed 2, he does say that he has actually killed people and that he will kill again. It's just that he prefers not to. But that doesn't mean that, you know,
George,
it's not
honestly,
his
I've
job
studied the
to
plans of the
assassinate.
laboratory and have every route covered.
And I've got all I need.
I mean, you meant to say biting
Right
them, stupid
here.
autocorrect. That's all
I'll
good
extend your
in
regards
Meta.
to Ferris.
Definitely
Chat
understandable.
later, George. We've a train to catch.
Dr. Dung, your money? I don't have any money. That is true. Hey, Altair. It's going well, thank you.
Poor man.
Having a good
More
day.
afraid than ever.
It's now nighttime here.
Years have not been kind.
How's things going with
Where
you?
do you get it from?
James, thank you very
The same
much
place as
for
you,
the 23
Jacob.
months in a row of subscribing. Thank you very, very much for that, dude. Really appreciate it. Good morning to you as well, James.
Have fun.
Welcome.
Don't die.
And more Evie. Yeah, you came at the right time. That is true. I've got to replay this memory for a dialogue or potential dialogue that I might have missed at the end. So the assassination target, Rupert Ferris, I killed him from a distance using a throwing knife, and after the cutscene finished, his secretary was standing on top of a table and didn't say anything, had no reaction or anything like that. So I just want to test to see if the reason the reaction didn't happen, if there is one, is because I killed him from a distance. Or it might have just been an unfortunate glitch that messed it up. Or if there actually isn't anything there at all, but I'd still like to suss it out by killing him close up instead. So I've already covered all the dialogue, NPC dialogue and stuff in this. So I'll just basically rush through this again till we get to the assassination. The game hasn't let me replay a memory until this point.
Locked.
What do you call? What do you call a sick lawyer? Illegal. Nice one, Dr. Dali. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Altair, you're good. You're working. Look, always, it's morning. Well, that's good, Altair. I hope that work goes well for you and that you have a good morning.
What do you call a parrot that can't fly? A walkie-talkie.
A walkie-talkie. Very nice. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Some simple dad jokes. You had to rush because you haven't seen Zereth around yet. Oh, Zereth has been here.
Unless there's a problem.
I halt the machines. That door opens, and I have my route to Ferris.
I implore you to calm yourselves and rest assured.
Something else that was annoying. When you have the character wearing a hood before interacting with something like this, they take the hood off.
To quit this protest, return to your stations and trust that you will
Something bad going on.
fair pay for fair work. Fair pay.
Every single time. Jacob has hood on before the cutscene. Now he has it off. Got it on before interacting with this. Now it's off. Because you can't give the player the option to have a hood on or off and have it still stay on if they wanted it on. You got to go against the player's wishes at all times.
What's all this?
It's understandable there's times where you don't, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to have situations in games where there's difficult sections or there's parts where you're required to do inputs to get certain things done. But I don't really see the reasoning why the hood can't stay on during that cutscene if it's put on beforehand. Like what catastrophe is being prevented from actually having the option to have the character with the hood on in the cutscene? Does it ruin someone's day? Does it make someone ill? You know, like... What is the reasoning for that? But especially in a very, very quick cutscene where it's just showing you the effects of an action and then jumping back to gameplay. Like, I understand there might be some cutscenes in a game where the character will take their hood off, but in really short ones like that, it's kind of a bit pointless to prevent the player from having the hood stay on in cutscenes. Of course, on PC, there are mods to keep it on all the time, so if you're a PC player and you don't like when the game takes the hoods off the character, then you can get a mod to put the hood back on, or to leave it on all the time. James, you're doing good. Just finishing Metal Ballad you made yesterday. Just some final touches. You can put it on Discord if you guys want to have a first official listen. Warning, emotional. Well, that's cool that you've been having a good time and that you've been able to do some really creative stuff with that, James. But yeah, definitely put it into the Discord for sure. Okay, so we still need to keep on going. I've already covered all the dialogue in this memory. Just replaying it to do something now that we can actually replay memories. The game tells you that that's where you have to go with the green icon, but you can actually get into the area by taking the high route. Which is very handy if you're doing a stealth playthrough.
You hear what Starrick are planning next?
Airships.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? Who told you?
You did. Any hammer? Kept jabbering on about it all bleeding afternoon. Couldn't shut you up any more than I could get you off the brandy.
I do like a good discussion with my afternoon pick-me-up.
Because there's a lot of NPCs in this memory, it really did take a long time. Alright, so we're almost at the final area where the assassination happens. So I'm going to, this time, kill Rupert Ferris. I might try and lure him away from that area, although maybe not too much, because now we can skip cutscenes. Maybe not too much, because I don't want to prevent the Secretary's potential dialogue from being interrupted due to different reasons. Nice, James. That'll be cool.
What's all that argy-bargy about then?
What's he doing here?
James, you put it in Pics and Vids channel because you don't have music channel set up, Rod. Hope you don't mind. Oh yeah, James, there's definitely no worries at all. Thank you for posting that. There was some dialogue I discovered where a typesetter is being reprimanded because when he was doing words, he would capitalize the first and last letters of each word. And he was being chastised because the person that was criticizing him felt that it was ridiculous that you don't capitalize the end of words. And then the other guy was arguing that it's, you know, it's a stylistic kind of thing. And the reason it stood out to me is because they're literally making fun of the way that they do the Assassin's Creed logo and title, where they have the S and the A of Assassins in capital letters. James, and hope you guys enjoy some melancholic metal. Tell me how you like it totally. No problem at all, for sure, James, as well. It's just really cool what can be done with music and different combinations of stuff too to get different results.
Gentlemen, calm yourselves. Take this down. I understand your concern. Dear sir, I am pleased to inform you that I have managed to secure a source of iron ore that will continue to generate a steady profit for many a year to come, and provide the raw material to build several new trains. I expect a knighthood for this. No, don't write that. It is my hope that this good news may please you. I await further instructions. I am, etc., etc., Rupert Ferris. Send it to Mr. Starrick, please, Mr. Stone. And how's your father these days? I hope the doctor I sent has facilitated a speedy return to good health.
Yes, sir. Words cannot say how grateful we are.
Come, come, there's no need for thanks. You and the others in this office are dear to me. Do let me know if there's anything else I can do.
You know, I just realized there is also potentially dialogue with main targets for actually seeing the character. So I'm also going to have to redo Evie's memory to get any dialogue from, what's his face? Brewster, by being detected straight away. So that's something else I need to remember to do from this point forward.
What is this? Help!
Please, let me go. I promise I won't tell a soul. Just let me go. Don't hurt me. What do you want from me? Money? I don't have much, but you can have it all. Spare me. I don't want to die. I won't speak a word of what happened here. Let me go. Please don't hurt me. What do you want from me? Money? I don't have much, but you can have it all.
It's so ironic that the NPC that is saying, "Do you want money?" is actually the same actor who plays the beggar women in Assassin's Creed 1, Susan Glover, where they're like, "Please, sir, I need some money." They're the other games in the series that Susan has voice characters for. James, yeah, currently working on another one, but it's not done yet. You mean it's done rendering, just needs some vocal lines, edits and stuff. So might get it on the Discord later today. That's fair enough, James. You know, fine-tuning stuff and being able to have the patience to do that too, you know. So that's really cool that you're able to do editing in that.
Please, let me go. I promise I won't tell a soul. Just let me go. I don't want to die. Let me go.
All right, so we got the dialogue from the secretary, and it's only because
it is done.
She detected that Jacob was there.
What did you accomplish?
We can actually
boy?
skip these cutscenes.
Bolt loosened.
So I wanted
in
to get
Starrick's
the
machine.
variation when
A
the
large bolt.
character finds out
But not
that Jacob
enough.
is there.
Your Grandmaster will fall.
You assassins can circle London to your heart's content. The mechanism we have built has been going strong for 100 years and will run 1,000 more. It is the very city itself.
We will take London.
So yeah, she doesn't have any dialogue after the assassination, but only if you're detected while doing it, which is fair enough. But also got some dialogue from Rupert Ferris by him detecting me. So moving forward, I'm going to have to make sure that with assassination targets, I get both the dialogue for when they actually are aware of the character, and also anything that they might say before the character is detected. So now that I've actually done that and covered that dialogue, it's time to get out of the quit replay. Now to go back into the mission we just finished as Evie to do the same thing with Brewster. Have the full detection happen to get any dialogue from that. So for this memory as well, I'll rush through it. James, well, yeah, started recently. It helps you to refocus your mind on something creative more than negative thoughts you've been having lately. That is really good, James. It's great to have something that you can sink your teeth into, you know, something that you can really focus on. That really helps a lot. And that's one of the great things about things like music and
Jacob!
all those other sort of creative things as well that can be done. It just can help out a whole lot. I'll skip cutscenes where I can in this memory replay. Just want to have the dialogue from when Evie is detected by Brewster.
Yard. Guard quarters. Brewster's laboratory. This is where the piece of Eden will be located. No loose ends. Now, to decouple the locomotive and create a diversion.
Well, where is it? Huh? Where's Brewster's supplies?
Stuff Brewster's supplies. Where's Brewster's Millions? Which is actually the name of a movie that had John Candy in it.
Right. Who's that?
Time to deploy the diversion. I'm on my way, Sir David.
Sir David.
Hello,
what's working with
boys.
Please, miss. Don't turn us in. They'll send us to the lab.
More patients hauled every day to the lab. Someone's in a rush.
How's Sir David and Miss Thorne getting on?
Smells like Jacob's cooking. That should keep you busy
James, yeah,
while I head
nowadays
into
it's
your
so
lab.
easy to sink into depression, to be honest. Music is amused lately, been tinkering a lot. Time flies too, which is kind of dangerous. Yeah, that's the other thing too. When you're enjoying something, the time can go by really quickly. Versus if you're not really enjoying something, the time can feel like it's going
Follow me
slowly.
down the tracks.
The same amount of time might be
stay
taken
here.
doing
Keep a lookout.
both,
All right. I'll
but
shout
the
if I
thing
get any
that
bother.
you like doing feels like the time goes quicker.
First for a
Hello,
bird's
Evie.
eye
Long
view.
time no see. That is
Can't be
true.
too careful.
Was a very long time no see. That's okay in Meta. It definitely happens. I've done that too as well. With typing stuff in. Accidentally typing in. James, every time that I play this, you want to play it again too, but you're at the mission you really don't like to do, so you'll stick here. And you might say you invented new music genre all by yourself. Psychedelic techno. Rant done. James 2025. That sounds like a very interesting combination of musical styles, James. But that's fair too as well. Want to savor things as much as possible.
Practices are beginning to
I have a
draw
little bit of
unwanted
a
attention.
meme
You have been
related
given
to
more than
Lucy
enough
Thorne.
time to achieve
Later
results,
on in the
David.
story, there's a part where
I
she
was
takes a sip
unaware
from
that
her
you
tea,
expected me to
and then she's
perform
like,
like a cocker
delicious,
spaniel.
in
Permit me to
regards
remind you of
to
your
talking
obligation
about
to the
the
Order.
Fry twins getting killed.
Thorne,
So every
you
time she
ride
appears
me like
on
a
screen,
racehorse.
I put the command
Sir
into
David.
chat of delicious.
I will return
Lucy
tomorrow.
Thorne has appeared. Lucy
If you
sips
have
tea.
not unlocked
Delicious.
the device's secrets,
I've
forget
also
your
got an
dogs and
emote
horses. I will leave you to the wolves.
of
Good
that as
day.
well.
I was merely promised a tour of the premises.
Okay, skipping this because, like with the assassination I just redid as Jacob, to get potential dialogue that I missed, I need to do the same thing with Evie and the main target.
get those supplies back from the train. Mr. Starrick will cut our wages.
Stop her!
Intruder!
Someone's right there! Wait till I get hold of you!
That's Sir David Brewster taking the largest haul for Starrick Hot
Jason
There's two people that if they ever did a game with Jacob and Evie's mother and father, Ethan and Cecily, I think it'd be really cool if Anthony Howe played Ethan Fry and Emerald O'Hanrahan played Cecily Fry, because they've both been in a couple of games together. They were in Call of Cthulhu together. Anthony played the main character Edward Pierce, and Emerald played Marie Colden. And then you had Alien Isolation, where Anthony Howe played the android Samuels, and Emerald played the character of Taylor. So I think it'd be cool to have them in another project together and make them and have them play the role of Evie and Jacob's mother and father in something.
Let me put his fingers through the mangle.
Not yet.
We're neither green nor black, nor brown. Oh, Henry Green.
James, funny, it mentions that assassins are stronger from cover, not remembering Evie beating guys up in the Fight Club. But true, you never talk about Fight Club. About what?
Ah.
About
Thank
what club?
you kindly. I was
About-
never such a
about
squeaky
what
fix
fight?
when... What do you know? You rescue me.
Where's the hidden laboratory?
Yeah, I was actually saying earlier, James, that at a base level, Evie has better stealth stats from the beginning versus Jacob, who has better combat stats from the beginning. But you can definitely not upgrade Evie's stealth and just focus on upgrading her combat to make her really formidable in combat. And the same with Jacob's stealth. You can just apply points into his stealth stats to make him better at stealth. Because like just make it a Netflix adaptation. Speaking of Netflix, they now have the entire Warner Brothers catalog of stuff, which means they have Looney Tunes. Also means they have movies like Under Siege with Steven Seagal. But I doubt they'll do a Netflix series adaptation of Under Siege. But yeah. It'll be interesting to see too, because there's probably some actors who primarily just do Netflix stuff that can potentially get roles now in franchises that are, owned by Warner Brothers that Netflix didn't own before, but now they do. Which means Netflix also would get the rights to the Matrix franchise. Mortal Kombat as well. Mortal Kombat is owned by Warner Brothers. Then there's the video games as well, and Netflix have wanted to get into video games, so being able to have those franchises at their fingertips that have already been known for having games made on them will be beneficial for them as well. I mean, it's also the Warner Brothers streaming service that they get ownership of as well. Gizlick, Animaniacs, that's true, Animaniacs. There's a lot of Clint Eastwood movies that were Warner Brothers. So yeah, Netflix potentially now has the rights to make series or movies based on franchises that haven't had a movie in a long time. Like Dirty Harry, I think, was Warner Brothers.
I'm gonna knock your teeth in. Just try to stop me.
I'm still waiting for that Home Alone and Iron Man crossover. Because Disney owns Marvel and they own 20th Century Fox's stuff. Including Home Alone and movies like Die Hard and all that kind of stuff. Alien and Predator and stuff. Amita, damn, you just ruined your HDMI cable. Shit, now you cannot connect your laptop to the TV until you buy a new one. Oh, dude. Sorry to hear about that stuff. I hate it when that happens. James, yeah, she has. She's 18% less body mass, so she is prone to stealth because enemies have 34% lesser vision cues to detect her, and she has 14% base stealth multiplier. Jacob, on contrary, is a bit more prone to gut stagger enemies in combat by 21%. Sorry to go all on math, it's your passion for this game. That's definitely fair enough, James. But yeah, I've done playthroughs of this game before where Evie wasn't allowed to have any stealth skills, and Jacob wasn't allowed to have any combat skills. And also, Evie had to knock enemies out instead of killing them, and Jacob had to use the most basic knuckle dusters, unupgraded. It means you have two others, but they are short. You need a longer one. That really sucks too as well. It's annoying when that happens, when you need an extra of something, and you do have it, but it doesn't actually match properly. And so it's like, great. James, not good at maths anywhere else in life. Yeah, I definitely need calculators and stuff.
There you are. The entrance to Bruce's lab.
That's true, James. Rest in peace, Enmita's cable. Shadow, so Jacob and Evie's father is Ethan Fry, the one who assassinated Shay Cormac's son, Liam Munro Cormac. That's true, Shadow. Yeah, Ethan Fry is Jacob and Evie's father. In Assassin's Creed Chronicles India, there's actually a after-credits scene where Ethan Fry is given the Kohli Noor to look after by Henry's father, Arbaz Mir. James offers his condolences and offer a minute of silence for Enmita's cable. Yeah, it's so annoying when that stuff happens. Afro Dirty Harry without Clint? Exactly, Afro. They were going to do a game of Dirty Harry at one point. I mean, they already have, years and years and years ago for the NES, I think. But I mean, a 3D Dirty Harry game. But I don't know how far it got into development, but they ended up cancelling it.
Ronnie, can't you wait till the morning? No.
Okay, so we're almost at the assassination target. For those who might just be joining the stream, this is actually a memory replay that I'm doing. And I'm trying to get as much of the NPC dialogue as possible. So it means going through areas with a fine-tooth comb. And I've already done that for this current memory that I'm replaying. It's just that I didn't think until replaying a different memory to actually be detected by the main target of the assassination mission to see what dialogue they have when they actually detect Jacob or Evie. So I need to do that for this assassination target.
By Jove! Under blue light it goes completely transparent.
The cheek of that woman! I say I ought to seize the blasted artifact for Edinburgh.
If you don't mind me saying, that would be an exceptionally bad idea.
Why? It's God's apple, not hers. I would display it in public. Darwin would be vanquished, banished in shame to the blasted Galapagos to roost with his beloved finches.
Miss Thorne would have your head, and Mr. Static the rest.
You know, Reynolds, it might just be worth the risk.
Sir David, you cannot be serious.
Just a wee joke, Reynolds. Once we unlock the artifact's secrets, the Templars' grip on London will be fixed. The assassins will fall, and Darwin will be little more than a bearded memory. That Miss Thorne, she's something. A jug of sour milk, but what a wit!
I suspect something is not right here. This merits further investigation. Is she some kind of ghost? We have a problem! Dear Lord! I am your better! I wanted to punch someone in the face all bloody day! Get her! That's it! Keep running! Take your best shot! Let me live. I have a family. I swear she was right here a moment ago! There she goes!
Please, I don't want to die. Have mercy.
I'll get you yet! I'll catch up to you, girl! I'll put a stop to her right now!
For the love of God, don't kill me!
There's no escape, young lady! You will not defeat me! Give me a reason to hurt you! I'm on her!
Please, I don't want to die.
You don't stand a chance! Wait! There she is! Think you're better than me? Just give up! Get her!
I beg you, let me live. I have a family.
There's no escape, young lady! Give me a reason to hurt you!
Alright, so we got the dialogue from when he's actually fully aware of the main
It's time
character.
to lay down your head, Sir David Brewster.
But I have
Okay,
so
so we
much
can't skip
more to
this one.
discover.
Do not be afraid.
I'm not. God
But-
will protect me.
I've reached
I
the
will
point
continue
now
your
where I can
experiment.
exit this memory replay
You will not stop.
and go back to
Starrick.
the memory that we're currently in,
Miss Thorne has already found
which
another piece
has
of
its
Eden,
own
more
things that I
powerful
need to
than the
do
last.
I will take that one too.
related to the dialogue, because
We
there's a
fight.
character that steals from Jacob
To
that you
gain what we
chase,
cannot
but
take with us.
if you don't actually chase them and they
in
get
our
away,
nature.
you don't get game over or mission fail. You just have to then go and find the character. So I need to do different variations of that. The NPCs that are around Jacob, when that cutscene finishes, where he gets stolen, where the thief steals from him, I'm going to hang back and get as much of that dialogue as possible, because they're in the vicinity of where Jacob is. And that'll mean losing the thief,
I have
but
to
the
get out
game
of
won't
here,
give
now.
mission fail. Afro, you wouldn't mind a Dirty Harry game, actually. 70 San Francisco free roam, asking every passerby if they're feeling lucky. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Like, yeah, that'd be really interesting. And you could have side missions where there's lower level criminals that have their own kind of like story, and so you would be working towards getting rid of them, you know. All right, so I need to restart this memory that we're in. James thinks you took bad character to be detected though, because you know Evie is undetectable. Well, that's it. Gameplay versus the reality of the character. Your friend, when you first started playing Syndicate, was like, "Dude, I don't mind being assassinated by her this way," and you were like, "Come on, bro, you'd be dead." And he was like, "Oh damn, I didn't think about that." Yeah, yeah, that'd be the thing. Afro Callahan, what's your policy for these types of crimes? I shoot the bastards. That's my policy. You love that line. Yeah, Afro, that is a good one. James Afro, that's a good policy. Evie was an explosion. What explosion is the house blows behind her? Exactly. There was no explosion. What is this explosion that you think that you speak of? Okay, so I just want to see. Um, I'm not worried about reading entries about present day characters. James, we're going to eat something. Be right back. No trouble at all, James. I really hope that you enjoy the food that you're going to eat. Actually, after almost 6 hours of streaming, I think I might take a break and then come back after that break. So what I'm going to do is take a 10-minute break, and then I'll be back with more Assassin's Creed Syndicate. And while that's going on, I'll quit to the title screen and then have the music that plays when you go back in while I'm on my break. Alright, so I'm going to take a 10-minute break and I'll leave this screen on with this music playing while I do. Alrighty then, back from my break. The funny thing I noticed was that when I went to the menu and then entered into the part where it shows you whichever character you're playing as first, as last time, and the music, there's actually the music from this memory actually still playing in the background. Thank you, Notfra. I definitely had a great break. I enjoyed it. James, by the way, how are you preparing for when Skynet gains its consciousness? It should be by November 2029, you know. It's only 3 more years by the movie law, of course. That is true, James. I do have something that I can do when Skynet takes over. And basically, if Skynet takes over and they interrogate me and they want to know information, the first thing I'm going to be say is, I'm a cybernetic organism created in 1983. And then Skynet will be fine. Will be like, yep, you're good. You're not a human. James, anytime, you know the pain in me too. You scissored your headset cable on your last headset when you took it off from the box. Oh no. I don't blame you for being mad at yourself, James, but I hate when that stuff happens. Or packaging is done in such a way that you pull on the part where you're supposed to, yet it doesn't actually open properly. And so you get so frustrated that when you do finally rip it open, the whole thing just opens up. I've had that happen with like bags of chips and stuff like that too, where I'm just trying to open it up and then it just breaks all open. So we finally reached the third memory. These first initial ones, there's only one memory in sequence 1 and sequence 2, but now we're up to sequence 3. Okay, so I went in and I replayed the Jacob memory and the Evie memory to check for dialogue with the main assassination targets in context that I forgot to actually test for. So we've done that. This memory, I'm going to restart it so we get the cutscene again, and I'm going to just have Jacob stand there and not chase after the thief, because there's some NPCs that are around Jacob when the memory starts, so I want to get as much dialogue from those NPCs as I can, and so just standing still means I can do that without the game giving me mission over, because if you don't catch the thief in time, if you don't even chase after them, the game will still put a marker where they are, so you can still do the objective, so that'll work out well. So that's what I'm about to do, restart this memory that we're on from the start, and then check the NPC dialogue, and then we'll go from there. James, yeah, who packs it like that? Like, children's safety for children products are fucking stupid. Then you get things that aren't packaged properly, like in shops and stuff, especially when it's related to food, like bakeries and stuff, where they don't actually wrap things up properly, and they don't make sure that doesn't have any openings in it. The amount of times I've bought something and it's like, oh shit, the bag was slightly open a little bit in this little part.
I've never seen so many people all at once.
The churning seas of London. It's just the way Father described. Now, to find Henry Green and formulate a plan of attack against the Templars.
Is Mr. Green again?
The assassin watching over London? Did you not listen the first 3 times?
Listen to what?
Oi, watch it.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oi! Come back here, you filthy dipper!
Stop!
Well now, who have we here?
Why, a gentleman who made your acquaintance last night, I believe.
Why, so he did. Oh, come on, my mother won't be home for hours.
Oh, I want to, believe me, but I'll be late for work.
Anything you can spare? No? Nothing? Of course not.
Well now, who have we here?
Why, a gentleman who made your acquaintance last night, I believe.
Why, so he did. Oh, come on, my mother won't be home for hours.
Oh, I want to, believe me, but I'll be late for work.
Well now, who have we here?
That's it, girl. Why, a gentleman who made your acquaintance last night.
What?
So he did.
Onward.
Oh, come on. My mother
Cares
won't
about
be home for
bloody
hours.
crime here.
Well, except his lordship. Oh, yes, sir. Arms for an old soldier. Anything you can spare? No, nothing. Of course not.
So he did.
Penny for an old soldier? No? Well, ratted then. Is this a thanks a man gets for defending his country? Why did I bother?
Why, a gentleman who made your acquaintance last night.
Penny for an old soldier. Penny for the poor. God smile on you. Penny for a poor man.
I want to, believe me, but I'll be late for work.
Hello? Yes, you! Can you spare a penny for a veteran of the Light Brigade? The Light Brigade! No! There was even a bloody poem written about us! Oh. Oh, come on. My mother won't be home for hours. Hello? Yes, you! Can you spare a penny for a veteran of the Light Brigade? The Light Brigade! No! There was even a bloody poem written about us! Oh.
Well, now, who have we here?
Why, a gentleman who made your acquaintance last night.
Indeed. I thought your family was wonderful.
He's talking
I'm
rubbish.
so pleased
That much is certain.
Moved everyone in the
Right
family.
to believe that things are fine the way they
My
are.
dear fellow, that's rot.
Take a look around you. Are things really fine the way they are?
What about her? She could be Prime Minister.
Go on. You're embarrassing me.
I'd vote for you.
Enough now.
Just imagine the wisdom we can glean from a woman leading Parliament.
No offence, my dear, but I believe there is a...
It's gonna smash into someone!
Oh, because I was standing in the way of the carriage, it stopped, and then the dialogue was happening. Okay, so we got the dialogue with this couple here, who just met the night before. We got that dialogue with this guy sitting down here, begging for money. We almost got all the dialogue from these characters that we hear, but we didn't. To make sure it's not a total loss, what I'm going to do is listen to the paperboy talk about selling the paper and stuff without talking over it. James, and here comes Best Assassin being robbed by Urchin. That's true. And then you have like people like Charles Lee, or is it Hatham that gets robbed in AC3? Ezio gets robbed as well. Dude, this street in the game looks like Denver nowadays. What the fuck? Fentanyl is fucking evil. Sorry, got carried away. Yeah, there's definitely some drugs and stuff where it's just like, yeah, you know.
Oh, come on. My mother won't be home for hours.
Penny won't stop it all. My friend there and Saver to join a fruit circus. Penny to open.
I didn't say I was going to. I said I was thinking about it.
Anyone got a penny? Just a penny? Money well spent, promise. Please?
You don't want to pay? That's your decision. Only yourself to blame if something nasty
Spare a penny? Please, please. A penny? May I have a penny, please? Please, sir. A penny? Miss, a penny? I think I've begged myself horse.
It's those cheap cigars you smoke.
Oh, please, sir. Please, a penny. Please. Penny for a poor boy? My friend and I are orphans. Please, anyone, give us a penny.
I'm thinking I might run off and join a travelling show in France.
You'd have hot food and plenty of travel. Penny? Spare a penny for some please. A penny? My friend there is saving to join a fruit circus. Penny to open.
I didn't say I was going to. I said I was thinking about it.
Anyone got a penny? Just...
Alright, so what I've started to do is actually take note of NPC dialogue, because I do know from previous playthroughs, without even having focused strictly on the dialogue, that there are certain dialogue pieces the NPCs will say no matter what point in the story you're up to, no matter anything like that. And this speech that they're doing and the whole thing about the joining the traveling show and all that kind of stuff, I'm taking note of that so that when I do hear it, I can then look at my notes and know that I've already actually covered that particular dialogue.
Penny, money well spent, promise. Please?
So, you admit it then? You're a brute who beats people over small sums.
It's honest work.
Your definition of honest.
You don't want to pay? That's your decision. Only yourself to blame if something nasty happens.
Well, the situation is rather embarrassing, but I'm afraid I won't have the money for you in time. I'm a bit short, you see.
Embarrassing?
Sure, you understand. Can't do anything about it.
Can't or won't. My employer let me 10 guineas. Hey, hey, look at me when I'm talking to you. Now you come up with the money or I'll hang out your bollocks as bunting. Understand?
Can't. I need more time.
Come off it.
I won't stand for this. I'll go to the police. This is extortion.
Me?
Yes, you.
Me extort you? You're extorting Mr. Stevens.
It's his word against mine.
Oh, no, no. Mr. Stevens is an honest businessman who keeps clean books. And now you're coming up with all these mealy-mouth excuses. 10 guineas by tomorrow or cut off your balls.
All right, all right. Yes, yes, that's quite enough. Run off to your master like a good bulldog. Go on.
You think it's clever to talk about me that way?
You and your master both.
Money well spent, promise.
You think you can bully people because you're a striker?
I don't borrow money and then cry when I can't pay it back. Mr. Stevens would be well within his rights to let me beat you to a pulp. Think about that.
So, you admit it then? You're a brute who beats people over small sums.
It's honest work.
Your definition of honest.
You don't want to pay? That's your decision. Only yourself to blame if something nasty happens.
Well, the situation is rather embarrassing, but I'm afraid...
Okay, this will definitely make it easier and quicker in certain moments as well. So we've covered that. I just want to make note of the dialogue that we covered that I hadn't taken note of at that point yet. That was about the street couple. And then the beggar about the old light brigade. And then I've already got the one about the urchins, talking about cheap cigars you smoke and all that kind of stuff. And now this conversation with the guy who owes money. James, dude, you already made the chat GPT to act like your ex. It learns damn fast. Oh, did you, James? Yeah, AI. Imagine in decades to come, when people know that they're about to die, they'll create a completely AI version of themselves to live on afterwards, with all their memories up until, you know, the current point when they died, and then of course the AI would then create new memories.
I won't have the money for you in time. I'm a bit short, you see.
Embarrassing?
Sure, you understand. Can't do anything about it.
Can't or won't. My employer let me 10 guineas. Hey, hey, look at me. You come up with the money or I'll hang out your bollocks as bunting. Understand?
You'd have hot food and plenty of travel. Penny was a penny.
Okay, so I don't want to get too carried away at the moment with NPC dialogues in the streets. This is currently inside of a memory, which I'm also covering dialogues inside memories, of course. But it'll be wise to choose when to focus on certain NPC dialogues and when not to as well. So what I'll do is restart the memory again, not actually chase the street urchin again, just in case the people that were on this corner here were actually talking, because I got it interrupted because the carriage stopped and all that kind of stuff. So I just want to see if those will be there with the same dialogue as before. James, yeah, you asked for sassy AI girl and now she pesks you for being lazy. Imagine being ordered by PC to not be lazy. Skynet is coming. Yeah, I guess that's the thing too, like with AI, is you only get out of it what you put into it.
Oh, come on, Mama. For an old soldier. Penny for the poor.
I've never seen so many people all at once.
The churning seas of London. It's just the way Father described. Now, to find Henry Green and formulate a plan of attack against the Templars.
Who's Mr. Green again?
The assassin watching over London? Did you not listen the first 3 times?
Listen to what?
Oi, watch it.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oi! Come back here, you filthy dipper!
Stop!
I'll be late for work.
No offence, my dear, but I believe there is a reason no woman's ever entered politics.
You're right. There's a very good reason indeed.
Pay him no mind. He's talking rubbish.
That much is certain.
Is it rubbish to believe that things are fine the way they
My
are?
dear fellow, that's rot.
Take a look around you. Are things really That driver's gonna kill someone.
Come on, game, work with me. Jeez. That's going to be another thing about this type of playthrough in the greater streets of London, trying to get NPC dialogue that then gets interrupted by random events that happen.
Jacob, stop! Is this a thanks a man gets for defending his country?
So he did. Just imagine the wisdom we could glean from a woman leading Parliament.
No offence, my dear, but I believe there is a reason no woman's ever entered politics.
You're right. There's a very good reason indeed.
Pay him no mind. He's talking rubbish.
That much is certain.
Is it rubbish to believe that things are fine the way they
My
are?
dear fellow, that's rot.
Take a look around you. Are things really fine the way they are?
What about her? She could be Prime Minister.
Go on. You're embarrassing me.
I'd vote for you.
Enough now.
Just imagine the wisdom we could glean from a woman leading Parliament.
No offence, my dear, but I believe there is a reason no woman's ever entered politics.
You're right. There's a very good reason indeed.
Pay him no mind. He's talking rubbish.
That much is certain.
Is it rubbish to believe that things are fine the way they
My
are?
dear fellow, that's rot.
Take a look around you. Are things really fine the way they are?
What about her? She could be Prime Minister.
Go on. You're embarrassing me.
I'd vote for you.
Enough now.
Just imagine the wisdom we could glean from a woman leading Parliament.
No offence.
Cool. So I got that dialogue from start. Due to the nature of this kind of playthrough, sometimes you'll come across dialogue when it's in the middle of whatever they're saying. So when that happens, I need to listen out for what sounds like the beginning of the dialogue conversation and then re-listen to it until it loops back to that point as well. So I was able to get that dialogue now from those characters without a random carriage coming along and interrupting their dialogue by making them think they were going to get run over by the carriage. AC, welcome on in, dude. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How was your stream? How was Forza Horizon 5? How were the races? Were you winning? James, yeah, it's hilarious. It's kind of funny, to be honest. At least in this plane, it adapts pretty fast. Yeah, that's true as well. And that's the thing, like, you get technology that when it first comes out, it might be archaic, but then as time goes on, the improvements come really quick. And so it doesn't take long for major improvements to come along. AC, you shall return, need foods and stretches. Totally understandable, AC. Definitely get some food into you and get some stretches in. Definitely understandable. Thank you so much for the raid. James, the carriage knows what you're doing, Rod. As you said, it learns too fast. That is true. The carriage is like, okay, so the player isn't moving. That means they must be trying to listen for all the dialogue. For those who are new to the channel, thank you so much for joining with AC's raid. And also for those who might just be joining generally, I do streams every day, and I have different games set for different days in the schedule. So I've got Monday through to Thursday locked in for GTA 5. That playthrough I haven't actually started yet, so Monday will be the first stream of that playthrough. Fridays, I do Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, and on the weekends, Assassin's Creed Syndicate at the moment. And what I'm doing for Syndicate is a very time-consuming kind of playthrough. I'm doing dialogue, listening to certain NPC dialogue, but just things like speeches and commentary. I won't be worrying about bumping into a NPC and getting the dialogue and various other contexts, just basically speeches or commentary. I'll be doing memories that can be done by Jacob or Evie, but I'll do them as both. So I'll do a memory as either Jacob or Evie, and then as soon as I finish that memory as one character, I'll then replay it as the other character to show the differences. For those who don't know how it works in this game, in terms of the main story, you don't get to pick to just play as Jacob or just play as Evie for every single main story mission. Each mission is assigned to the characters, but side missions though, that's where you get to choose whether you want to do them as Jacob or Evie. There might be some side missions here and there where it's like you have to play as either Jacob or Evie, but yeah, it's the main story missions where the game decides who you have to play as in terms of doing the memory. Within memories, between memories, sorry, you can play as whoever you want, free roam around London and all that kind of stuff. So for those side missions, I'll be basically showing the differences between doing it as Jacob versus doing it as Evie. I'll also be doing a showcase of all their outfits and gear pieces. Also listening to all of Jacob and Evie's dialogue on the Train Hideout. Things like, if you go to the Train Hideout as Jacob, Evie will make comments on what you're wearing, and Jacob will make comments on what you've got Evie wearing as well if you go to the train as her. So I'll be covering as much of that as possible. And there's these cutscenes that unlock between Henry Green and Evie that you need to collect pressed flowers for. So I definitely want to make sure that I cover that as well. And also reading character database entries. If we go here, it puts in the encyclopedia all different categories of characters, locations, all that kind of stuff. So I'm only going to be reading out basically main or side characters. I won't be worried about reading about like locations and events and all that kind of stuff. So I'll also be doing that. Something else that I'll be doing is getting all the skills. There's some that are only for Evie and some that are only for Jacob. What else was there? There was something else that I was going to do that I didn't put in that command, but I can't remember what it was. But anyway, that's like a bit of an idea of what I'm doing with this playthrough. So it's very time consuming, it's very meticulous. Sometimes I need to reload a checkpoint because dialogue gets interrupted by, for example, in this part, there's a carriage that can randomly come across the NPCs talking and they get scared and think they're going to get hit, and so that breaks their cycle of their dialogue as well. So we just currently got some dialogue from some people talking about having a female prime minister in, well, I went to say Great Britain. I think it was, yeah, Great Britain, UK. Yeah. So we've got that dialogue. I'm also keeping track of that kind of stuff because I know from previous playthroughs that these kinds of conversations that NPCs have, it's not just like, there might be some that are dependent on where you're up to in the story, but there might also be ones that are just general that always happen. For example, some street urchins are talking about a circus. I know that that dialogue can be heard at multiple points in the game. So I'm also keeping track of those kinds of dialogues as well. Now, bro, you think it hit a wall? Or you think you hit a wall? Oh, in Shadow of the Tomb Raider. What's happening?
Idea, but I believe there is a reason no woman's ever entered politics.
You're right. There's a very good reason indeed.
Hey, he's talking too much again. And it's true. He threw it right in the mud. And he just scarpered. But you can still see here, I've got the marks all over my trousers.
What about her?
There's no need for that.
Unacceptable. Is there any justice anymore?
I don't have to
What's the
tolerate
government
this.
doing about it, eh?
Hey, who do you think you are? Barging locals out of the way, there ought to be a law against bad manners. I'll put it down to the government, all for the cost and nothing for the good and his work in London and born and bred.
Okay, so that NPC conversation got interrupted by me being close enough for a blending to happen. Because I was trying to get a good angle to put the camera on to try and get the audio to be as loud for that NPC as possible. Because there's other NPC dialogue, obviously, around those groups that are still talking to.
Jacob, stop!
Just imagine the wisdom we could glean.
He most certainly did, right here behind my knee.
It looks dreadful.
No, he'll be fine. That's easy for you to say.
Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Let me have a look then.
See, you see?
I've seen much worse than that in my day.
If it's not cleaned properly, a wound like that could fester.
Now, don't go worrying too much again. And it's true, he threw it right in the mud. And he just scarpered. But you can still see here, I've got the marks all over my trousers.
And he bit you on the leg.
He most certainly did, right here behind my knee.
It looks dreadful.
No, you'll be fine.
That's easy for you to say.
Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Let me have a look then.
See, you see?
I've seen much worse than that in my day.
If it's not cleaned properly, a wound like that could fester.
Now, don't go worrying too much again. And it's true, he threw it right in the mud. And he just scarpered. But you can still see here, I've got the marks all over my trousers.
And he bit you on the leg.
He most certainly did, right here behind my knee.
It looks dreadful.
No, you'll be fine.
That's easy for you to say.
Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Let me have a look then.
See, you see?
I've seen much worse than that.
Alright, so we got that dialogue where the guy had been bitten. Hey, Godfather Al, welcome on in. Game replayer of the century, Rod the custom games god. Welcome. How's things going, Godfather Al? Now, bro, it's the 3 stealth sections back to back, and the set piece where Lara goes beast mode. The RNG and checkpoint is cruel. Ah, yes. And playing on the hardest difficulty as well, where it won't take long for you to die from taking damage. Hopefully you can get past it. Nah, bro. When I did my stealth challenge with that game recently, there were definitely some moments where I was just getting so angry at the stealth section. So I definitely understand that frustration.
If it's not cleaned properly, a wound like that could fester.
Don't go worrying too much.
That's what they said to him.
Well, now, I
Then
can't
they
believe
refused to pay
someone
the
of their
bill.
stature would say that. I'm
There
sure
must
it
have
was
been a
misunderstanding.
You're calling me a liar, are
Their
you?
stature.
I saw them.
They wouldn't behave like that.
He said that he felt like he was Atlas, asked to hold up the whole world. He's mad.
It's odd, I'll grant you.
There must be some explanation.
Ugh, that bloody oaf.
How on earth is he still employed?
Blind luck.
He's gonna get someone killed.
He nearly did already. I've half a mind to drag him out and thrash some sense into him. That's what they said to him.
Well, now, I
then
can't
they
believe
refused to
someone
pay
of
the
their
bill.
stature would say
Did
that.
that,
I'm
there
sure
must
it was
have
a
been a reason.
misunderstanding.
You're calling
Yes,
me a
exactly.
liar, are
Their
you?
stature.
I saw them.
They wouldn't behave like that.
He said that he felt like he was Atlas, asked to hold up the whole world. He's mad.
It's odd, I'll grant you.
There must be some explanation.
Ugh, that bloody oaf.
Okay, so that was the dialogue where they're talking about some bloody oath. Oath, I mean. Not oath. Now, bro, you got to the set piece a few times, but the RNG is like, nope. The RNG is like, we're going to cause things to be in a way that just really, really annoys the player right now.
He's still employed. He's gonna get someone killed.
If it's not cleaned properly, a wound like that could thrash some sense into him.
Don't go worrying too much again.
Please, I need help. Just a little generosity. Why do you all ignore me? I'm one of you.
Forget it.
Spare a penny, pennies, please. A penny. May I have a penny for me and my friends, sir? A penny if you can.
Excuse me. Would you be so kind?
I think I've begged myself horse.
It's those cheap cigars you smoke.
Oh, please, sir. A penny.
Rain will subside.
Penny for a poor boy. My friend and I are orphans. Please, anyone, give us a penny.
Spare some coin, please.
I'm afraid I won't have the money for you in time. I'm a bit short, you see. Sure you understand. Can't do anything about it.
I'm thinking I might run off and join a travelling show in France.
Alright, so that particular dialogue, I'm not being able to get a clear thing of it as well. And I don't know if it'll be dialogue that we'll actually hear at a later point. But I can always double check by restarting this memory. I'll just make note of this particular one having question marks next to it. Now to search for any more dialogue conversations in the vicinity of where they've put me at the start of this memory, and then I'll actually reload the memory and chase the urchin this time to get the dialogue and everything.
I've got food and plenty of travel. Penny? Penny for some starving.
Jacob, stop! Spare a penny for a veteran of the Light Brigade. The Light Brigade. No, there was even a bloody poem written about us. Oh, maybe you'll change your attitude if I come over there. Tuppence? They're the only bots that smell better. Away with you, you bastard. Snap his bloody neck! Oh dear!
Not a copper in sight to stop them.
That's interesting. I didn't realize that if you actually hang back where Evie is, if any blighters come into contact with her, there'll be a fight between her and them. Alright, so there was some dialogue that was being said by one of the people on the sitting down, but it got interrupted when those enemies attacked Evie.
Jacob, stop! Soldier? No? We'll rat it then. Is this a thanks a man gets for defending his country? Why did I bother?
I won't tell you again!
Bloody blighters. Alright, this time I won't actually stand there. I'll stand on the other side of where the NPC was. Maybe that will help.
Jacob, stop! Spare a penny for a veteran of the Light Brigade. The Light Brigade. No, there was even a bloody poem written about us. Oh.
I didn't want Jacob to drop all the way down. I just wanted him to simply go to the next rung of the building. Usually in these games, if you just move the control stick, if you're playing on controller, up or down, the character will go to the next available grab point on any surface, but sometimes it doesn't. Good luck trying to remember all the times in which it actually does versus doesn't.
The Light Brigade. No, there was even a bloody poem written about us. Oh. Hello? Yes, you. Can you spare a penny for a veteran of the Light Brigade? The Light Brigade! No! There was even a bloody poem written about us! Oh. London will run with your blood!
I'm in trouble now.
That was interesting because that NPC that I was trying to listen for the dialogue for despawned.
Jacob, stop!
Why, a gentleman who made your acquaintance last night, I believe.
Why, so he did. Oh, come on, my mother won't be home for hours.
Oh, I want to, believe me, but I'll be late for work.
They all have faces like sore asses. Must be a prat parade today.
Well, now.
Show me what's up, shit!
This one might be needing breakfast tomorrow.
Alright, so I'm going to not worry about that NPC I was trying to get dialogue for. If it's one of those dialogue things that doesn't repeat at a later point, so be it. But we're going to move on now and restart the memory, but this time I'm actually going to chase after the street urchin.
I've never seen so many people all at once.
The churning seas of London. It's just the way Father described. Now, to find Henry Green and formulate a plan of attack against the Templars.
Is Mr. Green again?
The assassin watching over London? Did you not listen the first 3 times?
Listen to what?
Oi, watch it.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oi! Come back here, you filthy dipper!
Stop!
You'll feel my fist if you keep
Stevens is an honest...
I mention my name.
Don't you touch me!
Stand dust.
I need help. Just a little generosity. Why do you all...
What on earth is going on over there?
What's happening?
Whoa.
Hurt you worse.
Hi. Fine, you little mobsman. Keep it.
Well, well. What do we have here?
You're on our property.
Oh,
Rip your tongue out!
Oh, bloody hell.
Cut his eyes out!
Bugger me.
Oh no!
Take his head off!
Give him a good cleaving!
I'm gonna knock your teeth in. Just try to stop me.
Spill his innards over the...
Excellent. What else does London have to offer?
Now is not the time for tourism, Jacob. Now's the time to find Henry Green. I've always been a quicker climber.
At least it was
Haven't
no
I?
one I knew.
Not since we were 2.
I can give
Race
thanks
you
for
to the
that.
highest vantage point.
But it could happen to anyone, really.
Alright. Reload the checkpoint because those enemies started to talk over Evie's dialogue. The camera is very weird in that moment. It's programmed to move in a certain way, and if you're trying to move against it, it makes things very rigid and slow.
Vantage point.
And her dialogue got cut off completely anyway. by the checkpoint. I'm going to do two variations of this moment too. I'm going to do one where we let Evie win versus one where we win. But I don't think there's any dialogue if you win.
Jacob, stop! I got it. What was that?
Well, you see, there were...
What's going on?
To the devil here.
We're proud of
It'll hurt you worse.
Hi. Fine, you little mobsman. Keep it.
Well, well. What do we have here? You're on our property. I'll get ya! Don't pull any punches!
He's as good as dead. Keep him busy.
I'll cut your tongue out!
Excellent. What else does London have to offer?
Now is not the time for tourism, Jacob. Now's the time to find Henry Green. I've always been the quicker climber, haven't I?
Not since we were two.
Race you to the highest vantage point. You're going to lose again.
Not on my watch.
Fancy Ralph gave you a bag of stones. Oh,
That's better.
Poor man.
let's see.
The view from up here looks magnificent.
All right, so it seems that the only dialogue that Evie has in gameplay, if she's actually ahead of Jacob in the race, is about the magnificent view. I just wanted to hang back before going into the actual marker as well. And I don't think that there's any dialogue difference for actually losing or winning in the cutscene that's coming up. So I'm not going to worry about trying to see if that's the case. What I'm going to do instead, though, is reload a checkpoint and then actually get ahead of Evie and see what the dialogue is. I find your lack of faith disturbing. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now, I am the master. All I am surrounded by is fear and dead men. Thank you, Vegas, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. That last part, all I am surrounded by is fear and dead men, that was from one of the comics, wasn't it?
The highest vantage point. You're going to lose again.
Not on my watch.
See?
Penny, just once more.
She reached there before I did. Something that's interesting is when Evie turns up where Jacob was after he dealt with the enemies, the way they do the camera, it actually positions her so that she's automatically ahead of Jacob before the race starts. So they're not actually starting from the same line of positioning in the race. They've programmed it so Evie is automatically ahead of where Jacob is.
You're going to lose again.
Not on my watch.
Please, I need help. Just a little generosity.
The view from up here looks magnificent.
Alright, so even if you're ahead of her at the end there's no new dialogue. Vegas, that is from the famous wrecking machine, better known as Darth Vader. Oh yeah, Vegas, yeah. Yeah, I knew who it was from. But I know the first part of that quote is from Star Wars A New Hope, but I think the last part about all I am surrounded by is fear and dead men is from a comic, isn't it, I think?
The highest vantage point. You're going to lose again.
Not on my watch.
Just a little generosity. Why do you all ignore me? I'm one of you. It was delivered just this morning.
Manifest says 10.
Try counting instead of looking.
Where is Mr. Green's shop located? It was marked on Father's map.
2 assassins. Equal in height. 1 female, 1 male. 2 decades old. And those devilish smiles. You must be the Fry twins.
And you are?
Henry Green, at your service. I was sorry to learn about your father's passing.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about Crawford Starrick?
I suppose the Council desires news.
London must be freed, to provide a better future for all of its citizens.
Well, thank goodness the Council saw reason and sent you to aid us.
Yes. Thank goodness.
Unfortunately, I am the bearer of bad news. Today, Starrick sits at the helm of the most sophisticated Templar infrastructure known in the Western world. Every class, every borough, the gangs, the industries. His reach extends all across London.
I've always thought of myself as a gang leader. Firm, but fair. Huh. Well, I have uniforms. And I'll unite a mix of disenfranchised outsiders under one name. That's it, Evie. We can rally them to our side.
Oh, like the way that you rallied those card players at the Oakbrook Tavern into the river.
Oh, that was different. They beat me at whist. I can see it now. We'll call ourselves the Rooks.
You were never good at chess either.
Have you got a better plan?
Find the piece of Eden.
Oh.
Well, let me show you the lay of the land. Shall we?
This is the highest point in Whitechapel. The best way to see any landscape is from above. The best way to see any landscape is from above.
All right, so Evie doesn't have any dialogue there for Jacob for not doing what we need to do straight away. And let me see, hasn't given us a entry for Henry yet to read.
The best way to see any landscape is from above.
Vegas, you know what is a great movie? The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. You watched it again today, and man, it's just so good. Yeah, it's funny because I saw the sequel first with Wesley Snipes before I saw the first movie. But yeah, I remember that being a good movie, The Fugitive.
The best way to see any landscape is from above.
Vegas, US Marshals is great also. Yeah, I don't actually remember what I thought about that because when I saw that was earlier than I saw the first by quite a number of years, so I can't remember if I liked the second one or not. But I like Wesley Snipes though. I think he did a lot of good movies, like Passenger 57, that was a good one. That was one of the first ones of his that I saw, and he was great as Simon Phoenix in Demolition Man, but of course as Blade in the Blade movies too. James, that is the movie with Tommy Lee. That's true, yeah, Tommy Lee Jones. Yeah, James. Yeah, it is a good movie, James. Vegas, you love Passenger 57. Yeah. The villain in that was played by an actor named Bruce Payne, and he was also in a couple of movies that weren't that great. One was Highlander 4, basically. Endgame, and then the other one was Warlock 3. But he's a good actor though. Vegas, Snipes was superb as Blade, absolutely iconic. He definitely was, yeah. I mean, the third movie isn't that great, but I find that's more because the way that they did the story, I think it was a bad idea to have Dracula be done the way that he was. I don't have any problem with Dracula being in Blade because obviously Dracula was in the comics, but I think it would have been better to leave him as like a potential fourth movie villain. Because yeah, the bad guy in Passenger 57 was truly evil. Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw that though. In fact, the last time I saw it was when I was in primary school when it was on television. Haven't seen it since then. Vegas, so yeah, Blade Trinity was crap. Blade 1 and 2 were great though. Yeah, they really were good, those first two.
Look at what Starrick has done to the city. Whitechapel is riddled with crime. Child labor, despite regulations. A gang known as the Blighters overruns the streets, and Templars manipulating behind the scenes. As in all the other boroughs, we need to return this city to the people who built it in the first place.
We will free London from Starrick. You have my word.
And my rooks.
Miss Fry, your passion is inspiring. Come, let us return to my shop, and I can bring you up to date on the rest.
Okay, so it would seem there's no dialogue if you just hang back at the top of this viewpoint. Godfather Al, by the way, did they ever release that extra content for AC Mirage? If so, have you played it yet? I haven't done the content yet, Godfather Al. It is available, the Valley of Memory DLC. But what I have done is I loaded up the game to test the new parkour update that they had. And so I played around with that a little bit, but I didn't go into the actual DLC itself, though. But the DLC also is part of the overall update to add some more parkour updates. James, you watched Army of Our End movie. It's a historical horror movie about witch hunts and shit. The raw projection is awesome. It's raw, uncut. The director didn't take any punches. You feel the pain and fear people had. So it's called Army of Our End. I can't actually find that particular movie. Is there a different title for it as well? James, yeah, in EU, not sure if you have it in Australia, but should be named the same. Yeah, because I also put into Google the title and just put, it being about witch hunts. No, Google, it's not the Vin Diesel, The Last Witch Hunter movie. James, it probably should because it was an Australian corporation. Not sure he was there at the time. Yeah, yeah. So if it's like it's a historical horror movie, so definitely a period piece movie. Okay, so there's no dialogue if we hang back here with Evie, so let's do the next part.
Phew. I'll call the coppers on you. Too much damn dust.
Alright, so there's definitely no dialogue if Jacob just hangs back and doesn't follow them. It just started to do the desynchronization imminent thing, so just reload the checkpoint.
Keep quiet. Kalok's looking for me.
Who's Kalok?
One of Starrick's gang leaders.
Why does he want you?
He's after some of my more arcane research into one of the precursor artifacts.
The Piece of Eden.
So tell me about these blighters.
In search of an army, Starrick gathered up the nastiest of the underworld. Some of the city's gangs tried to prevent it and were slaughtered for their efforts. Now, only Whitechapel's clinkers remain opposed, but they're no match for the blighters.
Well, let's shine these clinkers up then, shall we? They're just the sort we're looking for.
You can't be serious.
Evie, they're ready to fight and oppose the blighters. This is my chance to step in. Look out, London. Here come the rooks.
There, my dear.
No, you don't understand.
There, my dear.
No, you don't understand.
There, my dear.
No, you don't understand.
There, my dear.
No, you don't understand. I knew those blighters were a bad lot, but I didn't think they'd get John killed.
There, my dear.
No, you don't understand.
There, my dear.
No, you don't understand. I knew those blighters were a bad lot, but
Confound this city. No one looks where they're going.
Yes, I've noticed that.
Bloody Drood. I'll never finish it at this rate. Only Providence knows where those words are headed now. Well, I must get to work replacing them. Should you ever be in the mood for a tale or two, you can always find me where the ale is warm and tempers are hot. Ta-ta!
What an odd man.
That Mr. Fry was Charles Dickens. Knows everyone and everything in the city. If I were you, I would keep that connection in your back pocket. Kalok's gang is nearby. They must not follow me back to my shop.
We'll take care of it.
Here, you might be able to use this.
Oh God, I hope so.
My carriage is nearby. Make use of it to throw them off my trail. I will meet you at the curio shop.
I love how the blighters are just patiently waiting there for Evie and Jacob to actually start moving.
Atta girl, we need to lead them away from green. Here comes trouble.
Their carriage Haylock will rue the day.
That's the fella. I'm gonna smash you.
That's the way. Doing fine, girl. Steady on.
What do we have here?
Let's go.
What was that? Now what could that be?
There was some dialogue of Evie's that got cut off, so I want to see if I can get it to happen again. Yeah, no, Fry's like, how nice are the blighters to just wait, instead of actually just, attacking straight away.
Keep moving. We need to lead them away from green. Here comes trouble.
Their carriages are easily damaged. Haylock will rue the day.
That's the fella.
How does this feel? Easy does it. Walk on, girl.
You'll soon tumble. Now what could that?
Yeah. Slow down. Who's a good horse? You are. They've gone.
Now to return to Mr. Green.
Aye, aye, Captain.
You're relentless.
That relentlessness will see me become master when we finish this.
George would do nothing of the sort. Whatever's left of the Creed would perish under your control.
Harsh words, dear sister.
I do hope Mr. Green made it back safely.
Don't tell me you fancy the bloke already.
And what do you suggest we do if our #1 source of information turns up dead?
Starrick can't be that hard to find. I say we turn the carriage round and go find him.
This is why you aren't in charge.
Outrageous.
Slow down now. Steady on.
That's it.
I didn't say I was going to. I said I was thinking about it. Nah, bro, you fucking did it. You made it to San Juan 3 hours later. But hey, dude, you still got there. You got past that part that was kicking your ass, and you kicked its ass back. GG's on that now, bro. That'd be a relief.
Greetings.
You should watch where you're going. Are you tired of coming home to sleep on the floor with an empty belly? My friends, we must rise up and fight.
Oh, come on, hurry up. Some of us have places to be.
I believe, as I know you believe, that we must be paid a living wage. That we shouldn't work more than 10 hours a day. That we should be paid enough to put food on our tables. We have a right for our labour to pay for our bread. Men and women of London, I want you to march with me. March to Westminster and demand action from the Prime Minister. Demand action from the House of Lords. Break down the gates if we have to. We will force them to answer our cries. Rise up, London! Londoners of all ages, hear me. If you were tired, hear me. If you were hungry, hear me. People of London, are you tired of breaking your back in factories all day and most of the night? Are you tired of coming home to sleep on the floor with an empty belly? My friends, we must rise up and fight!
Now we're gonna go cry now. It's all over and done with. Cry of relief.
I believe, as I know you believe, that we must be paid a living wage.
It certainly cuts to the heart of the matter. Oh, I'm delighted you agree.
Onward, go.
What is it?
Oh, the editor does have a knack for a clever turn of phrase.
An excellent piece.
Yes, the author makes several good points. It certainly cuts to the heart of the matter.
Keeping our streets
Oh, I'm
safe.
delighted
How
you
much
agree.
So have our gratitude.
What is it?
Oh, the editor does have a knack for a clever turn of phrase.
It's so funny because Henry is like, take my carriage and then meet me at the shop. Meanwhile, I've actually jumped off the carriage and the game hasn't yet said, go back to Henry's carriage. The tutorial message to say circle to exit carriage still appeared even though the carriage is nowhere to be seen.
Did you give them the slip?
We gave them more than that.
Who are all these people?
Over the years, I have established a number of connections across the city.
Splendid. We'll need focused aid.
Focused aid. We take over Starrick's gangs, we cripple his control.
You're not aiming high enough. Starrick has influence in every branch of society. We need to match him.
I see what you're saying, Evie. We need the Rooks.
You are not starting a gang called the Rooks.
I believe I may have an idea of my own. We will need the police to turn a blind eye to activities. My ally in the force, Sergeant Aberline. I've heard he's a master of disguise. Next up, urchins.
Urchins?
Urchins. Children make for excellent spies.
Clara O'Day.
Smart as a whip, that one.
Finally, you would be wise to remember that Starrick never acts alone. There are gang leaders in every borough. You'll meet them soon enough, no doubt.
Rexford Gaylock, known for his ability to vanish before your very eyes.
Should we make him vanish for real?
I suppose.
One moment. A Templar target you might want to look into. Be cautious. It's rough out there.
No, don't worry about me, Greenie. I can handle a few thugs.
Raid, so you have this thing on your PC called Flashpoint Infinity. It's basically Steam, but for Flash games. Apparently there's a version of AC Syndicate on it, except all you do is watch cutscenes, gameplay videos, and decide what choice to make. Weird. That is weird. Wonder what that's actually from. Sounds like a weird version to have.
What's the plan then, oh mighty planner?
You're the one with the grand ideas. The gangs, the fights, even the outfits you'll wear. Perhaps you should lead the way.
If you insist.
Okay, so switching characters. Evie favors the stealth approach, whereas Jacob is more confrontational. Evie and Jacob share money, XP, and rewards, but have separate gear and skills.
Walk on, my beauty. There, girl.
Raid, you just tried it, and apparently you just killed the dude in the Bank of England by hiding behind a painting. You made like 3 choices: kidnap a guy, find a secret passage, then hide behind the painting. Don't know what it's all about, but whatever. Yeah, it sounds very weird. Wonder why such a thing would even exist. Okay, so I'm not worrying about reading database entries related to locations. I might do for pressed flowers though, because that's related to Evie and Henry. Alright, so I'm going to read about the Rooks and the Blighters, because they relate to Jacob in terms of, like, you know, starting a gang and gang wars and all that kind of stuff. The Rooks. An essential part of the English ecosystem, street gangs dominated the 19th century underworld. In an attempt to unify the street gangs under one regime, the Templar Order created the Blighters and attempted to remove any opposing forces to their cause. The Clinkers of Whitechapel, the last remaining independent gang in London, fought in vain against the mighty oppressors. Eager to turn things around, they welcomed twin assassins Evie and Jacob Fry into their circle. Proposing a new idea to take back the streets of London from under the Blighters' feet, the Clinkers took on the identity of the Rooks and decided to fight under the guidance of the Fry twins. Their main approach to undermining the Blighter influence is to sabotage their hold on different areas in the city, such as Blighter-owned factories and strongholds, and then challenge them to a final fight for the territory in a gang war. Nowadays, London doesn't really have street gangs like those. It's got students in bright jackets carrying clipboards who stop you and demand your credit card details instead. The Blighters. Unruly and dangerous, street gangs were a very common element of Victorian England's ecosystem. Flourishing in poorer areas, the desire for a unified lower class spread throughout the entire country and resulted in entire criminal communities. Notable gangs such as the Scutlers, the O'Hooligan Boys, and the 40 Elephants became infamous for their skill in theft, as well as their proclivity toward extreme violence. It was logical, then, to take these gangs into consideration when looking to dominate the heart of the empire. When Templar Grand Master Crawford Starrick sought to strengthen his hold over the city, controlling the underworld was a foregone conclusion. Using 7 hand-picked, highly skilled Templars, and all the influence he could muster in London's underbelly, he spent a decade building London's most fearsome street gang to date, the Blighters. Originating in Westminster's worst slum, the Devil's Acre, the Blighters' influence spread across the entire city, and its members became known for their merciless brutality and unruly nature. They didn't even say please or thank you. The Blighters, once thought to be a superior answer to the street gang plague, proved instead to be a source of greater fear and loathing for the city's residents. Those who opposed the regime wound up either fatally injured or massively in debt. I'd already read that in a previous stream. However, the time between learning about the Rooks and the Blighters was so long of a gap in my playthrough that I wanted to cover reading that again as well. Okay, so I'm going to stick to characters we have actually already seen and met and read about them. So we haven't met Clara and we haven't met Frederick yet, so I'll worry about reading their database entries when we actually meet them. But let's read Henry Green's bio. Date of birth 7th of December 1843. Henry is as good at keeping secrets as he is at meeting people. Many people do not, and most people will never, know that Henry was not always called Henry. Jayadeep Mir was born the son of a princess and an assassin. Arbaz Mir, a member of the Indian Brotherhood, fell in love with Pyara Kaur, the daughter of the Maharaja Karak Singh, while racing against the Templars to find the whereabouts of the mysterious Kohli Noor diamond. Jayadeep was raised and trained to be a member of the Brotherhood, but, to the frustration of many, found he was more inclined towards books than he was to violence. Hoping it was just a phase, the Brotherhood sent Jayadeep out on a mission in 1860, which he ultimately failed, putting the Brotherhood at risk. Jayadeep was then invited to England for a more suitable mission. He left home but was ever hopeful that someday he would return, having proved to be a capable field agent. Over the course of his time in England, he adopted many fake identities, but he came to love the very simple, curiosity shop-owning Henry Green. Henry, a name he heard often, and green being the colour of his hat at the time. Having made connections throughout London, he proved extremely useful upon the arrival of assassin twins Evie and Jacob Fry. For them, he helps in their quest to bring down the Templar control in London, having consumed as much information about the city as is humanly possible. While both sincere and hard-working, Jayadeep has a human side to him that many in the Brotherhood simply do not. In the game Assassin's Creed Chronicles India, you actually play as his father, Arbaz. Charles Dickens, date of birth 7th of February 1812. A celebrity during his lifetime, Charles John Huffman Dickens remains one of the largest sources of information regarding 19th century London. Known for being both a literary titan and an activist, Dickens's work showcased the life and personalities of London's working-class people. If you ask around in London pubs that still exist today, most report that he was a regular. Imagine being a regular at every single pub. That takes dedication. My favorite contemporary criticism of Dickens would have to be Mr. Dickens, as in revenge for his own queer name, does bestow still queerer ones upon his fictitious creations. Dickens was born in Portsmouth, the second of 8 children. He was said to have had an idyllic childhood up until the summer of 1824, when his father, John Dickens, was arrested for debt and thrown into Marshalsea debtors' prison with his family in town. To help pay off his father's debt, Charles was forced to leave school and begin work at Warren's Blacking Warehouse, a place that was notorious for its poor treatment of children, not a creche to be seen. Yet even after his father's debt was cleared, young Charles's mother suggested he continue to work. "I never afterwards forgot, I never shall forget, I never can forget," he said, "that my mother was warm for my being sent back." Once free of the warehouse and after attending school, Dickens got a job at the law office of Ellis and Blackmore. Living in the city, he attended the theatre religiously and, inspired by the stories spun on the stage, began his writing career. Dickens, of course, went on to be world-renowned for works including Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and Great Expectations, and his success as a writer continued throughout his life, with even Queen Victoria calling herself a fan. Perhaps less well known, however, is Dickens's powerful interest in the supernatural, which eventually saw him become part of Cambridge's Ghost Club, an organization of paranormal investigation and research. One of the biggest controversies surrounding his life was his extramarital relationship with Ellen Ternan, a young theatre actress with whom he remained until his death. Ternan and Dickens kept their affair a secret, destroying their entire history of correspondence in a bonfire 9 years into their relationship. In June 1865, Dickens was involved in the Staplehurst rail crash, but despite quite heroically helping to rescue other victims, he refused to speak at the accident's inquest to avoid having to disclose that he had been travelling with Ternan and her mother. Between 1868 and 1869, Dickens gave a series of farewell readings in England, Scotland, and Ireland. During this time, he also began work on what would be his final and only unfinished novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood. In June 1870, after a full day's writing, Dickens suffered a stroke, died the next day, coincidentally the 5th anniversary of the Staplehurst crash. He was buried in the Poets' Corner of Westminster Abbey. So when Jacob and Evie bump into him, or I should say he bumps into them, he looks off into the air and says something about Drood. And that, of course, is this unfinished novel that the database mentions, The Mystery of Edward Drood. So when we meet Clara and when we meet Frederick Aberline, I'll then actually read their bios.
Molly was dead, to begin with.
Thanks for redeeming that, Noble, as a Bane impression. What is that from? Oh, I just realized, A Christmas Carol. I just had to think there for a second. Yeah, Noble. Yeah. Um, I swear there was a version of that movie I saw as a child, but I can't actually remember which one it might be. One that I think it might have been is the one with Charlton Heston, I think, as Scrooge. But it might not have been either. Noble, yeah, you had Charles there, so thought, why not? Why not indeed, Noble? That's cool. Yeah, I had to think there for a second. I was like, Marley. Marley was dead to begin with. And then I'm like, oh, yes, of course, Ghost. You like the one with Michael Caine? Oh yeah. What is the one with the Muppets? I think is that Tim Curry? No, that was didn't he do a pirate Muppet movie with them? I think. That is the Michael Caine one. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. Oh no, I did actually when I was a kid. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Welcome to you. How is Syndicate coming along? It's coming along very nicely. 5 hours, actually no, 6 hours into the stream, I finished the second memory as Evie. So it's definitely still been very time consuming, but sometimes have to reload checkpoints because other things interfere with dialogue and all that kind of stuff. And so we just got to the part of the story where Henry and Evie, when Evie and Jacob turn up in London and first meet Henry. How's your morning going, Lucinda? Hope things are going well. Oh yeah, Noble. So Tim Curry did the pirate one. Sounded like you said the Syndicate. Oh, did it? I will read these entries actually because they relate to the whole thing, but I'll do them as we come across them. Lucinda, oh wow, taking a while, eh? Things are going well, nothing but fun planned for this weekend. You don't have to be anywhere or do anything except your usual weekly stuff. Very nice, Lucinda, that's cool. That'd be a relief. That is awesome. I hope that the time goes really slow for you. It's always good to have that up your sleeve as well, where you don't have to be anywhere and don't have to do anything. That is true, yeah, taking a while. It's funny because there were some NPCs that were having a conversation, then a carriage almost ran into them, which of course made them stop talking and then they ran off. So there's also been things like that too, as well. Noble Rod Arnold is rumored to be in the Predator animated show. That'd be interesting if he is, because I know he reprised the role of Dutch for the Predator Hunting Grounds video game. Yeah, listen, it was so funny. And then you've got like blighters that will start a fight. Um, the third memory has Jacob and Evie, and then this little street urchin steals from Jacob. And then if you stay behind, though, enemies will actually see Evie, say some stuff to her, and then attack in that part. So that was funny too, as well. Hello there, Doug. Welcome on in. How's things been going? Okay, so what I want to do now is cover something I forgot to do before, which is related to missions. Okay, so sequence 1, memory 1, a spanner in the works. Jacob entered Ferris Ironworks to assassinate its corrupt and malicious owner, Rupert Ferris. So that has been done. And then memory 1 in sequence 2, a simple plan. Evie executed her plan to assassinate David Brewster in his laboratory and recover his piece of Eden. So we did that as well. Memory 1 of sequence 3, somewhere that's green. The twins seek out Henry Green to learn the extent of Crawford Starrick's hold over London. No, well, you always wanted to get the jade weapons in this, but did not have the time to collect things to make it. Yeah, that's the other side of things, Noble, when you're crafting stuff and having to try and get all the ingredients and all that kind of stuff to it. One of the other things I want to do in this playthrough is showcase the different weapons and the different outfits and gear pieces that Jacob and Evie have. When I did a 10th anniversary playthrough of Assassin's Creed Unity, one of the things I did was actually show all the outfits that you can have Arno wear, the full outfits. And then I actually had him wear the gear pieces and actually show all of them. And so when I was doing that, I could actually move the camera around Arno to give a view of that and the difference. But in this, I can't actually do that. So that side of things I won't be able to do. But I think the best thing to do is I'm not going to worry about showcasing the weapons being used or anything like that. I don't even have to craft everything because, as you can see, when I change from one to the other, like I'll still craft stuff for using it as part of my playthrough. But what I mean to say is I'm not going to show every single weapon being used by Jacob and Evie, but just to actually visually see what things look like as well. Same with the assassin gauntlets and all that kind of thing, firearms included, belts and outfits. That's probably the best way to do it. Let me see. So collect 5 pressed flowers, collect 10, collect 15, collect 20 of them, collect 25, 30, complete Karl Marx memories, and discover this item in one of London's hidden chests. Alright, so I'll also be getting all the different colors as well, so that I have all of them at my fingertips. Now, we would like to see an all weapons playthrough. Yeah, that'd be interesting actually, to go through the game and literally use every single weapon at least once, you know, in certain stuff. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out what is the best way to approach doing this. I reckon what I'll do is I should do it by level that the character's at. Alright, so the current level that Jacob is at is level 1. I'm going to apply skills to put him to level 2, because Evie is currently level 2. So we've got 6 points to use as Jacob. Scavenger 1. I've already read what this does when I got it for Evie, so I won't reread the same skill just for a different character. We'll get Health Boost 1. Increase your health by 1 segment. Unstoppable. Increase the time before you lose your combo streak due to inaction. And now Jacob's level 2. Alright, so with him at level 2 now, let's have a look at the weapons that are level 1 and level 2. Now the thing is, it doesn't actually matter now that I think about it, because both characters can use any of these weapons as well. So it doesn't really matter which character I use to showcase. Alright, so Initiate's Cane Sword. The perfect starter cane. This weapon boasts style, substance, and snake. Initiate Knuckles. Standard brass knuckles for the bright-eyed initiate eager to make their mark. Ivory kukri. Nothing says sophistication like an ivory hilt. Nowadays, you'd have to buy something like this on the black market, but here it is at your fingertips. Noble cane sword. If you're feeling just a bit posh, look no further than the ebony, gold, and silk of this well-balanced weapon. Iron manacles. Repurposed iron knuckles born of the blood, sweat, and tears of industry. Vegas rocked the brass knuckles. They'll be very painful to use, or to have used against you. Okay, so that's those for now. Assassin Gauntlet. Leather Gauntlet. A basic leather gauntlet, perfect for a new assassin. Hardened Leather Gauntlet. Tougher than plain leather, but with maintained flexibility for ease of combat. Derringer Pistol. Fact. Even at this size, this compact pistol is still considerably larger than some Derringer models. Leather Belt. A common leather belt. Ho-hum. Hey there, Ogorki. How's things? Initiate Belt. Join the family with this decorative and functional belt. Very nice, Ogorki. Great to hear that you're going good. Okay, so the outfit that currently is equipped on Jacob is simply Jacob. Jacob has no love of flashy clothes, and this standard outfit suits him well. It has the perk of increase brass knuckles damage by 10%. What I might do with the outfits is actually show, by moving the camera around the character, what they look like in the outfit. What I might do to start with is have the characters wear whatever outfit I have them in for the current stream, and then in the next stream change it to a different outfit, and so on and so forth. And then I might change it as we go along and get closer to the end of the game if I still need time to showcase, and just basically change it based on, you know, a different reasoning. But yeah, that's what we currently have as simply Jacob. Equipped, no color. You currently have no color equipped. I don't need to actually unlock these to see the different color for Jacob's outfit. I won't worry about showing one outfit and all the different colors in the actual gameplay after I've changed it. But what I will do is just go through the different ones so you can at least see a basic overview of what the color for each outfit looks like. So this is the violet. Violet, woody brown, and grass green. Fuchsia, muted green and turquoise. Midnight blue, warm grey, and terracotta. Black, pink, and purple. Steel grey, pink, and dark grey. Crimson, deep crimson, salmon, and grey. Yeah, Ogorki. Black is a good color, yeah. in Black Flag, there's a really cool all black outfit that is basically Edward's default assassin outfit, but it's done all in black. That's one of my favorite outfits in that game. Wine, gold, and muted green. Green, violet, and grey. Nofri, oh, that all black outfit in Black Flag was fire. It was really cool. Another one I like, it doesn't change what outfit Edward's wearing. It just adds the cape with the skull and bones on the back of it. That's also a good one too. Gold, turquoise grey, and terracotta. Forest green, violet, and terracotta. Taupe, salmon, and grey blue. Nofri, all black outfits are always your favorites, mostly because you wear all black in real life most of the time. Oh, that's definitely fair too as well, Nofri. I definitely like to wear black clothing as well. And I think too, it's a color that goes well with heaps of other colors as well. Beige, violet, and grey blue. Beige, and blue. Beige, grey blue, and salmon. As you can imagine, in Unity, when I showed all the outfits, it was very, very time consuming. Like, it was just because I'd show what it looked like in the 3D model viewer version, and then I would actually wear it and then show it and do different things with it, and then so on and so forth. Ubisoft blue, grey, blue, and violet. You wear black as well, Ogorki? Oh, that's cool. Listen, do you tend to wear a lot of black or grey shirts? Yeah, grey's another good colour too, as well. Nofri, sometimes you'll mix it up and wear an all-white shirt with black joggers or short sleeve. And that's good too as well, to have a little bit of variation, if you want some differences. Teal, violet, and mustard yellow. Nofri, but 95% of your clothes are all black. I definitely prefer black shoes as well. Okay, so the current color that we have equipped is no color. So that is what the Simply Jacob outfit looks like with all the different colors. Simply Jacob. Afro, standard. What's standard? Shadow, your outfit dye in Unity is quite obvious. Is it? Is it the grey one? Nofri, I've got to be all black shoes, all black Air Force Ones for the win, always. Yeah. Like, I don't mind if there's a little splash of a different color on black shoes. But yeah, primarily I prefer black shoes. As for what weapon I actually want Jacob to have, for Jacob, I like to have him use the kukris, and for Evie, I like to have her use the canes. But for Jacob right now, we can't actually get any of the kukris because we need to progress further in the story. So for now, I'll just keep him with the initiate knuckles. Have him wear the initiate belt and leave that as is for this stream. Shadow? Yeah, pure shadow. I don't blame you though. It's so funny in that game wearing like mustard yellow. Really, really bright. Afro, all your characters in every game wear their canon standard outfit is the law. Oh, I got you, Afro. That's understandable. Yeah, yeah. There can be great default outfits in these games as well. Nofry Air Force Ones are your go-to purchase. They've always been the same price, pretty much, at like $80 to $90, and a style that never gets old. And that's a good thing too, as well. If you can have a style of something that you can still enjoy, no matter how long it's been that style for, or that style's been available for. Alright, so now what I want to do is switch to Evie and get the dialogue that plays when you actually switch characters.
Have a rest, brother dear.
Okay, so if we go into inventory and we go into capes, so Evie has capes and Jacob has belts. So because she has capes and not belts, I'll cover, of course, the capes that she has. So let's start with the outfit. So Simply Evie is the default outfit. Dramatic, yet ultimately simple, this is Evie's outfit of choice. It has the perk of increased cane sword damage by 10%. And now to just show in this menu what the colors of her outfit is like. Violet, woody brown, and grass green. Listen, you despise shopping for apparel, so when you find a pair of shoes that you actually like, you will buy 2 or 3 pairs of them, because always, never fails, by the time you go to buy it again, it's discontinued, especially shoes. But that's a great way to do it, though, Lucinda, because then you've got all those pairs ready, so if something happens to your current ones, at least you don't have to buy another new pair. And as you say, by the time you go buy it again, it could be discontinued. Fuchsia, muted green and turquoise. Nofre used to change it up and wear Vans or Converse or even Timberlands if it's winter, but yeah, the Air Forces are the default purchase for you now. And that's a good way to do it too. It's understandable to get into a situation where you just gravitate towards something and then that's what your choice becomes. Midnight blue, warm grey and terracotta. Listen, to when you went to buy work clothes, you found some polo shirts you liked and just bought 5 of different colors. Boom, shopping done. And that's a good way to do it too, as well. Especially if you don't really care too much about the design. Like if it's a design that you like, then getting multiple colors of it, it just makes it easier to decide. But also when you want to wear them, you can just be like, yep, I'll just put this on. Black, pink, and purple. Steel grey, pink, and dark grey. You need to collect the flowers to actually unlock it to be accessible. But for this playthrough, to show the different colors, I'll just basically select it. But I will still get the pressed flowers though, because if you get the pressed flowers, you get cutscenes between Evie and Henry. And I want to cover those as well. Crimson, deep crimson, salmon, and grey. Wine, gold, and muted green. Now, Fry, Air Forces just crease so easily. You have to buy a new pair at least once a year, but they start ceasing after like a month of wearing. Oh, they start creasing after like a month of wearing. Shit, nowadays though, you mostly just wear sandals because shoes just be uncomfy most of the time. And that's another consideration too, as well, comfort. They can get to a point where it's not so much about the design or look of something, it's more about is it comfortable or not. Gold, turquoise grey, and terracotta. forest green, violet, and terracotta. Taupe, salmon and grey blue. Afro, you always give Evie a kukri, just suits her slick style, and Jacob a cane, master assassin, knuckles, you flip-flop. Well, you guess both of them can carry the knuckles as a backup. Oh yeah, that's definitely fair too, as well, to switch it up like that. There's only been one playthrough so far where I've primarily just used knuckles, but that was just for Jacob, and that was for like one of the challenge rules I came up with. For him, that is. In that same challenge, I had different rules for Evie. Beige, violet, and grey blue. Listen, do you love how fast-paced the combat is in this game? It well and truly is. Felt like a beat-em-up. That's a good comparison, actually. Yeah. I just wish that in Watch Dogs Legion they had the fighting at least at that level. Because in Watch Dogs Legion it's basically just punch and then dodge. Punch and then dodge. Punch and then dodge. Beige and blue. Beige, grey, blue, and salmon. Nofra, you always just used the knuckles as Jacob. They did a good job of making that seem like the default option for him. That's true, you know, and in a way it fits more the whole gang side of stuff to have him wear that. Ubisoft blue, grey, blue, and violet. Yeah, Lucinda, like, there are different moves, but if you have a character who is a secret agent, then they'll have a bit more fancy moves. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of variety overall, though. Teal, violet, and mustard yellow. Shadow, yeah, Watch Dogs Legion failed brutally at that. It really did. You know, it would have been cool if you could do, like, headlocks, and when the enemy is on the ground, like, do leg locks and all that kind of stuff, you know. And no color. You currently have no color equipped. That's the Simply Evie outfit with just no color equipped. Okay, so capes. I'm just going to read what capes we have access to based on what level Evie is currently at. So Evie is level 2. So we have red cloak, a plain cloak that looks nice enough but provides little protection. Thrifty cloak. It's slightly used, to be sure, but that makes it no less effective as a cloak. This is the best deal you can get for this price. Alright, so I've already read firearms for Jacob. It's the same for Evie. Same with the Assassin Gauntlet. Ogorki stomp on his head when he or she is on the ground. That is true, Ogorki in Watch Dogs Legion. That would have been good to have that. It really would have been good to add a whole lot of different moves and stuff. Even if they still tied some of those to specifically getting a spy character. Plus, even to change what weapon, or I guess in a way you can do that, but it just depends on which character you choose. Okay, so I think we'll put Evie into the thrifty cloak, cape, outfits, Alright, so I've done that, and got our map. No new database entries yet. We don't have the train hideout yet, but we'll get that when we defeat K-Lock. Okay, now I've got to figure out what I want to focus on next. I think trying to get an entire memory sequence done from this point in this stream would take too long. We're up to sequence 3, memory 1. Memory 2 is locked at the moment. Which is tied to the conquering of Whitechapel. Although it is a very short borough to actually liberate, to be fair. The other thing with this is that these missions, Gang Stronghold and Templar Hunt, they can be done as either Jacob or Evie. And in this playthrough, I want to do each of these as one character first, and then once it's finished as that character, switch to a different character, and then do it again, but as them, just to get any sort of like differences that there might be in cutscene stuff as well. This is where you meet Aberline, which has its own memory, which is related to the capturing, potentially. Now, in this playthrough, because I want to get dialogue from enemies and NPCs, it's going to be in my best interest to make sure that I don't kill them in the bounty hunt missions, so we can get the dialogue when they're actually in the carriage. And then we have To Catch an Urchin, where we meet Clara O'Day. So I think for now, what I'll do is this Templar hunt.
Walk on, my beauty.
Move it! Faster!
Too fast!
Yeah! Come on! Come on!
Looks like a mess.
Come on!
There's something going on.
Faster! Come on!
Increase your speed at once!
We have 5 minutes at least.
Great! Just as I was getting bored.
Looks like a mess is brewing.
Think you're safe from me over there?
Don't come any closer.
Now, what was that, I wonder?
What'll I come over and teach you a lesson?
Somewhere else right bloody now.
Alright, so database entries, City of London. Okay, I might actually read the little info about these. Although, no. Yeah, I'll leave that for another phase. Okay, so for now, I'll just read what the actual characters related to the mission is that I have to do. Might have been in here. Conquest activities. Gang stronghold. Okay, so this one is Harold Drake, and that's Whitechapel. Harold Drake. Here we go. Harold Drake, last known location, Whitechapel Market. Harold Drake was formally invited into the Templar Order because of his prowess in the trade of illegal goods animal skins, jewels, drugs, a valuable source of underground information and secret wealth, he, with the Order's permission, operates a black market deep in the heart of Whitechapel. This market has become a hub for the exchange of illegal goods. So the explosive exit, kill target with a crate of dynamite is what we actually have to do for the optional objective. Vegas, Rod currently watching To Live and Die in LA, great flick. I still haven't actually seen that one. That's good that you enjoy it. But yeah, definitely haven't seen that one. I had to think for a second there. Biko, gosh, this is definitely a win today. You're still here, and Bank had what you wanted. Hopefully win-win. Oh, very nice, Biko. That's good. It's always good when things work out like that. And that's true. Yeah, still going. I will be ending the stream soonish, though. But we are now in London, proper. Not that we were anywhere near London before, but I mean to say, we're literally in London right now. In this game. Hello there, Dex. My liege, how fare thee? Welcome on in. How's things going, Dex? As for me, it's going well. We have Jacob and Evie now in London, finally. 6 hours of the stream was actually dedicated to the mission with Evie, where she had to assassinate Brewster. But yeah, it's going really well, thanks, Dex. Biko, yeah, Bankwoman was helpful, which was great. Burnt out some stress and confusion. That's very good too, as well. It's always good when you get someone that can have patience and can get things done.
Before my very eyes, city is damned.
Dex, your dumbass decided to go into work this morning, but you're alive and well. That is great that you're alive and well. Hopefully work won't be too annoying or anything like that, Dex. Lucinda, thank you so very much for gifting a gift sub to Quick Dex. That's awesome of you to do. Thank you, Lucinda, for that. Really appreciate it. And thank you for the 81 gift subs overall that you've given. Thank you very much for that. And Dex, congratulations for getting the gift sub. That is awesome. Yeah, Lucinda. Dex will be able to use the Dr. Darling Jam dancing emote. I love that one. And to be honest, I've actually felt like doing another playthrough of Control. So who knows? I might actually start a playthrough of Control soonish. I'll just wait and see. Dex, you've got the place to yourself, so you'll get a lot done. Oh, excellent. That is really good. That'll be a big difference. Lucinda, the Dr. Darling Jam emote was one of your top 5 emotes in this channel. I don't blame you for wanting to use it a lot, Lucinda. It's actually one of my favorite ones.
How many crates do we have left to distribute?
Only about a dozen, sir.
Excellent. Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
No bobbies in sight.
Good. Distribute the dynamite then, and carefully.
Very good, sir.
We want this to come into the blighters' hands without harm. No mishaps. How many crates do we have left to distribute?
Only about a dozen, sir.
Excellent. Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
No bobbies in sight.
Good. Distribute the dynamite then, and carefully.
Very good, sir.
We want this to come into the blighters' hands without harm. No mishaps.
There we go. Harold Drake. Advantage: completing this challenge will grant extra money and XP. Strategy: kill target with a crate of dynamite. You don't have to if you don't want to, but if you want to get the optional objective, then you have to kill him in that manner. Dex, you've recently looped back to this game to get a few of the trophies you missed to get the platinum. It still holds up well. The movement and parkour are pretty smooth. You wish there were taller buildings to climb though. Oh yeah, Dex. That would have been cool to have even taller buildings. Something that happened starting with Assassin's Creed Unity was just the sheer size and scale and scope of buildings and stuff like that. Like, if they had done Assassin's Creed Unity's game and setting back in, say, around the Ezio games, I imagine it would still be pretty cool looking, rendition and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, the game did have a terrible launch and all that kind of stuff. If you look at the actual graphics of the city and, all that kind of stuff, and the scale and scope and size of the buildings in that, it was very, very impressive. So it's cool that they carried that forward with this game as well. Ogorki, you've never got platinum in any of your games. Oh, you haven't, Ogorki? That's fair enough. Yeah, I think so far there's only been one game that I got a platinum for, and it wasn't that I dedicated time to literally get the platinum, but just naturally through playing the game multiple times, I got the platinum for the original Until Dawn. Dex, Assassin's Creed, New York City, when? Yeah. Could you imagine, though, Assassin's Creed, New York City game set in the 1970s? Think aesthetic like movies like Taxi Driver and the Dirty Harry movies and stuff.
How many crates do we have left to distribute?
Only about a dozen, sir.
Excellent. Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
Intruder! This might need sorting out. She's an intruder! That fry was...
Dex, that would be nuts. It really would be, for sure. That's something that I think would have been interesting, because the present day is obviously matching, our current era as well. And then you'd have the historical part of the game stories and all that kind of stuff. But I think it would be interesting if they changed it so that the present day portion of the game was actually set in comparison to us now in the past, but not way, way in the past. I'm thinking have a present day story set around when Vietnam was going on. And then the characters in the present day of Vietnam, back when that war was going on, they would be experiencing memories of a character in a previous era, So I think doing it like that means you could put a lot of things into the more modern time period in comparison that could be interesting story elements. And at the same time, you're also showing what the assassins were like in that time period versus what the Templars were like in that time period as well. Lucinda, that's how the Soma playthrough was for you. You got them all in the first playthrough and there was only one missable one based on your choices in the game. You'd love to see you play that game. It's a short and sweet one, Soma. That's definitely one that I'd like to play, because I have heard a lot about that one, and only having one difference to do to get the final trophy, that's definitely really cool, that you can get all the other ones by just playing it, on the first playthrough. Hello there, Octavius. How's things going? Dex, you would be on board. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, and, the series has touched on it already, but when Abstergo was actually created, Like, I think there's a lot of story opportunities for that, especially when the assassins finally find out that Abstergo is actually a Templar company. Because there would be a point in history where the Templars went unnoticed by the assassins as Abstergo. They had to find out somehow, you know. And I think you could even make it that it was William Miles's father that was actually the one to discover Abstergo was actually a Templar-owned company. So then you'd have a different game in a different time period where you play as another Miles, and you can also do an earlier time period where we play as another character too in that time period, and see how the differences could happen between the Templars when they create Abstergo versus a time when they haven't yet. And you could put things into it where you could have them saying that eventually we need to create a global company that can actually act as a front for us, you know. Octavius, 8 and almost half hours? Damn, but I mean, it's not that rare if you're playing Syndicate. That's true, Octavius, yeah. This playthrough, the amount of things that I've done in this playthrough so far has taken a long time due to the nature of what I'm doing. But I reckon if I hadn't have been doing this type of playthrough, I probably would be in like sequence 6 or 7 of the story by this point. By the second stream. Dex, okay, you're officially petitioning me to get you a gig at Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed creative team. Thanks, Dex. I mean, there's definitely a lot more that goes into coming up with stories, like, you know, working with a team of people and coming up with stuff like that. But I just feel like there's so many interesting pockets of the series that so far have only been touched upon in pretty much, you know, side content, like the Subject 16 puzzles, for example, that I feel like crafting an actual story around those things and those eras would definitely be cool, and it would help make things feel a bit fresh as well, because there's different things that you can do. Octavius, exactly. Yeah, you know, so we've reached this point in the story now where Jacob and Evie are in London. I'm going to be showcasing the outfits that they wear, but instead of selecting the outfit and then selecting the color of it and then changing that and then rinse and repeat, I'm just basically going by what character level the character's currently at for gear pieces to read about and all that kind of stuff. And for now, I'll change the outfits per stream for what they're actually wearing. And in this game, because you don't have to do the required activities to be able to even see the different color for the outfits, it means that I can show those early without having to worry about waiting until I've actually gotten everything related to it. For example, the pressed flowers and stuff. Dex, this AC for you wins the award for the most annoying trophies to get. Oh, does it? Yeah, I can imagine there'll be some tricky ones too. Shadow, since Abstergo's arrival, the assassins have been on low profile since companies and corporations ally more and more to their cause. Then why the assassins don't join up with DedSec, since it's a very powerful hacker group capable of destroying corpos' reputations? That is true, Shadow. You know, like you've got them. I mean, Erudito is the hacking group that was in the AC series before Watch Dogs was made. But still, you know, DedSec is a group that is in the same universe. Whether or not Ubisoft themselves consider it, I don't care. I still think they're connected and in the same universe. So there's not much variation doing this as Evie as there would be with Jacob, but just to stick with what I'm going to do for each memory, once we finish this memory as Evie, I'm going to do it as Jacob. Associates and loyalty. Find associates throughout London and aid them. Aiding associates increases their loyalty to the Rooks. Loyalty unlocks unique and valuable rewards. So there is a cutscene related to reaching the fullest loyalty with these associates. So I definitely still will do that content as well to get those cutscenes.
Oh, thank God. I was getting bored.
Altair bin Lahad. What game? Why did that happen? Hey, Alessandra. Syndicate was amazing. It is a game that I enjoy. Wanted to do a playthrough like this for a while, actually, with it. Why is the game desynchronizing Jacob? Like, is the radius outside of the actual red on the map so small? I can't go around that way, apparently.
Oh. Watch yourself, or I'll be on you in a flash!
How many crates do we have left to distribute?
Only about a dozen, sir.
Excellent. Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
No bobbies in sight.
Good. Distribute and done.
Oh, we have an intruder!
That looks like a mess I should stay clear of.
I'll put your meat to good use.
Rip him to pieces!
Let's make you bleed!
How dare you!
Someone doesn't know the meaning of hard work.
Intruder! There! Please, let me live.
Let me live. I've got an old mother needs taking care of.
I'll teach you to steal my patch!
That little kid's like, I'll teach you to steal on my patch. Right. Good luck with that. Okay, so there wasn't anything really that different, which I was expecting, but just for the sake of being thorough, I thought I would still do that memory again, but as Jacob this time. But I am curious to see when we get to a mission where we have to make sure we don't kill the Templar target and the dialogue that happens. Dex, you won't admit how often you've queued up the ACC Shanties playlist and kick back and listen while you work. I do not blame you one bit at all. Like, those sea shanties, they're just so well done. And I like how they come across as they were that they were recorded on an actual ship. You know, it's just got that feel to it. Assassin's Creed music was in the top 5 of your most recent Spotify Wrapped yearly recap. Oh, very nice. Dex, yeah, there's so many great pieces of music in this series. Dex, you always get the quirkiest glitches. No bobbies in sight. Yeah. Yeah, the nickname for police in 1860s London. Alright, so we'll do this next one as Jacob straight away. Oh, Dex, it was funny. There was this glitch where I had an enemy that was killed, and I wanted to hide their body inside one of those cabinet things. And what happened was, when the animation for putting them inside was playing, I think it was Jacob, but it could have been Evie. Anyway, they and the body teleported to the top of it. And the body was put on the top of it. And then there's a part in Sequence 8, actually, when you are doing the mission to assassinate Roth. What happens is there's a corner that has a hiding spot, and if you kill an enemy nearby, another enemy will spawn back in. So you can have a constant loop of killing an enemy in the hiding spot, and then another one will respawn. Yeah, listen, it was so funny when that happened. Yeah, Dex, it was like, what the hell? Wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Agorki, for making a clip. Thank you very much. There's also another funny one where I was picking up the body to put it somewhere, and the game misaligned where the body in relation to the character's shoulder was supposed to be. So essentially, you had the character with the stance and pose of holding someone, but the body was actually hovering near them instead of being locked into where they had their hands. Hey there, Lizzie. Good morning to you as well. Hope things are going good. Thank you, Agorki, for clipping that moment.
Damn dope! I'll knock some smarts into you!
Keep walking.
You're under arrest!
He's running!
Someone should probably stick. You never know.
He'll falter soon! Oh, goodness! He's making mistakes!
Someone club him from behind!
Looks like whatever shall I do?
Follow me. That's it. Come on.
Oh, goodness!
You'll have to do much better than that. Grab his arms! He's no match for us. You'll regret that, you will.
You call that sneaking? Gosh, I think... Yeah, dead.
Crazy driver!
Crikey! Help! Didn't mean to kill him!
Someone's been...
Driver's gone
I
mad!
wonder if I know the poor beggar.
Yep. Poor sod's dead.
Yep, poor sod's dead. I'm not dead. I feel happy. Yeah, listen, a lot of the NPC dialogues in this is so funny. I like the one where you put your hood on and they're like, shh, they're hiding. There's something that I just realized I can actually activate now with channel point redeems. I wanted to wait till the point in the game where I knew that I could actually honor the redemptions that I have in mind to have active for this playthrough. So what I'm going to do is put the leap of fail back, because there was a point where we wouldn't have been able to do it. Or maybe there would be, but I think it's best to leave it, to have left it until now to activate. Okay, and there's another one that I haven't had active for a game for a while. Replay mission with music only. And the other one I haven't had for a while for a game is Arnie Dub's Cutscene. So I'll just explain what both of those ones are. So with the replay mission with music only, it means that I turn off the sound effects and dialogue and just have the music on. And the one with Arnie Dubs a Cutscene, a random cutscene is dubbed with the Arnie impression. So what I do is I turn the dialogue track off to do that. So those are actually now active, and we can have them active at this point in the playthrough. Listen, the harder to do the leaps of fail in this game. It well and truly is, especially if you're near areas where there's carriages, because the game will literally make a carriage be there for you to land on. Dex, any Ezio AC game? Awesome, thank you for redeeming the Assassin's Creed quote. Okay, so I've got one. Oh, my love, mi dispiace. I was at the bank when they told me. Did I miss it? Am I too late? Give him here. Giovanni? Shh, my love. It will be all right. To say un auditore, se un combattente. Sorry, I can't speak Italian. I won't try. Listen to him. A fine set of lungs. And what shall we call him, my love? Ezio. Ezio Auditore da Firenze. That, of course, is the birth of Ezio. Yeah, I started saying the Italian words, but as I was saying it, I'm saying you're doing a terrible job, Rod, so stop saying the Italian words poorly. But what I'll do is do another one. Silencio, silencio. 22 years ago, I stood where I stand now, and watched my loved ones die, betrayed by those I had called friends. Vengeance clouded my mind. It would have consumed me were it not for the wisdom of a few strangers who taught me to look past my instincts. They never preached answers, but guided me to learn from myself. We don't need anyone to tell us what to do. Not Savonarola, not the Medici. We are free to follow our own path. There are those who will take that freedom from us, and too many of you gladly give it. But it is our ability to choose whatever you think is true that makes us human. There is no book or teacher to give you the answers, to show you the path. Choose your own way. Do not follow me or anyone else. So that's Ezio's speech in the Bonfire of the Vanities memory. Just wanted to do that to make up for the bad Italian I was saying. Thank you for redeeming the Assassin's Creed quote. Thank you, Dex. Lucinda, lol, making the player feel better about themselves. I meant to do that. Oh, yeah. That's it. Yeah, that was the whole plan all along. Makes me think of Assassin's Creed 3 when Connor is trying to get the feather from the tree, and Conan Dolgon is worried when he falls, and then Connor gets out of the thing and is like, what? I did that on purpose. Hello again, Spectrum. Hope things are going well. Nah, bro, okay, you've hit a second wall. You're tapping out for today. You're gonna go cry for real now. That's fair enough. Nah, bro, for sure. It's definitely good that you got beyond that first one. Thank you, Ogorki, for redeeming the leap of fail. Biko, go on, butcher Italiano language. Lucinda, Giovanni, or Garrett from Thief. That's true. Yeah, the actor who plays Giovanni is in Thief as well, yeah. Dex, you're here for it. It's your at birth. That's a good one, thank you. No worries at all, Dex. It's one of those moments in gaming history where you see the birth of a character, and while it's not in the games that you see his death, but if you've watched the short animated movie Embers, you see Ezio's death.
Maybe you'll change your attitude if I come over.
Oh, face me, coward!
Come on, you silly man.
Can't we have 5 minutes of peace?
Got him! He's in my sights!
the climb, the bigger the fall.
Go!
Now, bro, it's a me, Ezio.
Should I be concerned with what could be happening?
Walk on, stupid nag. Come on, bloody Pegasus.
First, you cut off the head.
It's those cheap cigars you smoke.
You think you're safe because you're over there?
Penny for a poor boy? My friend and I are orphans. Please, anyone, give us a penny. I might run off and join a travelling show in France. Did I bought the peg people?
Is that a corpse?
Ah, murder.
Is that a corpse? Nah. What do you think it is? Thank you, Agorki, for redeeming the leap of fail. Thank you very much. Listen, do you watched an old movie on the Mystery Science Theater 3000 channel last night called Quest of the Delta Knights, and it had a similar plot line to AC games? Really? Quest of the Delta Knights. That sounds interesting. Dex is a unilingual person. It's all good. Oh, thank you, Dex. I mean, it is actually a language I wouldn't mind learning if I was to learn a different language. Nofry, yeah, if that haystack wasn't there, it would have went very badly for Connor. That's true, Nofry. He's very lucky that it was there right underneath that particular tree as well. Dex, you certainly did. The journey from birth, life, and eventually death with Ezio was stunning, unheard of even. More games should do it. Yeah, like you really see a really good amount of the character's life as well, you know, and that's one of the other reasons why his character became so beloved is because it's not just a one and done thing where you play one game as the character and then that's it. It was 3 games back to back playing as the same character but at different points in his life, dealing with different things. And so there was also a difference in the maturity of the character as he got older as well, and the things that he went through and learnt from. No, bro, yeah, it's those couple of stealth sections outside the church after you find the box. If you die, you gotta restart the mission and do all the mini puzzles that came before. Oh no, dude. That's right, yeah, because playing on the hardest mode in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, it only saves when you actually make a campfire, and you need resources to do that too. So if you don't have the resources at the time, you can't make the campfire at that point. So you have to wait until you get to another point where you can, but if you can't, then you have to keep on going. Spectrum, you're doing well, just woke up. We tried to show you streak earlier, did it work? Don't actually know or remember. Let me see, I can check your chat history. I'll see if that shows there. If not, it might show up in activity feed for me. Okay, so I can't see it in activity feed. Yeah, I can't actually see it in activity feed, but all the same, Spectrum, thank you so much though for keeping a stream streak, no matter how many streams it was in a row. Thank you so very much for that. I really appreciate it. Dex, 3 great games back to back. That is true. I really like Brotherhood and Revelations. I think it's a great trilogy overall. Agorki, thank you very much for the 13 days, 3 hours of watch time. Thank you, appreciate it. Nabro Diabolical. That really is in that game. Having to do that. Thank you, Nabro, for the 16 days, 23 hours of watch time. Thank you very much. Dex, you're right. It was fun starting as cocky and brash Ezio, then seeing him mature and run the assassins, and then eventually form into a crotchety old man. That is true, yeah, and seeing the character make, certain narrative choices in that Revelations game as well, and the decision to step down as an assassin, not because he doesn't believe in their ideals or anything anymore, but just simply because he's given a lot to the assassins and he feels it's time to, retire and live out the rest of his life in peace and, with his family. Spectrum, thank you very much for the 55 stream streak. Thank you. I really appreciate that a lot. There we go. Thank you very much. Biko, hot steamy chicken noodle soup doesn't help keep sleepy eyes awake. God, you're so tired today. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, stuff like that, like with drinking tea and stuff, it feels like it would definitely make one a lot sleepy.
You Jim bloody bastard, come here!
I think I'm in trouble now.
I've had left to hear with you.
Lookout. Advantage. When detecting intruders, lookouts run to the main shelter and call reinforcements. Strategy. Eliminate lookouts to avoid reinforcements.
something's out there.
Anything would help.
Off you go now.
I'm in trouble now.
My boy is ill. We haven't anything to eat.
Fantastic. Strange stories.
Shred of generosity would... Oh. I'm desperate. I've sinned. I've drunk too much. Not all can be forgiven.
Oh, shit.
Must be one of the clinkers.
Never coming up, and I'll never come back.
Ugly. How did he get through? Stop it! Put some steel in his back! Thank him!
You'll pay for that!
Let me go. I give up. I'm not gonna fight you. God, no, please!
Never
don't
have,
kill
oh
me.
Gorky. I've heard of the movie Priest, but haven't seen it. Dex, did you play the Jack the Ripper DLC? And if so, what are your thoughts? You never did. You were thinking about grabbing it and playing after you finish your Platinum Trophy hunt. Definitely recommend, Dex. I really feel it's a great DLC. The aesthetic of it is definitely drastically different. It's a more sort of like, overall serious story, given the subject matter and the Jack the Ripper killer. Spectrum, you watched Passengers last night and they played a preview of the game based on the movie. Have you played it? Never? No. Is that movie with Jennifer Lawrence and Chris Pratt?
Must be one of the clinkers. Good place to start.
I'll put an end to that noise. You're on this up before you get yourself hurt. There's a...
Help! Someone! Oh, blimey!
Poor Mr. Fry, good to see you again, sir. Standing by, Mr. Fry. Just give me a nod.
Okay, so now we're going to do that memory as Evie. Even if the dialogue that Evie says is the same as Jacob's, I still want to cover her version of it anyway. But there are some memories where Jacob will have a different thing he says in response to something than what Evie will.
You seem to want my employer's attention, Mr. Fry.
Oh, I positively crave it. But you'll do for now.
As you like.
Once I'm through with you.
Alright, just need to see. Is this actually part of the actual same memory or not? Because that's something I didn't consider. Things like that, which could actually not be covered as well. Yeah, damn it. I wonder what happens if I... So there's no... have to do a exit the title screen. Okay, so I may not be able to get both of their dialogue for some stuff. Anything that can't be replayed is going to be an issue. So it is that movie Spectrum? Yeah, I haven't actually seen that. I didn't actually know there was a game based on it either as well. Thanks for the GGs. Damn.
You seem to want my employers.
Okay, let's see if I can do something. I want to see if I can quickly change to Evie before the game registers that it's in a state where we can't. Nice.
You and your brother are attracting the wrong kind of attention. I would be...
Nice. All right. So I can actually do that. That's a good loophole. So whenever we have a situation where the leader of the gang appears to taunt whoever I'm playing as, what I need to do is, before the fight is finished, basically go back to the menu and then go into the character select screen as quickly as possible and then switch. So now that we're able to do that as Evie, what I want to do is quit and then go back in, and this time we'll automatically be as Evie so we can get the difference in the dialogue with that guy, K-Lock, and Evie instead of Jacob.
You and your brother are attracting the wrong kind of attention. I would be careful.
Yes, you should be, Mr. K-Lock.
As you like.
To put me on a pig with this,
There we go. So Jacob has different dialogue to Evie when those exchanges happen with the blighter who is actually the head of that borough as well. So that's one that we can't kill before the gang war, but there are other ones where if you kill them when they first taunt you and appear, then you can remove them entirely from the gang war later. And essentially they're boss fights where some of them have their own unique ways of doing things, like one can drop a smoke bomb and affects your vision and all that kind of stuff. That's true, Dex. You can't believe Syndicate is 10 years. Time needs to slow the fuck down. That is true. 10 years is a long time between the release of the game and now. That's why when I do anniversary playthroughs, I prefer to wait at the earliest point in its lifetime to wait until it's the 10th anniversary. Not that I would be against ever doing like a 5th anniversary playthrough of some games, but it just depends.
Enjoy!
Serves you bloody well, right? That is a doornail, and good riddance.
Watch out where you're buried.
Else a war grave.
You there! Stop! Thief!
Don't look so tough now. Whoever you are.
Won't
I'm
bite
coming.
back now, will you?
I think this one's
Where's the police when you need them?
Serves you right.
Okay, so because that part, I think anyway, can't be replayed, I'll soon find out because I need to do that mission anyway now as Evie instead. Spitalfields. After a decline in the silk industry, Spitalfields degenerated from merchant dwellings into a slum. Now it acts as headquarters to Kaylock's division of London's most notorious gang, the Blighters. So I'm going to redo this memory, but this time as Evie.
I'll get to the bay.
Beaker, okay, you're going to go walk a little El Doggo now. See you all sometime soon. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you, Beaker. I definitely will. Going to be ending the stream here soonish. But thank you very much for popping in. I really hope that the walk goes well.
What the hell was that?
That wasn't in my head.
God, it bugger me.
Rescued me.
Bless us. He's from Scatterbrain. In God's name, help! I'll gut you like a fish.
Whatever shall I do? Oh, goodness!
Where's the police when you need them?
Evie's not saying any dialogue about the clinkers like Jacob was.
What's all the ruckus, I wonder?
Get her! Get her!
In God's name, help!
Evie, nice to see you again.
There we go. I'm glad I did actually try to switch characters to see that cutscene with the head of the borough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to show that difference. Because when you replay the memory of doing one of the conquest activities that is related to that borough, it doesn't also replay that part where the gang leader shows up. So I'm glad I worked out that loophole and tried for it. So now I know for sure that I have to make sure I press the button after the cutscene of the gang leader has played to make sure that I actually switch before the cutscene starts, before the gameplay starts, I mean. So it's funny how they need so many hay carts just sitting around. That is true. They definitely need a lot. I need to replay that again, though, because I want to see if Evie has some dialogue about the clinkers like Jacob did. Nah, bro, fuck this heat. Yes, heat is damn friggin' annoying. Spectrum, you wish I had some heat. Yeah, when it's really cold, it's definitely good to have heat. Listen, you just realised you posted your last message and then got distracted by Bieber and walked away before you could hear the answer. You watched a movie on Mystery Science Theater 3000 last night called The Quest for the Delta Knights. that had a similar premise to AC. There was a secret society, but it was called the Order. And at the end of the movie, the protagonist with the destiny said that the power of someone's invention must be hid away because humankind was not ready for its power. Yeah, because I remember you posted the first part of that message about it being similar to AC, and I just responded that that would be like that's an interesting name for a movie, The Quest for the Delta Knights. But yeah, that's interesting that they've got similar things to the AC series as well. Wonder when that came out. So with wind chill, it dropped 50 Fahrenheit degrees up here. Well, that is good, Sona, that you had the wind chill to help out. Schiller, thank you so very much, dude, for the 60 stream streak. Thank you very, very much. How's things going, dude? Spectrum, it never got above freezing yesterday. There's still snow on the ground. Is there? I wish it was cold here like that. Now, bro, back to back 40 degrees Celsius days. Disgusting. It really, really is. Nah, bro, you're not wrong there. Listen, it was a 1993 movie. Ah, so that came out when I was 9, turning 10. I just imagine too, like those really low budget movies that would have went straight to video. I imagine that's what that movie would be like. Glad to hear that you're going good, Schiller. That's awesome, dude. As for me, I'm doing well. I finally got Jacob and Evie to London. About 6 hours of the stream was dedicated to the second memory where we played as Evie to assassinate Brewster, covering as much of the dialogues as possible, but also includes having to make sure that enemies don't detect Jacob or Evie to interrupt dialogue that they or other NPCs might have had if not for being interrupted. But yeah, been making some decent progress despite how meticulous and time-consuming it's been with this approach. Glad to hear that you're going good, Schiller. 40 Celsius is gross, Lucinda. It really, really is. Yes, it's like, no thanks. It's just ridiculous. Lucinda, you're most likely right, because Mystery Science Theater 3000 tends to riff on low-budget or B movies. Yeah, Lucinda, they had a certain look to them as well. And one of those movies, too, that if you bought a 20 sci-fi movie pack on DVD, some of them would have a very famous actor, but they weren't famous when they filmed it. They only became famous some point after. So, of course, naturally, even if their role was just like 5 seconds, they have them on the cover, making people think that it's, a movie starring them. So it's like Joe Pesci starring as such and such in this movie, and then you watch the movie and he gets killed within the first 10 minutes or something. Deck 60 stream streak, the fuck? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, 60 stream streak. It's amazing. Yeah, Lucinda, it's like false advertising much. I mean, if it was a compilation of movies that they were in before they became famous, then that's fair enough. But if it's only one movie out of 20 that they're actually in, and they're only in it for a short amount of time, and it's like, what?
Fantastic, a strange noise.
What will me rooks do with it? Just my luck.
Bugger me.
Some woman sneaked in.
I'm just thinking either Evie doesn't actually have any dialogue about any of the clinkers in this mission, or it only pops up.
I've got a wife at home. Don't widow her.
Only pops up as something that Jacob says when you initiate the mission for the first time and do it as him. Maybe when you switch to the other character, they don't say anything then, which is a bit annoying. But if that's how it is, then that's how it's got to be. I'll still stick to playing all the memories that I can choose who to play as both of them, just in case.
I'll do anything you want if you save me. Anything.
Thank you, Miss Evie.
You'll regret that!
I've got your back!
She shouldn't be here!
She's
Come on!
I'm ready when you are. Before the crows come here. I can flip it from here. Where can I find you?
Slice of fruit!
Wait, I'll do what you want. Oh, enjoy carving you. Let me live. I am a... What?
A toast to all my friends. A toast to all
Dexula should eschew from 60 stream streaks. It's definitely a lot, and definitely appreciated. That's for sure. There's heaps. Listen, you used to live in Florida where it was commonly hot and humid, and you adapted to it somewhat. When you moved north to Indiana to a colder climate, you've adjusted way better to it, and now you hate sweating even a little bit, much prefer the cold. That'd be interesting going from one extreme to the other, and then getting used to the new extreme to then prefer it. Definitely find it a lot easier to warm up than it is to cool down. Now, bro, what do you reckon Evie got for Assassin Christmas? Not too sure, to be honest, nah, bro. I don't know what a fictional character like Evie would like as Christmas presents. Nice one, Zereth. A hidden sleigh. Nice one. How's things, Zereth? Dex, you should do a 12 Days of Assassin's Christmas. Yeah, that'd be interesting to do that kind of thing. No, bro, one thing these older games do better than the new RPG games is that when you take out a base, the enemies don't respawn. I mean, that is a big plus. It's definitely good that the enemies don't respawn.
It's a simple dissection. It's horrible. Right.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to call it for today's stream. Before I end, though, I'd like to give a shout out to some streamers I'd like to recommend. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this again for my Sunday stream. Thank you everyone for watching this one. I really appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much, Not Fry. I definitely will for sure. I hope you have a good one too. No problem at all, Dex. You be well too. Thank you very much. That's okay, Lizzie, for the stream. No trouble at all. I hope you have a good one. See you next time, Sona. I hope you have a good one too. No problem at all, Zara, for the rook. Cheers, Lizzie. Thank you very much. We have AC, who is doing Forza Horizon 5 in Meta, Halo, the Master Chief Collection, Gizlek, Anno 117, Pax Romana, Lone Star, World of Warcraft, Lucinda, Fallout New Vegas, Shillerlock, Alpha Protocol, Shaky Johnson, Fallout 4, Snoop Dogg, Roblox, Vegas, Killer Frequency, no problem at all, in Meta, for the stream and the shout out. No worries. And same to you as well, Lucinda. No worries for the shout out. So it'll be this again for my Sunday stream. And then Monday, I'll be starting a annual playthrough of GTA 5. I'll be doing a specific playstyle. I won't reveal yet what it actually explicitly is, but I'm going to play a certain playstyle for all three characters, Michael, Trevor, and Franklin. That's going to be different for each one. But I won't say what the details of that are until we actually get to the stream of that on Monday. But yeah, that's the current schedule of games. Monday to Thursday will be GTA 5. Hellblade is still Fridays, and weekends is still Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your day or night, whichever the case may be. If you see me streaming this again, then you know it's my Sunday stream. Have a good one, everyone. Until next time.